They're going to run this as an ad, lol. Yeah, they're going to be like, this guy, what? This guy doesn't this guy knows Japanese? Is that what they're going to say in the ad? Hasan Piker, Democratic Socialist, speaks perfect Japanese, shocks the world? Is that what they're going to say? They're going to say, Hasan Piker, radical, secret Jap. Anyway, speaking of which, our boy Jacob Soboroff, okay, the handsome Jacob Soboroff himself, he has his own show now called Connect with Jacob Soboroff on MS Now. And yeah, Jacob interviewed our girl Maylok Kiros, who, of course, we're boosting right now. Let's get started there. He just interviewed KC Tenants founder Tara Raghuveer on his show. Yeah, Jacob is the man. He's actually, as you guys know, he's the man. I'm a big defender of Jacob and have been.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jacob Soboroff. It is Sunday, June 28th, and you are watching Connect. You know my happy place is an election day, and we are once again just days away from another important primary election here in America. Voters will head to the polls in Colorado to vote in primaries for the governorship and the House and the Senate and other state races. And after the progressive sweep in New York City on Tuesday, one House race just got really, really interesting. In New York, 3 candidates backed by Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani won their primaries, knocking out 2 incumbent Democrats in a powerful show of force against the establishment. And to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook that they have been running on might not be what their voters want anymore. Progressives are on a hot streak, and Donald Trump is already running with it. He is doing what he does best. He's putting his own spin on the messaging and slinging around familiar insults.
They're communists. They're not social democrats. They want to completely...
Dude, Donald Trump knowing the distinction between social democrats and democratic socialists would be so funny. I don't think he knows. I think he accidentally said they're not social democrats because he was trying to say democratic socialists. I don't think he knows what the distinction is at all.
Destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell.
He's an ultra? No, dude, he's a tanky. He is JD Pondon. He is JD Pondon, bro. He's like, the Trots abandoned us. And at some point, even the USSR abandoned the righteous path of Marxist-Leninism. A synthesis of Marxism and Leninism put into practice by the great man, Joseph Stalin. And the only country on the planet who refused to engage with this revisionism was Maoist China. And now, under my leadership, America is back on track, folks. That's right. Enver Hoxha, Mao Zedong, Donald John Trump, the 3 anti-revisionist, Marxist-Leninists, and Tito. You think Tito? Of course Tito was not the leader. Look, I love Tito, but he was also the leader of the what is it called? The uncommitted. Tito was the uncommitted movement. Tito was the original uncommitted movement. The non-aligned movement, sorry. The non-aligned movement, which was also that time frame's version of being uncommitted. Tito was like, I'm not voting for the Democratic Party, and I'm not voting for the Republican Party. Yeah, he said no labels. No labels communism. Anyway, yeah.
It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
Yeah, see, he's saying it. Yeah, you guys don't understand because you're used to all this like, oh, let's feed all of this revolutionary potential back into the bourgeois party and the 2-party system. Like Donald John Trump is charting a separate path forward, one that truly abolishes class, one that truly destroys the imperialist superpowers around the world by force. What have you done to destroy American imperialism? Donald Trump works tirelessly every day to destroy American empire. And you're over here refusing to recognize that he is a true revolutionary. Okay? He's right. He said, I'd be the greatest communist. He's right. When he's right, he's right. It's the truth. J.D. Pondon, baby. Took out U.S. aid. Destroyed American force projection capabilities. Revealed that the United States of America is a paper tiger to the rest of the planet with his spectacular flub. And now he's eating the fattest of L's against Iran, giving Iran everything they wanted, even though currently the war is back on the menu. He wanted to go back to war with Iran to really solidify that America doesn't have this smoke. Okay? He has ushered in the century of Chinese prosperity. I'm just saying it's true. A lot of us didn't understand that MAGA communism was real. It was here. A lot of us joked and said, oh, you're a government agent. Seems like you're a federal agent or something, the way you're posting. What do you mean MAGA communism? It turns out it was the one true way to usher in an era of worker-controlled democracy. Okay? Yeah. Guess what? Yeah. What's the color of MAGA? Red. What's the color of socialism and communism? Red. Think. Someone said Hasan Piker should not be trusted. Okay, man.
Okay. Well, let me get this straight. Communists are bad and will destroy America, but he would be the greatest communist in history. Cool.
Yeah, Jacob's liberal mind cannot comprehend that Donald Trump is a true revolutionary thinker. He has read the theory, and now he's engaging in the praxis. Okay? He's read the theory. What's the color of Nazism? Red? No, it's not. What? No, color of Nazism is black. I mean, I guess red a little bit, but I feel like the color associated closely with Nazism wouldn't be red. It would be, it's, red is for socialism. Brown. Is black or brown. Bro, you say that as a joke, but Trump did usher in an age of China prosperity and precedent for Mamdani. I mean, I happen to believe that there is no such thing as a spontaneous revolution, and that revolutionaries must always organize and take advantage of the evolving material conditions. This was an opportunity for sure, but that does not mean we are opportunists. Zohran Mamdani was an assembly member before he was the mayor. Zohran Mamdani was in the Democratic Socialists of America as a cadre member. Do you understand? Like, if we're being serious about this for a second, I'm joking about the, Trump stuff, obviously, but if we're going to be talking seriously about it, revolution is not spontaneous. It doesn't happen like that. It can only be brought about through diligent organizing, through education, through political education, through fomenting class consciousness, and funneling people into political organizations that can actually make an impact in moments where it matters most. And the Democratic Socialists of America are doing that in some way. Revolution isn't electoral, man. It's not, but it doesn't matter. Yo, I just hopped on and I'm in Iran. Is the war really back on? My exams might get canceled. Less revolution and more like new management for the Dems. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, they fail to recognize what the DSA is doing. They fail to recognize what the goals are here. So they think this is like unproductive, but they don't have any alternative to what is productive. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Anyway, let me state the obvious. Those progressive candidates won in deep blue New York City, so it is not exactly a full referendum on the midterms in November. And moderate Democrats have been doing well in races far more likely to decide control of Congress. But we cannot ignore that Tuesday's primaries were an undeniable sign that Americans are tired of the status quo. And this is bigger than one city or one mayor. Progressive candidates are hoping to ride this wave in races all across.
Yeah, DSA's work gets reduced only to electoralism because you aren't organizing with them. They do a lot of other shit like EWOC and tenant organizing in most chapters. Exactly. Exactly. And a lot of that still feeds back into the electoral route because electoralism also opens up like new pathways, discount all the other work that the DSA does in its local chapters. But, you know, it's just most of the people that complain about this stuff, they actually have no alternatives either. They just have no solution. They just want to chirp. It's much easier to chirp than it is to actually, you know, dial in and do the work.
An American.
Ta-Nehisi Coates also had a convo about Chevalier, but before we do that, let's talk about Melat Kiros.
The nation. Take Abdul El Sayed, for example. He is a progressive former public health official endorsed by Bernie Sanders, running for a competitive seat in Michigan to replace retiring Democratic Senator Gary Peters. He told Politico this: "It's happening in New York. It is happening in Michigan. I think we are seeing it happen across the country now. Folks are sick and tired of being sick and tired." Or take a look at what's going on with
Contra said it years ago. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Buddy, I don't know how to break it to you, but that's what ContraPoints has been doing herself for like the last couple of years. Okay? It's ironic because that's what she's been doing to people like myself. That's what she's been doing to people who are actually, you know, actively taking the initiative, taking matters in their own hands. So it is quite funny. Oh yeah, this clip went super viral. It went semi-viral on, I think it went semi-viral on Twitter, but it went super viral on TikTok as well. But anyway, let's do this first.
Francesca Hong, a candidate running on the Democratic Socialists of America campaign and playbook, is looking to win the governor's seat there. She is gaining traction in the polls and says it is time Wisconsin and Democrats tried something new.
I was at the Democratic convention this past weekend, and I got asked over and over again about, we love your campaign, we love what you stand for, your policies are amazing, it's so thorough, but can you win?
I wouldn't be running if I didn't think we could win.
Nice.
And this all brings us back to Colorado and the race to watch on Tuesday. Melat Kiros is a 29-year-old Democratic socialist giving incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette her biggest primary challenge in nearly 30 years. Kiros is an Ethiopian immigrant, an attorney, a barista, and a PhD student. And Melat Kiros joins me now. She is running in the Democratic primary for Colorado's 1st Congressional District. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Jacob.
How are you feeling? What stands between you and victory on Tuesday?
Right now, we're feeling fantastic. We're seeing millions of dollars being poured in by corporate PACs and super PACs and anonymous super PACs with dark money. But we know for a fact that we are going to be able to beat all of those dollars because we have thousands of volunteers knocking on doors all across the city, talking to our neighbors about the values we care about, the policies that we want to see, and the world that we want to live in.
I've been watching the race relatively closely and digging in over the last couple of days, and you are running the strongest challenge to Diana DeGette in 30 years. Why do you think you, someone with no political experience, at least in the vein that she has, is resonating with people?
I think candidates have a responsibility to meet voters where they're at, and that's what we started with this.
We are burning here in Poland. Do you still hate Polish people? I love Polish people, man. Please stop. What the hell is this? The heat waves, huh? Is that what's cooking the Polish people?
Campaign over 11 months ago in bookstores and coffee shops and bars and restaurants, meeting voters where they're at, talking about the concerns that they have, not only about our government, but the state of our country right now and how we are actually going to move forward and what kind of policies we need to get that done. And in Denver, we are a city that is extremely progressive, extremely young. We've passed things like universal pre-K, like term limits, like publicly financed elections. Our campaign is the only campaign in this race with every single one of those issues on our platform. We're resonating with the voters because we're fighting for the things that they care about.
The acrimony in this election has sort of turned up, and progressive leaders in your state are criticizing you, declining to call the deadly firebombing attack last year on a Jewish community rally in Boulder anti-Semitic, and you've also been criticized over your comments tied to October 7th. Views over Israel seem like a common line of attack between Democratic Socialists and mainstream Democrats in all of these primary elections. But what's your response to members of your own party, especially the progressive Democrats in your state who are criticizing you?
You know, I think what happened in the Boulder firebombing was a horrific attack on a group of Jewish people that were peacefully protesting. It has made many Jewish people in our city, in our states, and in our entire country feeling extremely unsafe. And that's why I think it's incredibly important that we distinguish between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, because our responsibility is to protecting our neighbors, protecting our Jewish brothers and sisters in this city. That is my commitment to combating any hate that comes their way, while also making sure that we are not using our taxpayer dollars to fund endless wars and genocide abroad, protecting babies here and protecting babies abroad.
I wonder how you would characterize Diana DeGette's campaign against you, because 48 hours before you and...
Yeah, the reason why it's important that you phone bank, by the way, I briefly mentioned this, but a lot of people that have been phone banking have found out that like a lot of the boomers in Denver unironically bit the propaganda hook, line, and sinker and think that like Melach Kiros is a vicious anti-Semite. And it's interesting because they don't even think she's a vicious anti-Semite because of her affiliations with me. They think she's a vicious anti-Semite on her own. Okay? Because Diana DeGette has been running this insane smear campaign. This unbelievable smear campaign where she's like using crazy right-wing blogs like Colorado Polls and shit like that. There's a lot of PAC ads that are coming in. You know, it's actually worked to a certain degree. So it's pertinent on us to make sure we combat that misinformation, make sure we combat that that wave of attack ads. And a lot of you have been phone banking. The phone banks are still going on. You can canvass as well. Okay. Diana DeGette is straight up doing Trump level xenophobia. Oh, wait. Jacob Soboroff is about to mention me here. That's funny. Yeah, Diana DeGette is running on Trump level xenophobia. Her attack ads claim Melach Kiros isn't from Denver, but Melach has lived here since she was 11 months old. Like Melach, Diana was born abroad, yet she positions herself as Colorado raised, while Melach is cast as an outsider. Wait. Diana was born abroad? Diana DeGette was born abroad too? We all see what's happening and more Democrats need to condemn this. The ad also parrots a misleading attack leveled by DeGette's campaign that Kiros recently moved to Denver. Kiros' family moved to Denver when she was 11 months old. She grew up in the area before leaving to attend college. She returned to Colorado after being fired from a law firm. Oh, she was born in Japan? Oro? Nani? Wakarimashita! Diana DeGette-sama! Tochigawa, Tokyo Prefecture. Nippon desu. She was born in Nippon desu? Oro! Omae wa ma shinderu. Diana-sama! Wakarimashita! What the fuck are you doing, bro? What do you mean? Sorry, Japan mentioned. They're gonna run this as an ad, lol? Yeah, they're gonna be like, this guy, what? This guy doesn't this guy knows Japanese? Is that what they're gonna say in the ad? Hasan Piker, Democratic Socialist, speaks perfect Japanese, shocks the world? Is that what they're going to say? They're going to say Hasan Piker, radical, secret Jap trying to infiltrate the American political movement? Anyway, you actually hit that shit pretty well. Thank you. Yeah. HasanAbi-san, are you power clashing with the... What is the response to people like this? I do fear woke 1.0 type perfectionism coming to the socialist movement. Do these people exist in real life? What is this? AOC's backing Jeffries for speaker. She's as vile as Harris. I don't agree that she's as vile as Harris. I think that's crazy. But I do think that she is far more careful than what this moment requires. That's what I think. I think AOC plays it maybe too safe. Zohran said the same thing too, and that's my criticism of Zohran as well. But then I'm gonna be honest with you. With Zohran, at least, like, we've seen the immediate return on investment. So every time I fucking every time I'm critical of Zohran, I mean, there are still certain criticisms of Zohran that I have that I think are valid, even to this day. You know, Jessica Tisch being one, SRG being another one. Stuff like that is still hanging a somewhat of a shadow on his otherwise unbelievably positive governance, right? However, every other decision that he's made that is pragmatic, that is politics, I have been critical of every step of the way. And then it turns out he was right. I've mentioned this already with the whole, like, don't run against Hakeem Jeffries meta. I was very critical of that. Bro, tase your dog some more. You got it. You got it. Anyway, not my Carla. So I think, like, maybe being a little bit more ambiguous with your, support or lack of support for Jeffries is probably good, because he's one of the biggest pro-Israel. He's one of the biggest Israel stooges in Congress right now. You know what I mean? I find that unconscionable. I mean, he's been a bad leader of the party. I don't think that's a secret, right? He's nationally unpopular. I think the problem with a lot of New York politicians in that regard is that he's popular in New York and he commands a lot of power because he's the most powerful Democrat in the country. So they play it far too safe with Hakeem Jeffries, and I don't think that's appropriate. But then again, I've been wrong. So who knows how this plays out? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I vaporized Carla. Kaya! Come here. Kaya, come. Good girly. Place. Look at that. See that? Vaporized. Destroyed. I kind of think it's low-key good for the left to have a charismaless void as a leader. Oh, you mean for the Democrats? Yeah. I don't agree. Anyway, because he is vindictive. But we shall see. We shall see. Maybe I'm wrong.
And live streamer Hasan Piker was supposed to hold an event at the Ogden Theater, I think it was. The venue canceled the event. This was a couple of weeks ago due to pressure and concern from the local community, reports said. And the rally was moved to the Capitol steps. I saw this crowd. It was enormous. Tell me that story. What was behind that whole situation?
You know, we had several venues cancel on us the week leading up to the rally that we were going to be having, not only with Hasan Piker, but with several other candidates, including Justin Pearson and Donovan McKinney, my fellow Justice Democrats, where we were going to be talking about what we were going to need to do to not only change our party, but to fight for a kind of politics that really meaningfully helps working families and uplifts them. We saw several of those venues cancel on us at the very last minute. And, you know, while they can cancel and take us out of the buildings that we were holding in these rallies, they can't stop us from building this movement. So we took it to the People's House, we took it to the Capitol steps, and we gathered hundreds, almost over 1,000 Denver voters that wanted to hear our message and stood strong with us.
Denver is not New York, but I wonder if you have taken any lessons from watching Zohran Mamdani's slate of progressive Democrats win on last Tuesday.
Denver is not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, you know, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country, so that we're not just getting by and surviving, so that we're actually thriving. And in the wealthiest, most powerful country on earth, we're not asking for much.
You mentioned healthcare, and one of your top policies is Medicare for All, but Diana DeGette is a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All Act in Congress. Are there any dividing lines between the two of you on Medicare for All?
Yeah, the dividing line is how we actually get it done. There is no world where we pass Medicare for All.
Yes, Jank and Kyle, alongside many others, started Justice Democrats. Shoykot was early Justice Democrat guy, and he's like carried that flame as well.
Oh, wow. There is still a majority of members of Congress that are taking money from the very health insurance companies that would effectively be legislated out of existence. It's the same reason why the National Nurses United's policy director also expressed concern for members of Congress that are co-sponsoring this bill while also taking money from big health insurance companies. And we have to pass Medicare for All. We have to get that done in the next Democratic administration. That's how we MAGA-proof our future. That's how we guarantee that whatever sycophant fills Donald Trump's shoes in 2032 and tries to lay blame on all of our vulnerable communities for why the system is rigged, we can point to a piece of legislation that we passed that meaningfully helped working families. And the only way we get Medicare for All passed is by getting rid of the Democrats that are actively standing in that way, by taking money from the same interests that don't want to see Medicare for All passed.
You have made your personal story as an immigrant to this country a part of your campaign, and you have talked about how your father spoke to you about Democrats as a child, which is why you wanted to be a Democrat, and sort of part of your origin story is why you decided to run in this race. Talk to me about why your personal life story makes you suited to be the congressperson in Colorado at this moment.
Yeah, I immigrated to Denver in 98 when I was a baby and watched my parents navigate this brand new country, navigate the immigration process. And once they became naturalized and chose the party that they wanted to belong to, I asked him why he chose the party of Democrats. And he said, because this is the party that fights for working people. This is the party that got fair labor laws, the New Deal, Social Security. This is the party that fights for working people. But it didn't just happen overnight. People had to push the party to fight for these kinds of policies. That was organizers, that was dreamers, that were people pushing leadership in our party to fight for working families. That's what we just saw in New York City, the voters pushing the party to elect leaders that are going to stand up to the special interests and the billionaires and the corporations that are responsible for burning our planet and keeping our prices high. I think that's what we're going to see here in Denver on Tuesday, and I think we're seeing it happening all across the country.
Moderate Democrats are worried that this
Hell yeah.
shift to the left.
She's such a good communicator, by the way. Straight up. She's so good. So fucking good. So dynamic. This is one of the things that I have to also say. What is this? Zionists are desperately trying to create their own Hasan and failing miserably. Oh my God. I don't like to be. Oh God. They've made a Wario me. Okay. It's fucking annoying. It's so whack, dude. HasanAbi. They invented HasanAbi. That's what they did. Actually, I should probably put that on the original tweet. Delete, repost, and then leftovers returning. Somebody said in the chat. Yeah. Well, Ethan does love him. Hit Benjamin at work, yes or no? Boss makes $1, you make a dime, king. Take some autonomy back. Zohran HasanAbi. Oh, nah. I know Unc ain't wearing a toothpick. Yeah, I am, dude. The toothpick changes your life, dude. Changes my life. Anyway, toothpick changes everything.
Or policies put forward by Democratic Socialists will hurt Democrats' long-term electoral chances. And we've heard it over and over again, yet Democratic Socialists continue to win. What do you say to that criticism from the establishment part of the party?
I'd point out that they've shown no evidence for why any of these policies would hurt the party in the long term. In fact, there is a mountain of evidence that shows that.
Apparently, you're more chud than Republicans, according to some leftists. I swear I can't anymore. Oh, dude, I know. I see it all the time. My favorite thing is the ACP guys saying that Asmongold is closer to class consciousness than I am, and that Sneeko is a better leftist than I am. The ACP guys are running on pure reactionary fumes. And it's so funny that like their whole thing is just like hating me and everything I do. And it's become this like insane thing where Asmongold, who owns like 7 fucking businesses, they will literally go on Twitter and sincerely be like, Asmongold is actually far more based than Hasan. Like I saw that. Yeah, the MAGA communists. It's awesome. ACP is literally just the FBI entrapping GRU assets. Yeah. Anyway, so it's aesthetics based. I don't know what it's based on. I don't even think like their is a general secretary. Like Haz is as dumb as the unfortunate rank and filers of the ACP cadres are on Twitter. But there is definitely a lot of enmity, definitely a lot of resentment towards not just the DSA, but also, shit that I'm doing. Why haven't you worn a rainbow button up for a month? Do you hate pride? Thank you for your attention to this matter. True. I think Asmongold is a representative of the working class, a lumpenprole. Well, he's not a lumpenprole. He is a business owner, right? He is a capital owner, but his audience is all comprised of lumpens. His audience doesn't have fucking businesses. They're just all unbelievably reactionary weirdos who, live in their own filth and think that is an appropriate way to live. They're all a bunch of shut-ins that will, comprise the backbone, I guess, of the modern fascist movement. So, all right, what am I doing? Let's finish this
Policies
video.
like Medicare for All, Housing First, and universal childcare would be immensely helpful to working families and therefore helpful to the party. At the end of the day, it is cheaper to house someone than to leave them homeless. It is cheaper to heal someone than it is to let them go sick. It is cheaper to give young families childcare than it is to let them figure it out for themselves or force one of them to stay out of the workforce. These are all common sense policies that have the support of a super majority of the voters of this party. I would recommend that the moderate voters that are afraid of what they're seeing right now actually just talk to their voters and see that this is what the party is actually building towards.
Milak Kiros, Democratic candidate for Colorado's 1st Congressional District. Really nice to talk to you. Thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you, Jacob.
You decided to wear suits and Tyler decided to drop them? Good.
My name is Milak Kiros. Denver is the 5th least affordable city in the country. It's also one of the youngest cities in the country.
Dude, I'm going to say it one more time. Denver DSA has been quietly so impressive with their canvas operations, with their media. I mean, it has been remarkable. Okay? Straight up, all glaze and all praise the Denver DSA. I know that, like, obviously New York City DSA is the one that everybody pays attention to. It's 15,000 strong at this point. It's a huge army, basically, of door knockers, organizers, activists. And they've seen a lot of success. One of the things that Denver DSA has done, is Maylock canvassers are on track to knock close to 10,000 doors today alone. This is the most insane shit I've ever seen in Colorado politics. Even Obama in 2008 wasn't pulling this type of canvasser crowds. Okay, we gotta draw more youth turnout though. Straight up, it's clear though that Denver DSA is reliable, resilient, and they're doing the motherfucking work. Okay? It's not just Denver DSA, the whole Colorado DSA body is working on this. Shout out Boulder DSA. The entirety of, I mean, it's the same as, like, when I say New York City DSA, I'm talking about like the entirety of the New York DSA. And DSA doesn't tell the volunteer army to stand down like Obama did. No, we're going to keep using that, obviously. Shout out to the entire Colorado DSA. Shout out to everybody in Colorado. It's been incredible to watch. I mean, the media is so good too, man. It's so good. It's been so impressive.
Also one of the most progressive districts in the country. And, you know, we have things like universal pre-K and term limits and publicly financed elections, but we have a lot of young families that are struggling with childcare. We have a lot of young people that are getting priced out of the city because of how expensive it is to live here. People are just getting squeezed. Our representative here in Denver, who's been there for 30 years, has taken money from a lot of these corporations that have been standing in the way of passing meaningful legislation. I felt called to run because we should have representatives who are unbought and unafraid to stand up to these interests.
I'm Palestinian and I think you're the biggest loser. You should be banned. You're the biggest loser and a horrible person from a Palestinian. You have the mental ability of a turtle. How are you not banned? Okay, buddy.
And are ready and willing to fight tooth and nail for working families and the basic rights that they deserve. We've been running for the last 11 months a truly grassroots, people-powered campaign. I'll never forget when Bernie, called on people to run themselves. To
ban me, kid. I will not. I will never ban you. Why would I ban DJ Khaled? Why would I ban Nayib Bukele? Why would I ban Richard Hanania? I would never. I wouldn't dare. Why would I ban the son of Hamas guy? Why would I ever ban Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib? Why would I ban Nas Daily? Why would I ban, who else? John Aziz, the peace poet. Mossab Hassan Yusuf, that's the son of Hamas. Ban me now. My whole family loves you because you're Palestinian, but you're a horrible person. I'm not banning you. I'm not banning you, Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. He 100% doesn't know these names. Yes, but he is them. He is all of them. I'm sorry that your whole family loves me, but they're very upset with your worldview. Maybe you should listen to them. I'm Palestinian and I find you pretty chill. Does it balance itself out? Yes. That's how it goes. One in, one out. Also, I'm not Palestinian. I'm Turkish. My family all got kicked out of Gaza by Jews, but you're still a bad person. All Jews aren't horrible. Okay. That's interesting. Are horrible at all. I don't know where you arrived at that conclusion. That's strange. I don't associate Israel's actions with Judaism at all. But that's interesting that you think that for some reason. Where'd you learn that?
The person who stands up and fights for your communities. And so to have his endorsement, it means everything.
You've had a heck of a week. I mean,
all right, we're gonna do the Zohran. We're gonna do the Zoh momentum. The Zohmentum. Zohran Mamdani, Democratic Party has to be willing to fight for working people. This is ABC News interviewing Zohran Mamdani. Great clips have come out of this already. A lot of aura moments. Okay, a lot of aura, a lot of movement, a lot of motion, a lot of momentum. Zohmentum, as they're calling it.
The election.
I gotta pee.
The candidates you endorsed, one down the line, and you knocked off two Democratic incumbent members. Is this like a unique moment in New York, or is this the beginning of a national movement?
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. And I think for far too long, what we as a party have been able to say to New Yorkers who are struggling is simply to explain why they're struggling, not actually offer them a vision for how to make life better. And these candidates, Brad, Daria Lisa, Claire, they ran campaigns that spoke to working people and that said life in the nation's most expensive city need not be this way any longer. And I can't wait to have them as partners in DC in that work.
So do you see yourself endorsing candidates outside of New York, or?
You know, for now, my focus is on this incredible slate of 3 congressional candidates, as you said, the 5 candidates I endorsed who ran and won, who are all going to be heading to Albany in the state legislature. But I do think, as you said, it's not just New York City where working people are asking themselves, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I find enough money in my pocket for childcare, no matter how hard I work? And I'm so excited that these incredible soon-to-be Congress members will be helping to lead the fight across the country on making sure that working people are right there where they should be, which is the heart of the conversation.
The reaction from Democrats has been something. You've had some prominent Democrats dismissive of what happened here. I mean, you had Senator Blumenthal say the effort to nationalize New York is going to fail. What happened in New York will be really irrelevant by the time of the elections in November. Hakeem Jeffries basically said the same thing, saying that this is not indicative of what needs to happen in November. What do you make of that?
You know, I think that when you ask Americans what they're feeling in this moment, amidst reports of an economy that's strengthening, of a stock market that's booming, you will hear an exhaustion at having to try and make ends meet every single day, every single week, every single month. And
you're literally more anti-Semitic than Kanye West, but sure, chat, everyone unfollow this horrible, horrible person. Buddy, where does this come from? Like, where did you learn this? Like, who duped you into believing this? I don't know why you're not answering this question. This guy's called Zionism a mental illness? Like, literally a horrible person? Yeah, Zionism is fascism, and all manner of fascism is mental illness. Yes, Zionism is racism. Ironically, it's the ideology. If you are Palestinian and your whole family got kicked out of their homes, that is the motivating ideology that caused your family to lose their homes at gunpoint. Brody is a Nas Daily clone. Yeah. Is this a Asmold fan? Maybe. It's common knowledge. Yeah, my grandma told me stories about how she got kicked out of Gaza at gunpoint. You're right. Okay. Still doesn't make it right to say what you say. So you think the ideology, the racist ideology that justified your grandparents getting kicked out of their villages at gunpoint, calling that racist ideology what it is one, anti-Semitic for some reason, because you're claiming that all Jews think this way and that this ideology has something to do with Judaism. I'm not. And you're saying that is like, that's somehow an anti-Semitic opinion. Is that what it is? Still doesn't make it right to say what you say. You're not saying what I say. Bro, you literally support Hamas. How are you even talking to me? What do you mean? I support the legal right of Palestinians to resist against a settler colonial occupier entity. Okay? Which is a long way to say I support all people's right to autonomy, to sovereignty, to independence. Okay? That's what that is. I support international law. That's it. I support international law. He's trying to get you banned to say he's faking being Palestinian for a clip. I mean, I don't know if he's faking being Palestinian or not. But I'll clarify my position. Maybe this person will understand. Resist, bomb, kidnap innocent people? No, that's Israel, buddy. I'm not in support of that. What do you mean? Resist, bomb, and kidnap innocent people? That's Israel. I'm not in support of that. Excuse me. Where are you coming? Where are you coming up with that? What is this? Who seriously likes Nas daily? Oh my God. Of course. Of course, dude. Two Hosberists. Anyway, let's continue.
That it's getting harder and harder. And so a message of fighting for working people, we don't have to nationalize that message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. And for far too long, all we've had to say as a party is opposition to the current administration. What do we have to say beyond that? And what these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms, it extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve. And I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of politics, you can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's resentment. And this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you've got Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says, many of us believe, as do I, if you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. I don't know, have you seen this thing?
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto.
That's revisionist. It's not bad to write manifestos. Zohran. God damn it, you liberal. Don't use socialism as a pejorative, even if it's to make a singer.
So it's a moderate manifesto saying we are capitalist, not socialist. We believe.
What about October 11, buddy? Asmongold is right about you. October 11. Asmongold is right about you. You're an Asmongold fan that says I'm an anti-Semite? Dude, why are there so many Asmongold fans that literally will be like, he has no Asmongold logs? Yeah. I don't know what this guy is doing, but it's always funny. It's always funny when like people will come in here and be like, you know who's not an anti-Semite? Asmongold. Asmongold openly says he is a funnel for Nick Fuentes, okay? Asmongold has called Nick Fuentes' statements about the Holocaust denial based. It's so strange whenever people, my man's like October 11, never forget. Yeah, Asmongold said your people are an inferior culture that has genocide baked into their identity and you deserve to be genocided, okay? I mean, I don't know what frequency you're on, buddy, but openly revealing that you're an Asmongold fan while simultaneously saying you're a Palestinian is hilarious. That is an Asmold and Pegaslav viewer. I don't understand how people can just like lose sight of reality about their own people. And he's right about Hamas and Muslims in Gaza supporting the... What the fuck? Dude, you have lost your way, man. No wonder your family doesn't talk to you anymore. Jesus Christ. Nobody wants the genocide of Jews, chatter. Well, you know, Nick Fuentes might, but, you know, that's a separate thing.
In a growing, fair, and competitive economy, entrepreneurship, ownership. I mean, this is a direct...
Palestinian guy who comes in here to be like, my whole family loves you, and that's why I hate you. Why won't they love me instead? I don't know. Maybe because you fucking genuinely believe that like all Muslims in Gaza want to genocide the Jews, and a litany of other insane statements like that justify Israel's genocide, weirdly enough, of your own people. Perhaps that's the reason. Read a book, man. Read Rashid Khalidi, okay? Read 100 Years in Palestine. Read Ilan Pape, 10 Myths. Read something, please. Please stop watching YouTubers, myself included, go outside, you know, enjoy the world, pick up a book. Okay? In the name of Allah, read. He must be like a Christian Palestinian saying Muslims and Gaza want genocide. It doesn't matter. If Christian Palestinians wouldn't also say that either. Like Ihab Hasan is anti-Hamas. He would never fucking turn around and say all Muslims in Gaza want to genocide the Jews or whatever. He would never say that.
Response, they've made it clear to what you did here on Tuesday.
Well, I mean, you know, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you as the mayor of our city, having received more than 1 million votes, a little less than a year ago. And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races with a vision of what politics should be, and one that actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with...
Dude, that's another incredible line. What is a party if not its voters is an incredible line, because it directly cuts away at this weird propaganda that like right-wing Democrats are trying to present. I tweeted about this earlier today. I said, right-wing Dems yell at us not to vote third party every 4 years. We run leftist and Dem primaries. Socialists win Democratic primaries because voters realize they're actually invested in advancing the agenda right-wing Democrats simply lie about. And then right-wing Democrats demand socialists create third party. Rinse and repeat. Who does a political party belong to if not the voters is such a great answer. He's on a generational run. Oddly, it empowers him that he can't run for president. And I hope Republicans are dumb enough to try to make him the face of the Democrats. Yeah. Because, like, there's got to be a reason why the Democratic Party's voters are going out and voting for Democratic Socialists, right? They're the ones who are voting. One must ask the question why they're voting for Democratic Socialists. Like, you can't, the New York one is also really interesting because it's a closed primary system. And in a closed primary, only Democratic voters are voting. Okay? So if in a closed primary system, only lifelong Democrats are going out and voting, people who are registered to vote for the Democrats are going out and voting for the Democrats, that means these are your voters. And obviously, right-wing Democrats can't criticize the voters, even though they really want to. So they try to do this disciplining operation against the Democratic Socialist electeds. They try to do this disciplining operation against spokespeople for this movement, myself included. What they don't like is that voters want this, okay? But they can't openly say that. They can't openly be like, this is what the voters want and we fucking hate it. Why don't you shut the fuck up and just vote for us? They can't say that because that would look insane. But that's basically what they're trying to say. Do you understand? And the reason as to why there's appetite for this kind of politics from the Democratic Party is because the Democratic Party, by and large, advances this agenda even if they're not sincerely on board with it. And you don't hear Democratic Socialists turn around and be like, why are you guys lying? Why don't you run? Why don't you just abandon the Democratic Party and become Republicans because you are, right? You guys run on wanting to you guys always run on you know, socialist or socialist adjacent policies, but then you never implement it. And the voters end up asking why you don't implement these policies. Right? The reality of the matter is a lot of these right-wing Democrats are just Republicans that are ashamed. Okay? They're ashamed of the moniker. That is the reason why there's this massive friction now. That friction does not exist between Democratic, like right-wing centrist Democratic electeds and Democratic socialist electeds. That friction is actually right-wing centrist Democratic electeds and the base of support, the voters. No one is going out and voting in the polls because they're like, I love, you know, the lighter version, the more moderate version of the racist policies that the Republicans are advancing, and that's why I'm voting for the Democrats. They vote against Republicans, or they vote because they genuinely believe that the Democrats are going to advance these causes that they're supposedly claiming that they're going to advance. No one is voting for a corporate stooge because they love the corporate-backed stooges in the Democratic Party. No Democrat is voting because they're like, I want moderate Democrats to be, in support of Israel permanently. There's an avenue for that. There's a route for that, right? And that route is the Republican Party. If you're antagonistic to the existence of immigrants on American soil, one of the most diverse countries on the fucking planet, there's a route for that. There's a party for you. It's called the Republican Party. Democrats are not the party that says, we are not a nation of immigrants. We're not a nation of strangers. We have to do away with this notion. We are going to be the reasonable anti-immigrant party. No one is voting for that. At most, people are plugging their noses and voting against the Republican fascism. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to Zohran.
Democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
I think democratic socialism at the heart is pragmatic. Because if we cannot deliver for working people, then what is this for? I'm not interested in writing a manifesto or frankly in reading one. I'm interested in delivering. And that's exactly what we've been showing.
But they're saying...
He said, put down the theory. It's time for praxis. Zohran Mamdani calls out theory nerds. Zohran Mamdani calls out theory nerds, says it's time to put the pen and paper down and get to work. Roll up your sleeves. It's praxis time. I'm about delivering results, he says.
That if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party for both of these views?
Yes, here I am. Here are so many more. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent, that we have
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes,
so
even a tent has to stay up.
Yes, so, does it have to stand firmly for these ideas that you're talking about that others are calling dangerous?
I think it has to stand for working people. And I think it has to be willing to fight for working people. And I think that there are some who are offended by the prospect of a party that knows who it fights for and goes every day to work for that. Because what we've seen over many years is a willingness to not only explain away the status quo, but frankly even to look to benefit from the status quo. And that's not what working people are looking for from our party.
Yeah, Zohran said the philosophers of the world have heretofore only analyzed the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. That's what Zohran Mamdani said. No one else, actually. Zohran Mamdani invented that right there.
As New Yorkers were going to vote, you said something interesting. You said the race for 2028 starts now, the presidential race.
Bars.
What did you mean by that?
Well, a lot of pundits asked me about this race and what it means and how to think about it. And at the core of Tuesday's results was a message from Democratic voters across the largest city in the United States of America about the kind of politics they want to see. And we know that we oppose the cruelty of the federal administration. What is it that we stand for beyond that?
So you can't just be anti-Trump.
You can't.
Obviously.
You got to have something you are not.
I do not think he likes Marx, though. Seems like a social democrat. It's actually interesting that I've never talked to Zohran, even in private, about his ideological tendency. And certainly not in public. But I don't. I mean, he's quoted Gramsci and stuff like that. Obviously, I do believe that he is a socialist. You would have to go through his older videos and stuff like that at DSA conferences to pick up on what he is. Word on the street is he's a trot. I hope not. That would be devastating. If I recall, he was part of Bread and Roses in DSA. But yeah, some of his older videos, like some of his older speeches from conferences and whatnot, obviously were far more radical. And that leads me to believe that he definitely is. He's definitely well read. I don't think he's described himself a little bit of SMC and BNR. Maybe he's a Posadist. Yeah, dude, he's a Posadist. What's wrong with trots? I mean, in this day and age, I feel like they've abandoned some of their previous counter-revolutionary tendencies, but a lot of trots are so aggressively anti-USSR, even if Trotsky himself was not all the way to the bitter end. His writing his writing on Stalin did get used quite frequently by not only the CIA but a lot of capitalist anti-communist. Like his writing is the backbone of anti-communist thought in the Western world. It's just true, and I feel like the Trot tendency is almost although he was fairly pragmatic and obviously profoundly important part of the revolution initially, a lot of Trots will always behave as though this is like a revolution betrayed, and that it's too much of a splinter, that there was this idealism, there was this idealistic USSR if only Trotsky had won and not Stalin. And then you can always point out to the excesses of the USSR and say, no, there's this like pure socialism that exists out there. There's this pure socialism that exists out there that has just never been achieved. And the USSR actually betrayed the revolution. And Stalin specifically betrayed the revolution. And the USSR became like a degenerative worker state that wasn't like real socialism. And I think that I think that ultimately that laid the foundation of a lot of anti-communist thought in the Western world. So some of the Trots will take hardline stances that is borderline anti-communist, anti-socialist when it comes to actually existing socialism or actually existing socialist states, or rather attempts at creating a transitional socialist state.
Not just willing to stand up for, but that you're also willing to explain how this is relevant to working people. And I think this just comes back to the fact that I'm leading a city that's the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. I could end the sentence there and say that life is great for 8.5 million people, but it's also a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty. And for far too many Americans, those contradictions have become their day-to-day life. And we need a party that's able to recognize the strengths of this economy and understand that it hasn't reached enough people.
Now, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported who won, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chevalier. She said some very
critiques of actually existing socialism isn't exclusive to Trots, right? Adorno and Hork are not Trots, nor is Angela Davis. Yes, Angela Davis is an anarchist. Of course, I know. There are plenty of critiques of actually existing socialism. Ultimately, none of these states were allowed to fully go through this transition without unbelievable interventions from the outside. Anyway, all of these distinctions are stupid, I think. I don't care. I don't give a shit. See? There is no AES because it's supposed to be international.
Controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders, against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Darlisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics of life. She would talk about how we have to invest in babies, not bombs. She's now going to represent what is one of the poorest districts in the United States of America. And what people in that district are exhausted by is a politics that has justified the spending of tens of billions of dollars in killing civilians overseas while working people are struggling just to do the basics.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean,
Miyavlamak, you're literally Turkish. You're literally Turkish. You're literally Turkish. Okay? Türksün. Worry about Erdoğan. Don't want to hear from you right now. Okay? Miyavlamaya devam et amına koyayım. Yanlışsın sen de. Peki amına koyayım. Sen ne getirdin mi komünizmi Türkiye'ye? Yakın mısın? Nasıl bir koalisyon kurdunuz abi? Ha? Yaptınız mı? Nerede? Sende var mı komünizm batın? Siz getiriyorsunuz ya demokratlarla çalışarak. Okey, ikimiz de getirmiyoruz o zaman.
See how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it. Are bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing. And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons?
That's
not your position.
There are prisons,
yes.
And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on. And I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City.
So there was also a take, it's not just Democrats, you've probably heard what President Trump had to say about you and about the candidates you supported, and he warned that if socialists win, and he calls you communists, but you will start living.
That's a decent answer. I think mine is better. I think that her worldview or the goals that she wants to move in the direction of center empathy, and albeit they're unachievable in this current day, are still probably closer to the average person's perspective than those who are in Congress who believe that, you know, Israel is a great force for, is a wonderful American ally, or those who are in Congress who believe that we should maintain private prisons, you know, like focusing on rehabilitation to reduce recidivism in this country, as many countries already have, like Norway, is probably a far more equitable and just answer to this issue, and creates a long-standing solution. Too wordy, gang. Leave mayoring to Big Z. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know. That's why he's the mayor, and I'm a fucking streamer. I know. I mean, he did a far better job on dealing with this. He did a far better job in dealing with this than I think AOC even did as well. The average American, or even anyone over the age of 25, thinks they should do El Salvador in their own countries. I'm sorry. No, I know. There are a lot of insanely reactionary opinions when it comes to crime and punishment. It's one of the... I don't understand tankies. I'm new to this. Help me. What? Tankies? God, I hate this fucking term so much. Ay. Dude, what are we talking about, dude? Campist, tanky... These terminologies don't exist anymore and should not exist anymore because there is no Cold War anymore, okay? There is no camp to be a part of. You're either a part of the fucking imperial hegemonic superpower, or you think other countries in the periphery should be given room to breathe. That's it. So if you are someone who thinks maybe we should stop murdering brown people in the global south, you're automatically classified as a fucking tanky. It's just an online LARP. We have to stop. We have to do away with this online LARP. Okay? Campist only mattered as a statement. By the way, shout out to the fucking trots. Okay, once again. Campus only matters as a terminology if there are camps that you can be a part of, and the trot position is supposed to be no camps. Okay? Not USSR, not American imperialism. We're a secret third thing. Okay? Where is it? Yeah, the secret third thing, CIA. Anyway, it's very stupid to utilize terminology that like British lifestylists invented during the suppression of the Hungarian counter-revolution, or during the Hungarian Revolution, depending on your ideology there, that the USSR used brutal techniques of utilizing their tanks to squash dissent in Hungary. Okay. This is not a thing that exists in the world right now. What is the militant force that is carrying the torch of communism around the globe? China's not doing that. That's a crazy take, bruh. Sorry. You're saying campism doesn't exist today? I'm just saying that, like, campism, okay, just like the term tanky, just like the term campus, is something that people misunderstand. Is a term that people misunderstand and misuse and abuse over and over again. They hit that button. It's a thought terminating cliche. It's a thought terminating term. And it's really fucking annoying because people that like misunderstand where these terms come from, terms to whatever their political opposition is. It's just a way to say fucking terrorist, right? It's just a more intellectualized version of saying terrorism. You're a terrorist. You're supporting terrorists. Terrorist this, terrorist that. That's all this is. It's just like an annoying liberal version of literally saying that, okay? Which many liberals do also just straight up call me a fucking terrorist. Anyway, campism has existed though, right? Yes, it has, but what camp exists? You either are pro-NATO Atlanticism, pro-American imperialism, or what? What is the other unified bloc? Is it Russia and North Korea? Is that it? It's barely China. Like, what is the self-identifying unified bloc against American imperialism? Because, like, if you say it's being pro-China, right, being in the pro-China camp, then what is the pro-China camp? What has China done as far as like identifying and destroying attempts of further American encroachment and American imperialism? Nothing. Just existing? Is that it? Like, the BRICS is not a real camp. If anything, I guess the Axis of Resistance is one of the only like militant forces that is directly combating American imperialism in one region, right? But that's it. So-called campists do view a somewhat unified bloc of anti-imperialist states, Russia, Iran, China, etc. But what countries fit into that depend on the flavor of the person. Sometimes it excludes like Burkina Faso. Sometimes it includes like Burkina Faso and the West African juntas. Sometimes it excludes China, etc. Exactly. And that is because there's no like real unified anti-imperialist bloc on the planet right now. The only thing that you could closely associate with a unified anti-imperialist movement is unironically the Axis of Resistance from Ansar Allah, the Hamas-led Palestinian resistance, Hezbollah, and numerous other IRGC-aligned forces and the IRGC itself. But that's it. China certainly is not a part of some sort of like resilient anti-imperialist movement in the way that the USSR was, right? Russia certainly is not. I wouldn't say Russia is. What is this? Framing the present crisis via the old Cold War moralism won't work. Oh yeah, this is about me. Eric Levitz called me a campist or a tanky or whatever. Framing the present crisis via the old Cold War moralism won't work. That the U.S. can now be seen as a vicious and amoral empire is progress. Our responsibility is to change it, not to seek retroactive justifications in comparison to something worse, as John Gaddis used to say. Bingo, I was just thinking campism makes no sense outside the polarities of the Cold War, and you expressed this perfectly. Yeah, you can't red bait without the reds, you know? Like, what militancy can you offer material support to, with the exception of, I guess, like the Axis of Resistance, which you can't because it's like unbelievably illegal. And even then, it's not the same as the Cold War dynamic because there's no, like, beyond combating imperialism as a direct consequence of the existential crisis that many of these groups are facing in their own regions, there is no like ideological bloc alignment either. It's not like the IRGC or Hamas or Hezbollah are socialist or communist. They're just purely trying to survive. They're purely trying to allow their people to survive against Israeli militarism, against American militarism, against American intervention, and intervention with aligned forces such as the Gulf states, for example. So that's it. There's no real unified bloc that you can show support to or be in the camp of. Yeah. Libs misuse campus to mean reflectively siding with the power or believing the U.S. is generally in the wrong. Yes. And it's ironic because campism initially meant you're one of two. You're part of either camp, right? You're either part of the capitalist imperialist powers, which is the United States, which is literally the only remaining camp that exists because the U.S. won the Cold War. Western capitalism won the Cold War. The USSR lost. Communism lost. Right? This guy invented being a trot from first principles. Look, I mean, you could just agree that all sides are wrong. This is what I mean. This is my disagreement with the idealized version of events that trots seemingly hold on to, or even left comms at different points seemingly abide by, where it's like, you don't understand. there's this secret thing that has never existed, and that revolution is not going to be ugly or have issues and blemishes and excesses, and being critical of said excesses to understand what they were to make sure that they're not repeated is very different than I'm in favor of a secret thing that has never existed. You sound so idealistic. This kind of like purist attitude is never going to be pragmatic at all. That's why I'm, far more pragmatic and understand why, Dengist reforms happened in China, for example. A lot of people are dogmatic in their approach to Marxism. A lot of MLs are somewhat, the anti-revisionist MLs are dogmatic, and they think that the only way that real existing socialism can be implemented is through a Marxist-Leninist formation that leads the proletariat into a revolutionary state and is completely commanded by a Marxist-Leninist party. Okay, in Star Wars, the coolest characters are the centrists. The secret thing isn't secret. It's my Discord server. Yes, it always comes back to that. It often just seems like you lump trots, anarchists, left comms, and Western Marxists in one group often. I mean, this is just this. Perhaps there's a reason for why I do that, because that's usually what Western Marxists are. Let's be fucking real. Imagine in 2033, revisionism is considered centrism. That'd be great. This is a convo that came out of a chatter asking if Mamdani is a secret Marxist. What the fuck? Yeah. This is such a bad take. So disappointing, bro. I know. My thought on this is I'm agnostic, okay? I'm in favor of all of it. Any and all, okay? Socialist ideological tendencies, any/all. I guess except for anarchism. That's it. We'll figure it out along the way. Fuck you and your daily punching down on anarchists. Sorry. Anarchists are also profoundly important in direct action and mobilization, okay? They're in the motherfucking front lines. I respect it.
Living in squalor, there'll be no food, no housing, no military, no law and order. There'll be nothing. And he had a few other choice words. By the way, he also said he still likes you. But what do you make of what he? I mean, the Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're...
That's it. And this is precisely the reason why I say he is still a movement guy, okay? Regardless of whatever kind of criticism I might have at any given moment, some of which I was wrong on, and I openly will admit that. I'll eat that, And some of the criticisms I still hold and maintain. He is a real one. This is the point, okay? First, you run as a democratic socialist, and you run on issues, okay? You run on how you're going to improve people's lives. Then you win. And then I can point to that and say, look, see? He did it, you can too. Other people pay attention to that. They go, I like winning. I would like to do that as well. Then from that point on, you govern as a democratic socialist. You associate democratic socialism with a clear, definable agenda, with identifiable goals that you want to advance. And you achieve those goals. And then you reinstill confidence in good governance. And you associate good governance with democratic socialism. Okay. And then you expand on that victory. You take the momentum off that victory and you continue organizing and you continue mobilizing and you add more numbers. You add more numbers as others who are also running as democratic socialists, winning as democratic socialists, and governing as democratic socialists. This is how you do it. And this was why he was elected into this position of power, to not only deliver a radical agenda for New Yorkers that places New Yorkers first, that places the working class at the heart of this movement, but will actually deliver on results for the working class. And when other people see that, they go, why can't I have this? I want this as well. It makes good governance an achievable goal, a realistic goal. Okay? That's it. So every victory that he notches is not only a victory for New York City and New Yorkers, but a victory for the movement of democratic socialism. Okay? It proves that a more responsive politics is achievable. It proves that a politics that centers the working class is confidence in this movement. Okay? It emboldens this movement. It restores confidence in good governance. And it identifies good governance with democratic socialism. This is exactly what he was supposed to do, and he is doing it. Okay? It's fantastic.
Seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected.
What do you mean? Your criticisms are things he didn't campaign around. I mean, there are certain things he didn't openly say that he was campaigning around, like associating good governance with democratic socialism, but he's doing that because that's a part of a broader working class focused movement. Okay, that's number one. Number two. There are certain things he said he was going to do, like disbanding the SRG, keeping the head count for the NYPD the same. Those are promises that he made on the campaign trail that he hasn't followed through on. So, you know, those are still, I think, reasonable critiques to hold Zohran accountable on. But ultimately, inside HasanAbi stream, there are two wolves: positive support for SOCDEM governance, intense support for highly restrictive and authoritarian theory. How are you going to go from left bashing the lasered focus on SOCDEM governance? Because because unlike you and unlike many people, I understand where the American people are at. I understand that there is no vanguardism in this country because there's no Marxist-Leninism in this country, because there's no class consciousness in this country. Okay? That's it. Because I'm pragmatic. Okay? Because I'm fucking pragmatic. What differentiates that from Mussolini thought? That's awesome. From Mussolini thought, because it's objectively anti-fascist. Jesus Christ. You think Mussolini was basing his theory off of dialectical materialism? Or do you think that he was personally aggrieved by the existing Communist Party in the country? Okay? Intense authority with no worker input. What are you talking about? Are you saying Mussolini is a Marxist-Leninist? Is that the argument that you're trying to make? Is that literally the argument you're trying to make? What is this fucking argument? Why is it turning into misunderstanding theory Sunday? God damn, dude. Left comms fucking loop around back to any matter of authority is actually the same as fascism, existing fascism. Mussolini, known Communist Party member, of course. I mean, he was. By the way, he literally was. That is true. He was that. But that is before he became what he is known for, which is fascism, which is obviously has nothing to do and is directly antagonistic to communism.
Anywhere across this country for any position, what I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in.
Yeah, saying Mussolini was communist is like saying Van Jones is a Maoist third worldist. Obviously, theories evolve, right? People change. Opportunists exist of all different sorts. Fascism is the highest stage of opportunism.
And in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you.
Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves take the lead. And we've seen on Tuesday evening, we saw Democrats turn out in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now, the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law, to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well?
Dude, it's so funny to think that, I mean, I hope all the DSA cadres in the chat are aware of what's about to take place, because the next national convention is not only going to be featured on the HasanAbi broadcast, it's going to be featured on CNN, NBC, ABC, ZBS, CNN, Fox News. It's already being featured. But it is really funny to think that, like, last year was what? Like, I was there. Who else was really there? What major media outlet actually covered it? Like, imagine parsing through the decision-making process as to why a single solitary secular state was voted against at the DSA National Convention as it was done last year. It's so funny. You must be the smartest dumb guy I know. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. So, if I recall correctly, the DSA voted against that. And then a lot of the outsiders, a lot of the ultras were very mad about that. And but the decision for why they voted against it was because they said, look, this should be up to the Palestinians. We shouldn't be enforcing secularity on the Palestinians, which I think is whatever. It doesn't matter. We're fucking Americans. You know what I mean? Just like I understand where it's coming from. The only difference between you and Mussolini is that he reached the conclusion that pandering to reactionary populism. Okay. Theory is when worker councils. Oh my God. Theory is when worker councils are dissolved. Didn't say Mussolini was a communist though. Workers' democracy is literally an essential part of Marx and Lenin. The only difference between you and Mussolini is that he reached the conclusion that pandering to reactionary populism is a much easier way to come to power than mass electoral politics. Your New Deal ideation is the same politics as Italian fascism. Both FDR and Mussolini agreed on this. Oh my God. Chatters, I need you to live in 2026. In many ways, your assessment is not dissimilar to the people on the left that you oppose the most. Judging by this take, I suspect, I mean, actually, I don't know. You might be a ML, but judging by this take, this is no different than saying that the only way to achieve socialism is literally the exact same methods that were deployed by the Bolsheviks, okay, in 2026, trying to compare the material conditions of an agrarian peasant society like Tsarist Russia to 2026 industrially developed United States of America. Okay? It's pure. Name a book that disproves this law. Like, actually back up what you're saying other than trust me, bro. This is not, first of all, even the Leninist interpretation somewhat went against the Marxist assessment that was that industrialized nations with a labor force would probably be the real implementation of socialism, which demonstrably did not work. Okay? It didn't. The two most successful, internationally renowned communist revolutions took place in largely peasant societies. Okay? Agrarian USSR or Tsarist Russia and Mao in China. Okay? These were peasant-backed revolutions. I look back and yeah, the OSS lost at the National Convention. Yes, it did. one state solution that is secular lost at the National Convention. You have to rigorously interpret the current existing material conditions and apply theory to those current existing material conditions in a country that is at the heart of empire like the United States of America, a country that is at the heart of imperialism like the United States of America, that is the domineering force, the defender, the main defender of international capitalism, with a workforce that does not resemble the peasant force at all, with advanced industry that was so advanced that they moved beyond it. They moved to finance capitalism, which has now eviscerated what existed of like the industrial base of the industrial labor class, their industrial labor force, is going to have a dramatically different approach. Okay? This is uncharted waters. It's untested theories. We're all working through it right now. Do you understand? You either want to adopt a dogmatic approach. You either want to apply a dogmatic approach that you, or some people either want to apply a dogmatic approach to actual existing socialism that has worked, and then apply this one-size-fits-all mentality to a country that is dramatically different than any other country where socialism has ever been implemented or been tried or has been attempted. Okay? Or you have a pure idealistic framework that your pure idealistic framework that you're approaching this issue with has never even existed around the planet. The real socialism hasn't been tried mentality. Rather, the strategies that you want to employ are the ones that are equally as old as the ones you view as outdated, and thus risk screwing any attempt to build a larger movement and getting it subsumed into mainstream bourgeois politics. What do you suggest? Let's start there.
Well, the idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state side by side living in peace.
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel is a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And
good answer. This is perfectly within the confines of the liberal framework. A lot of people will say this is normalizing, he's a Zionist or whatever. It's not true. Okay? It's not. Israel as it currently exists is an ethno-state project, and that is completely antithetical to liberal humanitarian values. So it's good to utilize that framework because it's an inherent contradiction, okay? It's contradictory to everything that liberals have learned, everything that self-identifying liberals have learned about the world and about how the world should exist, okay? That's it. It's a great way to say it's an ethno-state. I don't think ethno-states should exist. No, it's a great answer. Would love if he leaned into New York City specific multiculturalism and how that's his vision for America, not ethno-supremacy. Yes, Marxism. I don't normally say this, but you are correct on this. And this is something that I think I should probably deploy as well more frequently, making that comparison between an ethno-state project in Israel under the banner of Judaism, falsely claiming that this is a goal, a project that all Jews support, is not dissimilar to our own version of ethnic supremacy that exists, that we have a dark history of championing at times, right? White supremacy. When someone comes out and says, we need Christian nationalism, America is a Christian nation state, everybody understands what that person is saying. Everybody understands that that is actually antithetical to the American values of building a robust, multicultural, diverse society, right? So why is it that we place Israel in its own special category? It's ridiculous.
And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in this city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in this city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to...
Zohran is employing a dog whistle. We recognize when others do that. I mean, even dog whistling in and of itself, I think, implies that like his ultimate moral position is wrong, right? And like you have to shelter, you have to hide your moral position. I don't think, I wouldn't, I know what you're saying. I mean, he is in some ways liberalizing his anti-Zionism, making it more palatable, right? Making it more palatable. That's what he's doing. Because he is definitely an anti-Zionist, as am I, but I think he is softening his approach, or rather making his approach more palatable to the way that liberals can understand. And I think it's good. He's doing a great job with this. I don't think dog whistle is a morally charged term. He's signaling to his base he means what he means while framing it in liberal terms that don't explicitly say no. An Israel with equal rights is not Israel as it currently exists. He's saying no without saying no when they ask him, does Israel have a right to exist? Ultimately, the morality behind his sentiment has not changed. Ultimately, the goal has not changed at all, right? It's a good thing to do. It's pushing the boundaries as much as an elected representative can. Because when you're an elected representative, obviously you have significant limitations in what you can and can't say. You can't be ridiculous. You can't be silly. You can't engage in like the agitative propaganda that I engage in, right? Agitprop of the sort that I deal with is very clearly looking at what is right at the edges of the confines of permissible speech and then hoping to expand it towards the left, right? Pulling by force liberals or self-identifying liberals into understanding the world from our perspective. And that is the reason why I do the thing where I say, like, you know, I'd vote for Hamas over Israel 1,000 times over. Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I'm a harm reduction voter. Things like that I say are they're not wrong, right? Like deliberately trying to get liberals to understand that between these two forces, like one side is closer to being on the righteous side than the other. A lot of liberals obviously have a significant hang up, right? They've never thought about like why Palestinians resist. They understand that Palestinians are being destroyed, dominated, killed, murdered, but anything that moves beyond the perfect victimhood narrative, they can't cope with. They can't deal with. They're like, what do you mean they're fighting back? That's unacceptable. So what's the alternative? That they should just, you know, quietly take it, quietly eat it, just be killed? Israel has been an aggressor since even before 1948, when Israel was invented, right? So the notion that people are not going to harbor resentment towards this initiative that is exterminating them, that's actually ethnically cleansing them by through militancy from their ancestral homelands. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. Of course, people are going to fight back. So the question I always try to get people to arrive at is like, okay, so you say free Palestine, you say you're for a free Palestine, but you don't like the people that are shepherding the current formation of the Palestinian resistance. You don't like the people that are in charge. Okay, so let's work through that. What are some of the reasons why you don't like them? You go, okay, October 7. I say, yes, October 7 had numerous atrocities and even war crimes. Having said that, however, do you feel like the evolution of the Palestinian resistance got there because these guys are barbaric, racist monsters or Jew haters in the way that it's been presented? Or do you think this is a consequence of 80 years of apartheid and occupation and ritualistic humiliation of the Palestinians, death and destruction, controlling their diet? You know, you can't put yourself in the shoes of the Palestinian population. Yeah, I agree, and I don't hear Zohran saying this. Yes, because he's an elected representative in New York City, and his primary purpose here is to govern and govern well, okay? And unfortunately, he's made a different calculation than someone like myself at this point, where he recognizes that if he fucking came out and said those things, then the conversation would no longer be about, you know, how there's the lowest murder rate that New York City has ever seen in its entire history. The conversation would be about how Zohran Mamdani is a Muslim communist radical who wants to do fucking 9/11s every day in New York City. There's always a give and take and a push and pull, okay? We all occupy different lanes. And a part of his goals as a movement leader is to not only govern well, but to show the rest of the country that he is governing well as a democratic socialist. And in order for him to show the rest of the country that he's governing well as a democratic socialist, he can't constantly get bogged down on distinctions between or on bastardizations of his message. And they would absolutely fucking aggressively prosecute him in the same way that they are me if he were to turn around and be like, the Palestinian resistance is a legal right to resist against Israeli occupation. I think there will come a time. I think that eventually there will come a time where everyone will have been against this, right? Where everyone will say, yes, there were atrocities that took place in the hands of the Palestinian resistance, but this was a direct byproduct of 80 years or, 90 years of occupation. Whenever people inevitably arrive at this conclusion, they will. But I'm not going to say that, he's doing a bad job overall, because I do understand where he's coming from. Even if this attitude actually sometimes puts him at odds with what I'm doing.
Constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been purveyed in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his? You have a problem with, the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressmember Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done it.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you. I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
In a few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural-born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution? It would take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No.
No?
I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City, but thank you for reminding me of my upcoming 35 mortality.
Years old. 35 years old. All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Real pleasure.
Hasan, the corporate Democrats are planning on fighting DSA and corporations will help them. How do we win in the situation? Great question. So I talked about this yesterday a little bit, but corporate Democrats have never stopped fighting against their left flank, whether it takes the shape of the Democratic Socialists of America or whether it be its affiliates, whether it be the Bernie-crats. They've always done this, right? And right now we're winning. It's not like they stopped fighting. It's not like they were like, welcome to the fold, welcome to the party. They've never stopped doing this, right? And my attitude is that is exactly why they lost. So it's important for us to explain that to them, right? Here come the 4 months of centrists attacking the left with far greater existential fury than they ever aimed at Trump because they prefer Trump and helped him win, says Eli Valley. Centrist Democrats rebuke party's left wing. We are capitalists, not socialist. And to them, I say, bring it on. This is what they've been doing. This is exactly what led to the demise of the Democratic Party. This is what led to Donald Trump getting elected twice, not one, but twice. Okay? I said it's ironic that this pivot to the center is what caused the Democrats to lose to an incompetent fascist twice. And now there are far more Democratic socialist electoral victories because voters recognize the failure of moderates. So they have one speed. It's like that pigeon trying to do stand-up. You know the meme I'm talking about where they're like, come on, tell us another joke. And he just like flips through the jokes and it's always pivot to the center, attack the left. That's what it is. That's precisely what it is. It's a crow. That's a raven. Okay, whatever. It's not a pigeon, but you get the point. You get the point I'm making, right? And there are clearly moneyed interests at play here that can muddy the waters, but you have to be able to out-organize it. You have to be able to out-organize these people. And we can. And we have, right? We have. With Daria Liza, that was a great example. With Claire, that was another great example. And I hope that Melak Kuros will be another victory for the socialist movement in this country. AOC was talking about this earlier, and I think she was 100% right when she said that the center of the party has no affirmative vision to provide. The only people who are saying that they will do and not what they won't do are the Democratic Socialists. Yes.
Please.
Here's AOC speaking this morning on iHeartRadio, and then we'll see the response to that.
They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this website, they can't answer the same question that you just asked me, Santita. There's no, okay, fine. If you're against them, that's okay, but what do you believe? And that, I think, is the core of the weaknesses from that wing in this moment. There's no affirmative vision really coming from most places in the Democratic Party, with the exception of democratic socialism. They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this web.
Yeah. They have no vision in the affirmative. All they have is reactionary attitudes. And this Promise to America account that I found out recently is not even run, I don't even know if it's officially affiliated with the Promise to America. This new centrism coalition that just got implemented, one of a million. Okay, whether it be the Abundis, whether it be the the Problem Solvers Caucus, they've created a new one, right? Oh my God. So the Promise to America, the vision for America, is mostly just a vision for Israel. Let's be real, but they respond with, "Hi, AOC, our Promise to America isn't just about rejecting socialism; it's a vision for the future. Our principles say it best. We believe in an economy that works for everyone, not just those already at the top. We believe in secure borders and safe communities. We want a government that works to solve problems. We want a politics of persuasion, and most of all, it's just vague platitudes. The beauty of this kind of messaging is it literally is one size fits all. You could be a Republican and say this. As a matter of fact, Republicans do say this. Okay, Republicans say this all the time. This is exactly the same thing that they say. Do you understand? Not comprehend that this goes beyond a simple branding issue, that you haven't branded centrism well enough. True centrism hasn't been tried, they say. Okay, some of them are ideological zealots. Many of them are paid to be ideological zealots because they're mercenaries, right? Because there is no guiding principle of centrism out there. It's not a real thing, unless you're Lex Friedman, who is the one true centrist. Okay, but they have no vision in the affirmative. Socialists do. They have a place that they want to move this country towards. They have an idea of what a functioning society looks like, and they want to implement it. Meanwhile, liberals are constantly forced to respond to those changes because they're in the center and they are utterly devoid of some kind of vision in the affirmative. So what they end up doing is, if it's Trump that's moving the country to the right, they say, oh, we oppose Trumpism. We want moderate solutions to mass deportations. If it's socialists moving the country to the left for the first time in a long time, they say, oh, we oppose that. We oppose amnesty initiatives. We want moderate deportations, a modest amount of deportations. That's it. Yeah. 45 years old, the Promise to America, D. New York, 45 years old but young at heart, the king of Zing, loves to say, while DSA's up to some monkey business, I'm over here standing on business, and other really awesome, useful shit. And the problem for centrism right now is that if they're stuck between democratic socialism to their left and Trumpism to their right, and they choose to attack the democratic socialism of their left, Because if they simply just attack MAGA Trumpism on the right, then it looks like they're aligned with the democratic socialism of the left. So they have to differentiate themselves, right? And if they have to differentiate themselves from the democratic socialism, they look like they are right-wing reactionaries. And to be fair, they are right-wing reactionaries in this moment. And that's it. And that is very unappealing. That's unbelievably unappealing to the Democratic base of support, to the voters, to the even independents that want these changes to take place, that want these changes to be implemented. Meanwhile, here's Donald Trump. Communism is the greatest threat to our country since World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. President Donald J. Trump. That's my goat right there.
So joining us now to discuss are the two co-chairs of the Democratic Social.
AOC response to centrist telling so.
Democrats tell you to get out of the party. What say you? Because you're a Democrat.
You can't tell them to get out and then in a presidential cycle, tell them that they have an obligation to vote for you. We're either a team or we're not. And at the end of the day, we all need each other, to our chagrin and to our disagreement and to our, great inconvenience. All of us have to accept the reality that we need each other, whether we like it or not. And you can't tell people to leave when you need them. At the end of the day, and guess what? Look at the point that we're at right now. Hopefully in November, we're going to be winning. Democrats are going to be winning a majority that is healthy and sizable. But if you look at this present moment, the House majority, both last cycle and this cycle, was a difference of 4 to 5 seats. Okay? There are now going to be 4 to 5 Democratic socialists serving in the next term. So if you tell us to go, that we can't associate with the Democratic Party, all of a sudden, that's your majority right there. Mm-hmm. So whether we like it or not, we need one another. We shouldn't be talking about going our separate ways because we can't survive without a majority, and that goes in both directions. We're going to have to figure it out, frankly. That I think is the first piece of it. And secondly, I think, when I first arrived to the House, it was, This is
AOC speaking on an iHeartRadio show with Santita Jackson.
I was met with a tremendously hostile environment. And it was obviously very clear that we were not welcome there. And they wanted to make us all, they want to make me a one-term congresswoman. They wanted to make many others, I think, a one-term congresswoman, whether that's Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, or whomever. But I think that, the attitude that I have taken to this over time is that on our end, when this hostility comes towards us, we can respond with hostility in kind. We can respond with defensiveness. But I think what I have learned over time is that I just have responded with, okay, watch us work. Watch us work. And we'll go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 12. And people can go crying and be upset, but we'll just keep growing. And
the thing is, if the Democrats, right-wing Democrats, centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats, didn't lie every 4 years, like they were on board with workers' rights, a bold agenda that moves the needle in the appropriate direction for Medicare for all, for example. If they didn't actually take on that shine of the policies being advanced by democratic socialists, which on its face, at least for the time being, is social democracy, let's be real, okay, then so many voters would not have an appetite for this. So many Democratic Party voters who go, wait a minute, what do you mean free college? We don't want that. I'm a Democrat. I hate that, right? The problem is they have lied for years and years and made it seem as though this is what they want. But when they're governing, they govern differently. So now There are people who are invested in advancing this agenda, and now they're winning.
Socialist of America's New York City chapter, Gustavo Gordillo and Grace Mauser. Thank you so much for being here. So let's start first, major wins this week for the organization. I want to start with the interview you actually recently did, Gustavo, and you said that after the DSA endorsed then candidate Zohran Mamdani in October 2024, DSA membership has more than doubled, growing from 5,900 members to 14,000 members. Did your organization see membership grow again after this most recent primary?
Yes, actually, national members pretty much overnight. And in New York City, we're very close to 15,000. We think we'll hit that probably this weekend. So, we've had hundreds of new people who are energized by these races. I think these big wins act as moments of political awakening. That was my experience when I first got involved in a race, which was actually Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's campaign, and just seeing that as an ordinary person, you can actually have an impact in the political system, I think is really transformative.
So 7 of the 8 candidates the DSA endorsed won their primary races this week. Some of these candidates upseated long-term incumbents like Congressman Adriano Espaillat. And some of the concern I've heard is about unseating incumbents that have some sort of level of power. Like Espaillat, he did chair the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I guess why target members that maybe are in leadership positions?
Quickly, it was actually 9 out of 10 races, so slightly better odds. Yes. But the reason we chose to run in the races we did is because we look at data of past voting history. We look at where members are. We look at where progressive and socialist voters are. But we also think about, are the incumbents that we're running against fighters? They will say out of one side of their mouth that they're running on their record, but out of the other side of their mouth, they'll say that they can't deliver certain things. They can't deliver health care. They can't deliver protections for immigrant communities because their hands are tied. Both can't be true, right? You either are delivering or you're not. And for us, they aren't. And it's because they're not organizing in office, they're not fighting hard enough in office, and they're not sticking to their promises. So we want to replace them with people who maybe on paper have some similar ideas, but are actually going to stick to those ideas, take it a step further, and not only empower themselves in office, but empower their communities and build organizations outside of the halls of power.
It often seems like, though, that the DSA tends to target Democrats maybe a little bit more than Republicans. Are there any seats that you guys are looking to flip here when it comes to Republicans?
In the past, we haven't really run in Republican-held districts. I think it's something that we should look at in the future because ultimately we are aligned with the broader Democratic Party that we need to be fighting the Trump agenda. We want, we ran these campaigns on specifically fighting the deportation machine, abolishing ICE, combating, the wars that Trump is getting the country involved in, fighting funding for Israel. So, these are all broadly defensive fights against the far right. So I do think it's something we have to look at in the future, but so far we've mostly focused on Democratic primaries.
Now, there was one DSA candidate that lost on primary night, the 9 out of the 10, the 1 of the 10, Conrad Blackburn, who is challenging incumbent state assemblyman Jordan Wright. But there could still be, I think, as many as 16 Democratic Socialists in the state legislature next year. And Grace, I read an interview you recently did as well, talking about how you had a conversation and the DSA had a conversation with Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie about some of the concerns challenging incumbents. Explain more about that conversation.
Yeah, it, I think, was a very productive conversation. We were meeting with him to discuss our Tax the Rich campaign, in which I think Speaker Hastie was mostly on our side and wanted to make sure that New York City wasn't in a deficit, and also is interested, I think, in the short term and medium term in raising taxes. But Speaker Hastie is also very protective of members of his caucus, which makes a lot of sense, and asks that we stop challenging incumbents, which is not something we can do. That's really a core piece of our strategy on how we grow. We can't just sit around and wait for open seats and run for those, although we've certainly had some success, including this year, doing that. but we have to challenge incumbents. We know we'll have the opportunity to do that every 2 years. And it sends a stronger signal when you take out an incumbent versus winning an open seat. So there's a lot of reasons we have to do that, and we always strive to be honest about our strategy and our dealings, and we were honest with the speaker as well.
Do you think having more Democratic Socialists in the state legislature, do you think that Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, should he continue to be Assembly Speaker?
In the past, our electeds have voted for him, and I think we saw him be an ally in the fight to tax the rich. And I think that we want him to continue to fight to tax the rich and to support an economic agenda for the working class. So I think, there's a lot that he can do to earn their votes again.
One of the things I also read that the DSA was sort of putting Governor Hochul on notice as well, saying that this is a sign maybe that she should maybe bend a little bit more next year when it comes to Mamdani's priorities, like taxing the rich. Is this one of the reasons why you guys wanted to increase the number of DSA members in the state legislature?
Absolutely. I mean, the governor, over the course of the winter and spring, bragged that she was not susceptible to voter input or the desires of her constituents, which I think she interpreted, or she was trying to project strength. To me, it read more as petulance and like a willful obstinance of against New Yorkers and what New Yorkers were demanding. And I think the Tuesday results show strongly that if she doesn't come around, if she doesn't start playing ball with the New Yorkers, socialists, progressives, a broad coalition of people who are demanding.
This is an interesting predicament because for Kathy Hochul, she will be under attack for any cooperation with the DSA by moderate and right-wing forces. So she's in a dire situation now that this momentum is growing, especially in her state. So she also needs to get off the fence. She has to lean into the growing momentum that DSA represents in her own state, or else she's cooked. And she might be cooked regardless.
That the rich be taxed in order to fund a state and government that works for working class people, then she may not be long for the office.
Now,
I don't understand Hochul's approach from a political perspective. Taxing the rich is popular even among independents and some Republicans. She thinks this will hurt her in the governor's race, but I just don't see that happening. What do you mean? It's because she's beholden to those very same corporate interests. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. She has to serve the actual masters here. That's the only reason why she's not fucking into this populist messaging. Yeah, it's not the real base. Elections at that level are not won by actual voters. It's won because people don't want to vote for the Republican. And in the absence of real alternatives, right? Because she doesn't have any, it's over for her. I mean, it's not like the state is not going to vote for a Republican. She knows that. So she's trying to manage these two different coalitions. Voters on the one hand, which she obviously cares about, but not that much because it's a lock. It's a guarantee after the primary. And the coalition of business owners and corporate interests that will actively undermine her if she doesn't lean into their needs.
I guess when people have been watching the rise of democratic socialism, I think people like you two have been seeing this rise go on for the past few years. But for some people, I think this really started appearing in their minds when Mayor Mamdani was elected. So I guess hearing from you guys in just a few sentences, which I know is always hard, but help explain what democratic socialism is and what the mission is here in New York City.
Sure. At the core of it, we think that we have democracy at the ballot box where people go to vote, every year, every 4 years. But that democracy doesn't always extend into the economy, into people's daily lives, into the workplace where, bosses have control over the most important decisions of our lives as workers, and we want to put power in the hands of workers, and we want to do that through fighting for transformative reforms, like building affordable housing, making housing a human right, Medicare for all. We think that the far right, the neoliberals, have created an idea that the government can only be an imposition, and we think that collecting our resources actually can be a tool that the government can improve people's lives. I think that the mayoral administration has really been demonstrating that these past 6 months.
Some have accused the DSA of what's known as a dirty break strategy, using the Democratic Party ballot line to advance socialist candidates with the ultimate goal of building up enough infrastructure to break away from the Democratic Party eventually. Is that how you both see this mission?
I think we are playing the game with the rules that have been set out. We have a primary system. We're running in those primary systems. Voters are reflecting their preferences in the election system that we didn't design. It was given to us. So people who claim that we're playing unfair, I think, are just being sore losers, honestly. They're saying...
Got him. Yeah. I think one thing that's lost here, one message that gets kind of lost in translation here, is that a lot of these right-wing Democrats in positions of power, these right-wing electeds, they're actually mad at the base, right? They're mad at the base. They're mad at democracy. They're mad at their own voters. But they can't run around and be like, my fucking voters are these pie-in-the-sky ideas, like this high-minded idealism. How dare they go and vote for these democratic socialists? You know, how dare they not vote for us? We're the moderates. We're the reasonable party here. What the hell's wrong with you? Why don't you want to love a pro-corporate agenda that places the interests of corporations over your interests? They can't say that, so they try to punish the leaders, the elected representatives, the outspoken media figures of this movement. That's it. I've seen this with the whole disciplining operation around Israel, right? Like they recognize that the overwhelming majority of their voters actually don't fuck with Israel anymore, but they can't openly say that. So they have to just yell at people who are outspoken critics of the state and consistently lie about them and manufacture outrage about them to engage in this disciplining operation, to punish someone, anyone, with the hopes that others will shy away, from critiquing Israel. It's just one example. Centrist Democrats who've done nothing but vote scold, belittle, and condescend, and refuse to stop backing genocide. I need you to find an army of highly motivated young volunteers who will door knock for capitalism and Israel's right to snuff out children in tents. Brilliant idea, Van, says Adam Johnson. Here is my goat.
In 1960, the students can do that in 1970. Now, if students can do that in 1960, the students can do that in 1970, the students can do that in 1985 and 86, in 1993, when we have the United States government building a death camp, a concentration camp for black people who have done nothing wrong but get sick and want justice. That's all they've done wrong. If we can't close that death camp, if this generation cannot prevent another Japanese American internment in our lifetime, we should all get haircuts and go get regular jobs and give it up.
You know what he did? Exactly that. He literally got a haircut and got a job. It's ironic that he was just calling out his next shot. Anyway, Ta-Nehisi Coates speaks on Daria Lisa and James Carville's unbelievably racist approach to Daria Lisa. Let's take a look.
Congressional Democrats should seat her as a member of the Democratic Party. You can't kick her out of Congress.
Is there a better video clip of this? This is crazy.
Voted, but she doesn't have to be in a Democratic caucus. I don't have anything in common with her, Miss Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in. Your reaction to that?
There's got to be a better clip of Iman's stream. No, I'm pretty sure there is actually. Hold on, I think I have it here somewhere. Yep, there it
for
is.
Israel and American foreign policy towards Israel. Let me play for you what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say and get your thoughts to it about the candidates here in New York City. Take a listen.
Democratic caucus. And I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
Your reaction to that, Ta-Nehisi?
Oh, wow. You do this to me every time I come on an interview. Like something that leaves me completely speechless. Because look, the problem with that is, like, look, whatever you think of future Congresswoman Chevalier, she represents actual voters. Okay, she represents actual voters. And what James Carville is saying is that those voters should be disenfranchised. That he is so disgusted with whatever opinion she has that those voters should be disenfranchised. And I don't get it, man. I don't like, you know, that is a district filled with black and brown people. They made their choice and he just doesn't respect it. You know what I mean? Which to me says, you know, not so much, you know, it's not so much a statement on Palestinians. It's not so much a statement on Israelis. It's not so much a statement on, you know, anything that future Congresswoman Chevalier has said. It's a statement on how he feels about black and brown people. And the fact that they are useful to him when they vote the way that he agrees with.
Cooked.
When they don't, kick them out the party. They don't deserve representation. I'm trying not to say for life. It's not good. It's not good, Eamon. It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good for democracy. Let me, if I can, maybe close out by asking you to kind
Ta-Nehisi cooks, get it
give
right.
us a gut check whether this is more than just a vibe
He does.
check,
He
right?
coats,
I think there
but he doesn't sugarcoat. He cooks.
would be some critics who will say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, not that the central thesis of why Kamala Harris lost the campaign was because about Gaza, but Gaza was certainly a factor in the reason why she lost. What would you say to critics who say it was actually about inflation, it was about economics, it was about a lot of other things? Gaza was not something that pollsters came up with, pundits thought was an issue, and it might not be an issue going forward, that the party's fixation on this right now, as some Democrats are warning, is misguided.
I can't really tell you that that's why she lost. You know, I don't have, you know, that data. I don't have those sorts of numbers. But I mean, to me, look, I know the headline was what the headline was, but I was less interested in that than asking the question of whether, in fact, someone who would not have been in that.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, not a numbers guy. Okay, he said, "I'm not numbers guy. You got Patrick Bet David for that. You can ask him about the number. I know you really like the number. I'm not a numbers guy."
Place if it was not for the Black freedom struggle. And I think this is actually not just true of Kamala Harris anymore, but in true of the Democratic Party itself, that it owes its very present existence to the Black freedom struggle. Is it actually honoring the core morality and principles of that struggle? And are we settling for an interpretation that says human rights, civil rights for certain people and screw everybody else? Or was this supposed to be about something bigger? Was it, you know, did human actually mean human? You know, and my argument is, in the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, in the words of Coretta Scott King, in the words of W.E.B. Du Bois, in the words of Martin Luther King, it was always supposed to be bigger. You know, if this is just interest group politics, I mean, I don't know what that is. Then I don't have a place in that party, and I don't have a place in that coalition myself.
Yeah, he's so good, man. HasanAbi mogged by PD JD Pon John, speaks Chinese, marries Iranian, apologizes for the existence of Taiwan, a true soldier of the axis of resistance. John Cena with his Iranian wife visiting Iran's Shiraz was not on my bingo card. It was on mine. This is who he has always been. Okay? It's John Cena, not John Zena. Okay? Get it right. John Cena, more like John China, more like People's Republic of China. Okay? Shishie, Lao Ben. What? Answer me. What happened to that fashion photo shoot you did? Did it ever come out? Was it a famous fashion magazine? Answer me. Answer me. Yes, it was Dazed Middle East. Dazed MENA. Centrist Dems are rolling over in the first year is why there's so much voter apathy? Yes. What is... Hey, Ken Paxton, that's not your wife? Yo, can a chopped unk score a little side? Why'd you shop doing it? It's my favorite thing to do. That's why I did it. Can a chopped huzz get a little bit of huzz on the side. You know what I mean? Let him riz, bro. He's ugly as sin. Let him riz. Hard to think of a worse message for Dems right now than this bag of bones preening for his legacy by projecting a diluted fantasy discourse on a public opinion. I don't want to even get into that. Ben Jordan gave you a shout out for you defending his name last August. I sent his vid against being pro-Israel. Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
Oh, the only way socialism could win is
genuinely, what was the controversy with your dog, bro? People hallucinated an alternative reality where I'm abusing my dog that I love more than most human beings. That's it. And it was all the rage for the longest time. And nowadays, most people don't give a shit one way or another. But there are still right-wing weirdos who will come in here to be like, you're a dog abuser. You're shocking your dog. It doesn't really matter. It's utterly irrelevant. Sure, yeah, I love shocking my dog. See? There it is.
they're cheating. But we're not cheating. We're playing the game exactly as it was laid out to us. And frankly, in a lot of ways, the rules are unfair. The democratic system is not really that democratic. There's a lot of critiques I have, but we're doing what they have asked us to do. But then when we win, they say, oh, no, not like that. So really, I think they're being a bit of a sore loser when they say things like that.
So do you feel like the Democratic Socialists are never going to break off from the Democratic Party? They're always going to be maybe part of this bigger tent?
Yeah, it's hard to say what will happen for sure. You know, there's always a possibility that we are kicked out at some point, given how some of the rhetoric has been. There is a possibility where maybe if the democratic system is reformed and we have more parties like countries in Europe or Latin America, there might be room for that. But as it is right now, we know that the way to build power for our goals is to run as Democrats, or sometimes maybe even as independents, depending on where in the country we're looking, and to work with the people who are interested in achieving the same goals as us. Frequently, those are Democrats, not always, but we're working within the system we have now to get as far as we can.
Now, at one of the primary watch parties, there were chants when House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries came on TV screens.
Oh, God, they love the optics. Can you invite, this person is the #1 Dean Withers fan, by the way. Can you invite Dean on the stream and talk about Jubilee and also make him a socialist? Can you invite Dean Withers on stream to talk about Jubilee and also make him join the DSA? Can you invite Dean Withers on stream to talk about Jubilee and also make him a socialist? Sure. I will do it. I will invite Dean Withers on stream and make him a socialist for you, chatter. Okay?
We're next. And Gustavo, I think you posted on social media saying that Councilman Chiase would have beaten Jeffries. Now, I know he didn't run against Jeffries this year. Do you guys plan to run a candidate against Jeffries in 2 years?
Well, the thing about 2028 is that I think it's pretty likely that the congressional districts in New York will be redrawn. And so it's really difficult to strategize.
Yeah, not if Hakeem has anything to say about that. I don't. So here's the thing, okay? This is a huge, huge deal. Rewriting the New York congressional districts, redrawing the New York congressional districts is an absolute necessity, in my opinion. Okay, there are a lot of what is it called? Like opportunity districts, right? That's what it's called, like black opportunity districts that need to, in my opinion, get chopped around so that we can draw up more numbers for Congress. Okay? We can draw up more numbers. There are a lot of comfortable districts. And the thing is, a lot of the establishment Democrats that sit on those districts don't want those districts to be redrawn because they like the safe districts that they're in, and they've been sitting on those safe districts for decades. Okay? So, unfortunately, while there is a lot of opportunity here to cut these districts into numerous safe blue districts, there's going to be a lot of resistance from congressional Democrats that don't want their districts to be chopped down at all. Yeah, right now New York is 19D, 7R. We could get down to 3 Republicans with little effort and 1 to 2 Republicans with some work. The people that are standing in opposition to that, unfortunately, are those who sit in comfortable blue districts, though, and they don't want their districts to lower their margin of victory. They also probably are worried about DSA candidates coming in and taking them out. It's not like those districts wouldn't be safe. Yeah, exactly. Safe. It would go from 80-20 to like 65-35, but they're more so worried, I think, about like what these new districts would look like as far as because look, let's be real, okay? A lot of those districts are super safe districts because of the population density of black voters, okay? That's why they're black opportunity districts, right? And moving black voters from one district to the next with this redistricting scheme would make more Democratic districts, right? But that would also threaten establishment Democrats that sit on these districts, especially because if there are less black opportunity districts, for example, they'll make the argument that these districts will be less safe and that Republicans could potentially win, which is bullshit. Obviously, that's not the case. But they could technically lose to Democratic Socialists. And if your job relies on the machine that you've built there, yeah, exactly. They've built their machines there, chopping it up, leaves them with a broken machine and leaves them vulnerable to primaries. It levels the playing field. So it's really good for us, and it's really good for the broader Democratic Party in its efforts to fight back against the Republican redistricting initiatives. It would literally end up giving black people more opportunities, right? It would literally end up giving more black voter participation, right? But the problem is a lot of the establishment Democrats are, as far as I understand, very shy about this, right? They don't want to do it because it threatens their comfortable seats. So who knows what will happen?
That far in advance, not knowing really what the districts are going to look like. But what I'll say about the leaders of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, is that I'm not sure that they're as in touch with the voters of that they represent.
Yeah, there's no mystery. There is no mystery. What is the mystery of Dem authorities and operatives not wanting to lose power, post and influence of the DSA in this case? The Dem and DSA ideology is secondary to their calculations. They just want to hold on to their positions. Exactly. It's the same reason why so many centrist Democrats are fucking chirping, like consultants are chirping on the timeline about the growth of DSA and how bad it is. Oh my God, this guy's losing his fucking mind. Look at this. Fox News is melting down, saying this is a national crisis. Anyway, speaking of the national crisis, I will now have a guest on. Okay. He's running for Congress. He's a DSA cadre candidate running for Congress. I don't know if he's here yet, though. Hold on. Is he here? Oh, all right, perfect.
What's going on? What up, chat? What up, chat?
Hold on. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
Oh, you perfect. All right.
All right. What an opportune time to have you here. I'm glad you've made it all the way out to liberal California.
It just feels like home.
Yeah, it's exciting times.
Yeah, man.
It's exciting times to be a DSA guy running for office. Not so exciting if you're an establishment Democrat.
Expect us. Expect us.
Yeah, and it's great to have you in person here, and maybe even in your district eventually. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me pull up the. Let me do the intro and whatnot real quick. Where is it? Okay. Hold on. Okay, don't look, because these are my notes.
I'm not looking at a thing. I don't know nothing.
Okay, these are my notes.
I'm just overlooking. This is, by the way, thank you so much. This is the hospitality. Just pulling back the curtain. Just top notch. Which camera? Top notch. Just truly incredible.
That's
this
the
one.
Yeah,
tell you what. Just got a Star Wars gift out of this. So
I know. You leaked it. That was we were
Oh, you're
supposed
gonna
to. Hannah it up. She should have hidden that, and then we do that later in
I
the
messed it up. I jumped
later
on
in
that.
the stream. But yeah, Hartzell Gray, everybody. Democratic Socialist running for U.S. Congress in Missouri 4, Kansas City. It's a R+10 district. You're a former soccer commentator, and I say former because there's some drama with your potential previous employment, allegedly fired for supporting Palestine, your radio host, and your opponent is Jordan Herrera. The primary date is August 4th, 2026. Campaign website is hartzell4congress.com. You got endorsements that you've lined up from Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, Kansas City DSA, and also Track APAC. You're an activist, you're a community organizer, you're a radio host running for Congress in this newly redrawn seat, this newly redrawn district that stretches from a slice of downtown KC to the suburbs of Jackson County, all the way out through farm country across west central Missouri. You're the descendant of a sharecropper who picked cotton in Arkansas before finding refuge in Kansas City. We'll talk about that history as well. You had a career as a popular commentator for the city's soccer team before the billionaire owner pushed for your dismissal due to your vocal support of Palestine and also anti-billionaire sentiment. For those of you tuning in, Hartzell takes no corporate PAC money, supports Medicare for all, public and social housing, supports stronger unions, is an anti-war foreign policy that includes ending U.S. funding to Israel, overturning Citizens United. I'll be asking you a lot about that as well. You've, like I said, earned the endorsement of KCDSA.
Shout out KCDSA.
Yeah. And you're in a really interesting district because there is a real opportunity here to potentially make the case to the voters that the working class is hungry for someone willing to talk plainly about healthcare, money in politics, and endless war, even in a Republican seat. So yeah, let's get started.
Yeah,
like
man.
I said, thank you for coming on. You spent 9 years as the voice of Sporting Kansas City. You hosted NPR. You've hosted NPR radio. Your great grandmother picked cotton as a sharecropper in Arkansas. Your main opponent in this primary, Jordan Herrera, is a former assistant attorney general who worked under Missouri's hard right Republican attorney general. What does a candidate who got fired for his politics and called soccer matches for a living understand about the plight of working people in this district that a guy who lawyer general fundamentally does not?
Listen, every time I walk into a stadium, the first folks I talk to, it's always the stadium grounds crew, right? Because those are the homies. Like, those are the ones, not only they know they got the keys, but also like they give a damn about who you are. I see those folks every single game, right? And what I know also is that they can't say a damn thing about how they feel about their work conditions, right? I was commentating and emceeing during the worst of COVID, right? None of our folks got a chance to say that I can't go into work. They got bills to pay, right? And so part of this campaign is knowing that we should all be free and fed, right? We all deserve it all. And so the opportunity to bring a working class voice to amplify, right? I'm not asking anybody to vote for me, to do a thing for them. I'm asking humbly if I'm allowed to walk with you as we do a thing together, right? This is not a campaign that's an intellectual exercise. This is not a resume boost. This is the urgency of now that MLK talks about, right? This is Frederick Douglass saying we need the fire, we need the earthquake, we need the whirlwind. And our folks, this is the show me state. And these clowns, these Republicans, these sellout Democrats, they have shown their asses. And so now it's time for us to come after theirs. And that's exactly what we are doing. Listen, I'm not going to talk shade on anybody in this race because this ain't anybody anti. It's pro policy. It's pro people. It's pro a movement.
Okay, you got to give it a little shade, though.
Let me tee it up. Come on, let me tee it up a little bit. I'm building that crescendo because, listen, what I also know is that I have the moral clarity that when I say we need healthcare for all, universal healthcare, I'm not then in the same sentence going to then demean or quote unquote call our working class folks meth heads, which is what Jordan Herrera did. He was talking about affordable beachfront property in the Lake of the Ozarks. Affordable for who? You know, his laugh line with this podcast he was on was shitting on working folks who are struggling with addiction. I myself am a suicide survivor, right? Saved my life. I wouldn't be here. But I was still done a disservice. I should never have had to been to that point, right? Yeah. My mom was done a disservice because she had to pay for that. You know, my dad was done a disservice because he had to pick up my dog, right? Like, we are all being shafted. And to have someone who would claim to represent some of those same ideals about how we all deserve universal coverage, but then demean folks who need it the most. Like, I'm disgusted by it. So you're talking about what makes me different from my nearest opponent. On top of the moral clarity and the policy, we talk about expanding our tents. Well, like, what is that? What does that mean? So we get folks in this tent, and what do we tell them? I got a beard now, and we threw some trans kids under the bus. Like, that's not expanding the tent. That's actually nonsense. And so we are coming to Congress with a movement. Deb said, I don't come from a movement. I come with a movement. I alone am nothing. Together, we are everything. And so, like, this lived experience as an organizer on the ground with tenants, with climate activists, with just working folks, from doulas to you insert folks who are trying to turn our pain into policy. I am unapologetically on the side of working people, not on the side of a resume builder, on the side of building power. We have outraised our nearest opponent 6-1. We are not swayed in data centers. We are staunchly opposed to that, unlike perhaps my closest opponent. Again, we have a moment that we're going to make a movement. We can do something transformational. And if we're not rooted in working folks, then what are we doing it for? Yeah.
We'll get back to like the logistical support that you are not being offered in this race, because I do think this is a place to make a lot of impact, given it's given that it is a somewhat of a blue wave year, and this is a district that's R+10.
Was R40.
And yeah, exactly. It's a district that has dramatically shifted. And from what I've seen from the voters that speak about their personal plights in deep Republican districts, things that they constantly talk about is the affordability crisis getting worse. Some of them are even frustrated with Trump's actions, claiming that he was going to be a peace president. And then obviously not following through on that promise. But overwhelmingly, the thing that they talk about are these goddamn data centers. These goddamn AI data centers that are popping up left and right everywhere. They're like, this is unacceptable. I mean, this is a universally despised policy position, and yet people are still shamelessly in support of it. So do you feel like there's a real opportunity here to stress the importance that those who put the interests of corporations over the interests of the masses could actually win over even Republican votes and enough independent votes as well, that they can actually win a Republican district?
Yeah, we're seeing it. I mean, one of the things that was most fascinating for me was we were talking about the genocide, talking about Israel's genocide. And one of the things that was just so illuminating was we got folks who voted for Trump 3 times. They got the hat, they got the shirt. Would love to vote for him for another 3 times, which I think is like their plan or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But what they are saying, they won't say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what this man did tell me was that Mark Alford, the Republican incumbent, sold us down the river to Israel.
Yeah, good are bad boyers. Like they think, Trump is infallible, but people around him are actually making him
these evangelicals, right?
Yeah,
so like
take
Trump,
the wrong decisions.
They understand that Trump is a quote unquote imperfect vessel, right?
Yeah.
So it's on Alfred to quell those worst angels. He's not doing it. Our folks are just getting shit on right now, demolished between the tariffs, between the cost of everything. And like you said, too, this idea of America first, like it is an actual crisis of conscience right now.
Yeah.
An actual recalibration of what that actually means. And we can actually do that in a leftist socialist perspective that is not xenophobic. It is actually just rooted in investing in working folks instead
and
of
also
sending
in
bombs
Christian
for
values.
babies.
Christian values, like love thy neighbor, right? I mean, that is like at the heart of this movement.
Yep. Love and
at the end of the
liberation.
day.
That's what this is.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about your district. So in 2025, Donald Trump got on Truth Social and personally ordered Missouri Republicans to redraw the congressional map in the middle of the decade. They obliged, cracking Kansas City 3 ways along Troost Avenue, the literal historic dividing line of the city. Emmanuel Cleaver's safe blue seat got flipped from a D+23 baseline to R+17. In your own district, the new 4th was redrawn into the deal. Can you explain to the viewers what was actually done to Kansas City here and why you decided to run in this gerrymandered district anyway? And also, I do want to ask you about Hakeem Jeffries as well.
Yeah, so when we initially announced our race, we were running in the 5th against Congressman Cleaver. Again, a 20-year AIPAC-backed, Congressional Black Caucus, and you were talking about that just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
It was a race that was not meant for messaging. We were playing to win the game.
Yeah.
But we also know that we have to win the hearts and minds, right? And we were going to do that. We still can do that, I think. But they decided to split Kansas City into 3, like you said. And it's the historic truce divide, just redlining. The epicenter is in Kansas City, Missouri. The J.C. Nichols family, which my grandfather is actually one of the first Black folks allowed on the plaza. So this historic, very bougie, upscale plaza area. You know, J.C. Nichols, it's one of those things with our family. We know the history of the redlining and all that. But, my grandfather and my grandmother tin bar for them, and so it's just the continuation of this history that is still so prevalent today. And so, yeah, like this, it was almost too on the nose. Like this was a map, unconstitutional, completely illegal, but they took dear leaders' messaging and they brought it back the next day and it was signed within a week, right? And so what we have an opportunity in this assault, and that the 4th district that was primarily rural, just about all of it, now has downtown Kansas City. We've got the suburbs. We've also got, like I said, rural America. So we have an opportunity. Urban America, it is just making sure we phone bank, we canvas. It's all relational, right? In the suburbs, we harness the energy that the soccer moms and the soccer dads are doing. And same thing when it comes to the rural, it is harnessing those relationships, meeting folks on their level, saying you deserve to be free and fed. You talk about not just raising the cap on Social Security. You talk about eliminating the cap. Their eyes light up. You talk about, and that's the thing, it's not even lighting up eyes, and it's not even educating, it's not drawing those lines. It's saying, my dude, my girl, my friend, my neighbor, just look that direction. And you're going to see the through line is that it's big business, it's billionaires, it's oligarchy, it's war machines, it's these oligarchs. That is our enemy. It's not, Trump made a material message. He said, yo, you're right, your rent is too damn high. Bidenomics sucks, and it does. Kamala, you talked about economic opportunities for Black folks. Remember when Obama browbeated all the Black folks right around the time, why you got to vote harder? Just gotta hit it a little bit harder next time.
Yeah, he said, well, that just slipped out.
That wasn't bad, huh? Not too terrible.
That was pretty good.
Hey, Hasan.
Yeah,
I want to thank you for having me on this show. Yes, you did. Yes, we can.
I have one here.
And pussy too.
My favorite excerpt of that memoir.
Yeah.
And pussy too. But my point is Kamala's economic agenda for Black men was legitimately crypto and get a mentor.
Yeah.
That's actually insulting.
Yeah.
Like that's not a material too high, and it's not corporations, it's not landlords, it's not private equity.
Yeah.
What he said, it was the immigrants. It's the Somalis. That's a material message that our folks took a chance on, were shafted, lied to, but now here we are. And where is our opposition party other than just writing strongly worded letters?
Yeah, no, exactly. There's a real opportunity here, I think. And the thing that I want to ask you, this is a little bit inside baseball, I guess, but like Hakeem Jeffries talked about the dummy mandering. And this is somewhat of a unique opportunity because it took a safe Democratic district and chopped it. So now you do kind of have a much closer, like you have 2 closer districts that are potentially winnable. So are you getting any logistical support from the congressional Democrats? Have they reached out to you at all? Or is there anything happening in that regard?
Reached out to who?
Yeah.
They ain't reached out to me. I ain't seen nobody. In fact, what happened was before we even really went public on this race, we're still running in the 5th at this time, got an Instagram message on a Sunday night. Never forget this. And it said, hey, congrats on your run. I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to talk to you about this race. And I was like, this is weird, but here's the email, right? And my brother, like, mask off, not even trying to hide it. It was insert name at apac.org. A little bit later, deeper than that, was a Black woman that sent it.
Yeah.
Now, at the time, again, I'm running against Cleaver, who was an APAC-backed candidate for 20 years. So what's that say? Number one, they see us as the most viable candidacy in this race. And number 2, they just do not give a damn. This is just disgusting. They try to buy out another Black face to stump and shill for genocide. And that's why I'm so happy that in 2026, we're going to send 2 socialists to Congress from Missouri. We're going to send Cori Bush back, and I'm be heading with her. It's got I-70 socialist pipeline, baby, and we're about to change the game. Kansas City DSA, I got to give a shout out to my comrades. I mean, we are winning power. It's not just winning tweets or winning messaging. We're winning power. We have the World Cup this year in Kansas City, right? We are under a police state. Now, I'm a former voice of soccer. I love soccer, right? but they are hijacking our memories, hijacking our nostalgia in service to a police state built a jail, Hasan, that they said was because of the World Cup, not even built yet. And so what we did in Kansas City DSA, we did the Monarch Pledge. We went to all these different businesses and said, if you will make sure that you won't serve these 21st century stormtroopers, if you got us, we got you. And so that's the Monarch Pledge that we're doing. We had just this morning, ICE has just, these goons are unstoppable until they meet us. And so while we do have this fight that we're waging, we are winning, we will win. And let's never forget that there's always more of us.
Yeah. So we already talked about this, but, billionaire owned Sporting KC. You said that allegedly you were fired for your advocacy, filed a lawsuit alleging the mayor's chief of staff leaned on the local NPR station to discipline you. You've likened it to being told to shut up and dribble.
Yep.
How did getting fired for your political beliefs lead you to running for Congress?
Yeah, well, first off, not all skin folk is kinfolk. So let's go ahead and lead with that. Listen, I'm somebody who I'm a fighter. I'm also a person. And I'm not going to be shit on by the highest levels of my city. I'm not going to be shit on by a billionaire. I refuse to believe that. So let's talk about it, right? So October 7th happens. I thought our mayor put out one of the most insensitive tweets that I had seen. In fact, for the months after October 7th, we had children from Gaza who sent a video to every member of our city council, just left on deaf ears, and unfortunately left on dead ears, because so many of those babies now are no longer with us. And I am somebody, we mentioned my great grandmother, her name was Priscilla. We called her Mama Silla, the sharecropper. On her deed, it literally said no colored folks allowed, but she turned that house into a home, right? And in the year 2000, after decades of no investment whatsoever, the city said it's time for revitalization, right? We know that code word, right? It says we got to kick y'all black and brown folks out.
Yeah.
Mama Silla was given a bad deal, and now I can't go back to the home that raised me because I cannot afford to live there. I am tired of waking up every day. Our people are tired of waking up every day feeling violated, feeling like we just got our car broken into. All the feelings of that, right? You feel like you messed up. You feel violated. You feel sad. I am so sick of our folks dying, And so to have the highest offices in our city try to silence that voice, not mine, our voices, is unacceptable. And I, as a journalist, this is a First Amendment case when we're talking about the situation with City Hall. Let's just break it down. Went to a City Hall action with a bunch of our tenants. Strongest tenant union in the country is in Kansas City with Kansas City tenants, right? Just some of the best folks in the world. And so there was changing the definition of affordability. It went from about $700, $800 a month to our mayor raising it to about $1,500, closer to $1,700 with inflation now, right? Who is that affordable for? Who is our city for? Clearly not for us. And so I'm there with our tenant, not trying to pull focus. I know I have that effect on people. And I just look at the mayor, I got my mask on, look at him. I can see he's mad. His chief of staff's running in and out of the gallery. Get a call the next day from a friend of mine. Says, "Hey, brother, just so you know that your name is all up and down City Hall right now." I said, "What do you mean?" "Oh yeah, man, they called your job." So maybe they called my job. So they get a call from my boss and says, "Hey, we got a phone call. I think you might have heard about it. The mayor's chief of staff reached out." And I said, "Well, what did she say?" "She tried to get you fired." "Oh, okay." "And we have the emails?" Oh, okay, interesting." So, hey, heat of the moment, right? Shit happens. Then they circled back the next week to see if they had done what they were supposed to do. Now, NPR, the KCOR, which is our NPR affiliate, they did pull me off the air. So they caved to it. Months go on because I'm still working. I'm an MC. I'm a professional. I do gigs with the mayor, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward a few months later, I said, "Yo, we got to have a conversation about this, Q." His name's Mayor Q. So, I heard something about that, Hartzell. I heard something about that. Oh, okay, I heard something about that. So I have a meeting with the chief of staff a few months later. Long story short, I was bribed I was offered a position on one of two boards, either the Reparations Committee or the Economic Development Council on the East Side. I knew immediately what that was. So I said, "Thank you for the coffee. I'll see you later." And so, then we ended up filed the petition. I encourage everyone to read it. It reads like a movie and it's crazy, but it actually happened. And, that was just the halls of government. But yeah, billionaires seem to think they control things. But when you say billionaires shouldn't exist, I guess they take that personally. And so after I thought nearly 10 years of excellence, in fact, the very last game I officiated, I was told it was the best game I'd ever done by the same person who would then go on to fire me. And he says, I got to let you go. They had a meeting on a Wednesday, so we got to let you go. I said, got to let me go. I thought we were just having a postseason recap. I said, well, why? Oh, man, it's politics. What about him? Like, what part was it? What about, what oh, just all of it. I said, well, who's this coming from? Was this you? He said, no, it's coming from the top, tippy top. I said, okay. And this was in December, just a couple months after October 7th. I was alongside some of our Palestinian American activists in Kansas City, Al-Hadaf, shout out, some of the best folks in the world. We did a die-in at our local mall. And I know folks saw me. People were like, oh, that's Hartzell from Sporting. So I'm sure it got out in addition to the posts I made up for the mayor as well. And after a decade of service, they said, we don't like you anymore. So what do? We do the next thing. I'm a working class guy. I mean, just this last Christmas, I was working in a warehouse. I was working at a warehouse at a chocolate shop because my rent's too damn high. And I, a few years ago wouldn't have had to do that. And that's fine. Again, I'm a radio guy, AFI, nothing from nowhere. I'm no one at all. But this shit sucks and we deserve better. And so I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm trying to let people know that you're worth it. You've always been worth it. And if anyone tells you otherwise, tell them to get bent. And so I guess me selfishly, I refuse to be treated like that. And together we're going to make sure none of us are treated like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's powerful. Getting back to your district, there's a private equity group called Noble Health that took nearly $20 million in federal COVID relief. And then they shut down 2 rural Missouri hospitals, Audrey and Calaway, and left its own employees, holding hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills after pocketing their insurance premiums. The private equity playbook is gutting rural healthcare across the country. This is a problem that exists not just in KC, but all around the country. Do you support Medicare for all? And what do you say to rural voters who just watched Wall Street vultures close the only hospital in town?
I tell them that we're coming for them and we are not going to allow that to happen again. Yes, unapologetically, I'm a supporter of Medicare for all, healthcare for all, which includes gender affirming care. I will make sure I fight for that. We're going to repeal the Hyde Amendment. I am somebody who believes, we talk, like I said, suicide survivor, right? So I'm somebody that believes if we really want to talk about ending the stigma, then we have to have the follow-up, the back end of that sentence has to be calling for universal health care. Because if not, then let's be honest, it's not a serious conversation. I know a lot of folks get uncomfortable saying that, but to stew in silence or just to stew in a circle is still insanity. And so, yes, we need and deserve it all, which will also make sure we fund those rural hospitals and make sure that we don't have to have our folks have to get a $15,000 life flight because the closest hospital is over an hour away.
Yeah.
And that's just for a broken bone. Don't be pregnant because you may have to go even further because they don't have any of those services available.
Yeah.
And it's our folks, we've got so many of our folks here who the only chance they see working, period, is to put the boot on their throat. And it's time for us to show them a government that works, that can make a material argument that speaks to our needs. If we can't speak to the human right that is healthcare, then what the hell are we doing?
Do you feel like that message resonates beyond the city population and the exurbs in the suburbs, but even in like the rural districts? Like, what kind of, have you seen a conversion in voters and the door knocking operation and like going out and speaking to folks that normally would never entertain voting for a Democrat, a black Democrat, especially a Democratic Socialist even? Or is the Democratic Socialism moniker actually something that identifies you as something separate from this machine that they've been trained into hating, that they've been conditioned into thinking is bad and wrong.
Yeah, I think it's yes and. So that first part is that you just said is absolutely a yes. And on the campaign, because we got a whole lot of miles, right? The furthest East County is 3.5 hours away from where I live. And so we just lead with listening. It's not labels, but they know I'm a democratic socialist, right? And when you lead with that simple message of free and fed, they say, yeah, I want to be free and I want to be fed. In fact, I would say there's not a conversion happening. It's just folks listening to what our people actually are saying. Everybody knows that we deserve universal health care. I've got more people that say not even just Medicare for all, that's kind of the slogan everybody knows, but I've got folks in rural America literally saying universal health care. Like this is not something that is a boogeyman to them. This is like life or death for our folks. And I think Elon and the oligarchs have made it very easy for us because you've got cartoon villains now. Elon owns more than the bottom 53 is more now % of the wealth in this country. But you know what? It is his buddies, the 1%. Some of them actually aren't terrible people. Listen, I've been rocking with Taylor Swift since Teardrops on My Guitar, but we're going to tax the hell out of him. That's fine. And that is okay because the 1% own more than the bottom 90+% of the wealth in this country. So when I talk to Nana and she's like, yeah, Elon sucks. I'm like, yeah, Elon, Bezos, they all cartoonishly evil. But Nana, the 1% is also the reason why your nursing home could be on the chopping block. So it's not just Elon, not just the Doge. We've been getting Doge for a long time. And so now this is our moment to turn this, turn a moment into a movement. And what we saw on Tuesday, what we've seen, this Trump 2.0, like we're winning, not just the argument, we're winning because, and it's not just because we're right, we're winning because of lived experiences, man. Like I'd lost a family member to suicide. And you know what? If we had a freedom budget that I'm running on in the spirit of Dr. King and Asa Philip Randolph and Senator Nina Turner, right? If we would have had a freedom budget that would have guaranteed a job with a living wage, he would not have felt to be in that precarious position. If we would have gotten rid of these weapons of war off the street, these guns, because that's how he took his life. If we got rid of those guns, they would be gone. How many of our folks, if they would have had a guaranteed social home, they'd still be here. So this isn't like just saying that the stats show we're right. It's our lived experiences demanding that we have what we should always have.
Yeah. Getting back to an AIPAC person reaching out to you, despite the fact that you were very outspoken about your pro-Palestinian advocacy. What do you think that says about AIPAC? Like, what do you think that says about even like candidates that they think are malleable, they think are easily persuadable?
I would say they fucked with the wrong one then on my part. It is a level of desperation. And in this situation too, because I consider myself a son of a black radical tradition, right? And so and then circling back to this, kinfolk conversation, it is just a level of self-loathing that is almost hard to comprehend, especially when you've got somebody chilling for AIPAC who is a person of color. Now, what does that say? I think they think we're useful idiots. We're actually brilliant and we're winning and they're losing. Now, I think, specifically in my race, I think that's because they see us as the most viable candidacy and something that is going. I mean, I liken our race similar to Afton Bame, in that we have a real working class movement that's not labels, but we have a real chance of flipping this seat. And like when we flip Missouri 4, so goes the world. Like politics changes.
No, this is something that I've talked about quite extensively. Like a lot of people talk about how democratic socialism can only win in like deep blue districts, which by the way, they never interrogate why that's the case either, because those are still Democratic voters. Like in New York, that was a closed primary. Yep. So these are lifelong Democratic Party voters who saw an establishment Democrat, the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, as a matter of fact, against a 32-year-old activist with no previous experience. And they said, I like the message of the activist. I trust this person more than I do the person that's been my representative at that point for running for a 5th term. That means it's actually the voters that are looking for this change.
What a concept. Right? Democracy.
The voters that have an appetite for this change. Yeah. So I think that there is a real opportunity here to expand beyond that. I think like there is no there is no working class movement in this country without the black working class, and there is no socialist movement in this country without black socialism.
Especially in the heartland, man, like the black preacher in the heart. I mean, we're real close to Lawrence, Kansas. You know, I forget the name of the socialist newspaper that's out there. It was the first paper to publish The Jungle. I can't remember, I'm spacing on the name right now, but yes, we have a working class, populist, socialist tradition. I mean, if I can get like a little Star Spangled simp real quick. I mean, we come from a radical American promise, and believe it or not, you know, I think life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is transformational. We got life, right? You got a bunch of these folks. It's an awakening, not a religious thing, right? You got a bunch of woke folks. How the hell are we going to get anything done? We chose liberty. We chose people power, not profit power, not pack power. This is how we're going to get stuff done. We have a mandate now because it's the process. It's the struggle. So life, we have liberty, how we get stuff done. What do? We pursue our happiness. And what is that pursuit of happiness if not a guaranteed healthcare, housing, a job machine, invest in babies here, not blowing up babies overseas in service to these forever wars that are going to profit the oligarchs and the war hawks and the war machine. And so I think that it's a mandate.
It doesn't benefit. It doesn't benefit the citizens. And I'm wondering, since you have a lot more insight into your own district, I've spent very little time in Missouri.
We'll get to that. We'll fix that. We're going to fix that.
Yeah, no, for sure. But this is something I'm very interested in hearing about, because we hear from centrist Democrats all the time that, like, you don't understand right-wing voters or independent voters in the heartland. They actually want someone who's going to be pro-Israel. And now the Republican incumbent that you'd face in November, again, this is plus 46 as a state for Trump, but the district that you're in is plus 10 is a plus 10 Republican district. So it's certainly winnable, especially considering the newly found unpopularity of Donald Trump, because he never delivered on his promises, one of which was to end the war in Gaza, as he said on day one, even though Israel has yet to be restrained. So the Republican incumbent you face in November, Mark Alford, took a trip to Israel, paid for by AIPAC's sister organization, met with Netanyahu, who is deeply unpopular, I assume, in your district as well, and promised to make sure American money for Israel does not wane. You got evangelical Trump voters in this district who are starting to feel like their own congressman sold them out to a foreign government. How do you talk to a conservative Christian in rural Missouri who's beginning to suspect that their representative holds the interests of Israel above the well-being of their neighbors, of your neighbors, of the constituents in this district?
I would say these electeds are making it very easy, because that's exactly what they're doing. They are catering to Israel, not to our folks here at home. And so I'm very unapologetic in how I present this. This isn't like people, you know, the Palestinian question is not something I'm good at. It's like very much a core of who I am.
Yeah.
And so I'm straightforward. I'm very honest. So listen, Israel's apartheid ethno state that's been committing genocide to Palestinian people since before the Nakba. They're committing ethnic cleansing in Lebanon as we speak. We should be ending all ties, all diplomatic ties with Israel. All of them. That's not a friend. That is a pariah.
So how big of a force in politics is Christian evangelical Zionism in this district, in your opinion, though? Like, are there still people who are just like, no, we got to bless Israel, God blesses those who bless Israel, that type of thing that we hear from the likes of Ted Cruz and whatnot? Or are they more pragmatic about this, where they look at it and they're like, this is a foreign country, they're intervening in our domestic politics? Like, is there a way to get across this message to people who are perhaps the most resilient force of pro-Israel politics in the country?
You just tell our folks what we're missing out of. Why are we're sending money to an Iron Dome as you just got evicted, or you just lost your farmland? You know, I mean, it is truly that simple. We are losing not just American service members, but that's the most tragic. But we're losing everything. We are losing
$1 billion a day.
A day. And when you say that, and like, listen, we all got screens. Our folks are seeing what's happening. They know this ain't right. They know that, like, we've been watching a genocide for nearly 3 years now, every single day. And as groceries are going up, as we've got single moms who have to decide what grocery to put back because they got rent due the next day. Or you've got folks who, you know, again, they are family farmers who no longer have their family farm because a data center took it. And that same data center who's working on AI, it's actually just logistics for a laboratory to murder working class folks overseas. So like we're using Missouri land to test out weapons of war and surveillance state apparatus. Like you break that down to them because we can see what's happening. And your bills aren't getting any cheaper. And we're still at war. And we just had a trillionaire, you know, and you can't pay your bills. We had kids in our district. I went to a school called Lee Summit West High School, Titan Pride. And I got a viral message about how we need help paying some of these school lunch debts because these kids can't go get their diploma because they've got 3,000 plus school lunch debt. And you mean to tell me that we're going to send billions upon billions in service to genocide?
Yeah.
An empire?
Yeah.
Get out of here. And I'm just, you can't unlearn what you have learned. And our folks are seeing their life not being made better, but they're seeing a whole lot of money being given to Israel. And you make that make sense. We don't have healthcare here, but we're paying for theirs over there. What? Like sometimes it's just that simple. I don't need to come in with a dissertation. I'm like, yo, so here's as much we're giving these clowns who are blowing up, you know, everything. And here's how much you're not getting. And here's how much you can't get from point A to point B because you don't have public transit.
And on top of that, them blowing hospitals and schools over there is also leading to your gas prices going up as well over here.
And our farm.
And then Donald Trump is saying he doesn't care about the cost of living.
Literally word for word, does not care. And like I said, that crisis of conscience when it comes to America First, MAGA, our folks feel betrayed. They feel betrayed. And they, you know, how many times do we say, oh, you know, we got a deficit, right? We have a spending problem and a revenue problem. Yeah, we do. We're spending money on wars that are going to last us forever. And we have a revenue problem because we're giving billionaires tax breaks. But we can somehow keep finding money to send all this aid over to Israel as we literally are having over 800,000 of our neighbors unhoused, 68,000 plus of our folks dying from a preventable illness because they don't have health care.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't, you can't give me gravy and tell me it's sweet because the gravy ain't jelly. That's something we talk about in Kansas City. It's kind of a phrase there.
I was a little confused by that.
Just follow that walk. Just show me walk.
No, I got it. I understand the principle behind it. Gravy is not sweet.
It ain't sweet.
Jelly is. Or Jello, I think.
We got there. We put that together. Well, you got to come to Missouri.
Here, well, let's watch this. So we got Mark Alford here.
Oh, I know this clip. Yeah.
Yeah, GOP rep Alford says his voters are willing to pay more for gas because of war. I want to put that to a test. Now, one of the things that I want to also get across is like, what are the needs for your campaign right now? You need money, obviously. Why do you need that money? I assume you haven't received a lot of attack ads at this point.
Not as far as like ads go. We've got, we have just my nearest opponent, right? In the primary. He called himself a progressive for a few weeks and he called himself a blue dog. And now he's like a capital, whatever, just making up titles pretty much. And so
are there any polling numbers out there?
Not yet. No polling yet. Hopefully if things go well today, cha-ching, then we'll get some polls done.
Yeah.
Wink,
there
nudge,
will be attack ads after this though.
Absolutely.
They'll call you.
We're going to clip this thing till kingdom come. And that's fine because listen, we need that moral clarity. I know who I am. I know where I came from. I know who brought me to the dance. It's our working people. I don't shy away from who I am and who got me here. I am a democratic
they'll say
socialist.
You're a radical. They're going to be like, oh my God,
what's
this guy
radical
went on.
is that we got kids who can't get their diploma because they have school lunch debt.
Yeah.
That's radical.
All right, I'm just getting you ready. Like they're going to say, this guy went on a broadcast of a person who said, America deserved 9/11 2019. He was talking about the concept of blowback, but we're still going to rehash that. We're going to reheat those nachos over and over again to make it seem like he was saying something that most Americans don't intrinsically understand.
We've gotten death threats on this campaign. I'll be completely honest with you. I know mom's watching, pops, but like it's true. We're on the Canary mission, right? And so, this is what it is. Like you come at the kings and queens and everybody in betweens and you best not miss. Yeah. And these folks don't understand that what they have in me and our movement is undeniable. From
Damn,
undesirable to undeniable.
This
We're
photo
gonna do
is
it.
this photo's crazy.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
But I hate that they cropped out. So I got mittens on, and I hate that they cropped my mittens off.
Oh, because they wanted to make you look. I mean,
look at it. I mean, honestly,
I know. We know what they were doing.
We know exactly what.
Yeah, they were like scary, angry black.
But
men.
look at that. Look at that.
That's why they don't show the mittens.
Look at that chiseled cheek, though. I mean, you talked about John Cena earlier, and I'm just saying, like, you can see me, and he doesn't look terrible. But yeah, I mean, I will say too, like, one of the parts that I love about this is that I got the Canary Mission to post a Bret Hart meme, which is just truly like my little pro wrestling heart is just, completely just was just so
Promoted
happy for
hatred of America. This was what it was. The original link. Bibi Netanyahu, the blood-soaked butcher of Gaza, has once again dragged the world closer to an all-out war with his latest reckless strikes on Iran. Trump and his war hawks grovel at Bibi's feet, while mainstream American media parrots Israeli propaganda as if it were gospel enough.
Yeah, they didn't like that one.
Yeah.
There's a few more they didn't like either. Maybe like all of it.
Yeah, I don't think they liked any of it. Hold on. Promoted hatred of America. Let's see.
That's the Bret Hart one. That's my pro wrestling shout out.
I want to see the original link. Let me see this. Bret Hart claims he woke up one morning and saw the truth. America stinks.
They're going to definitely clip that one. They're going to clip that.
That's funny. You see, that's the other thing, though. I think a lot of these things, a lot of these like attack ads and a lot of these counters that would work in a pre-Trump universe don't have the same emphasis anymore because Americans are by and large, and especially Republicans, are by and large sick and tired of this like, oh, you made a joke at some point. You posted this meme, this like wrestling promo. I'm going to take that seriously. I'm going to take that like it's your fundamental plank of your campaign. I think, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think people hear that and they go, really, what are you going to do for me? That's what I want to hear.
That's it.
Like, what are you going to do for me? Are you going to make sure that my healthcare is adequately funded? Are you going to help me make sure that my rent is stabilized, that like the cost of living is manageable? Because I think that's what people care about at the end of the day, but they've forgotten to care about that because unfortunately, Democrats don't offer that as an alternative. No. They also engage from a defensive posture in like culture war things, like culture war battles.
It's a muzzle.
And they refuse to focus on material changes that people are desperate for. And I think that is why I think your race is a huge test for that, is a huge battle against that. This lie that establishment Democrats have told us over and over again, that like what Americans have an appetite for in a state that voted for Trump by 46 points, what Democrats have an appetite for is a moderate position on Israel and giving Israel maybe not like $10 billion, but instead like $5-6 billion instead of cutting checks for Americans.
And when and there's too many of our folks who will weaponize their identity as a way to silence any sort of answer. I was listening to, this was, I think after Trump's first speech when Trump 2.0, the address he made to Congress, and it was on MSNBC. And Rachel Maddow was talking to Hakeem Jeffries, and it was like the heart of the Fighting Oligarchy tour. And so Maddow was like, so when are y'all going to do something? Like, what is happening? We got, all this stuff. And like his next sentence was something about like being a descendant of slaves and like something about, it just didn't make any sense. Like just the weaponization of one's blackness or the weaponization of any sort of identity as a way just to squash any sort of criticism or any sort of plan or policy. And it's like, and maybe that's another reason why I'm running. It's just, I refuse to have folks use that as a shield. As someone who is a black man who lives the black experience every single day. This country was built on the backs of slaves in bondage and also those who chose the sea also. And so I understand that when we take care of that anti-black racism, so goes the rest of those dominoes. But as we do that, it's a working class agenda too.
Yeah.
We take care of working class black folks. We take care of working class everybody. And so that's why it comes for me. It's not an illusion of access. It's a guarantee of coverage. And that's what is lost across the board with these bought and paid for sellouts. And that's why we got to get more of us in there to cook.
Yeah.
Because we're taking our pain, making it policy. In the organizing space, they say take its crisis to its creator. And it's not just the oligarchs and the C-suite. Some of this creation has been done by our electeds, Democrats and Republicans, and too many Democrats too. And so we come for them as well.
So let's get back to the realm of sports a little bit. Something that I'm not very familiar with, but you are. But this angle I am a little bit familiar with. In 2024, the Royals and Chiefs tried to ram a sales tax through Jackson County to hand billionaire owners a brand new stadium. They spent $3 million on the Yes campaign, and it lost by 16 points.
Beat that ass.
Now they're back with a $1.9 billion ballpark with up to $600 million in public money, and this time with no public vote at all.
Yep.
What was your role in stopping your neighbor's tax dollars subsidizing the profits of a billionaire? And if elected, will you work with local representatives to carry out the will of the voters and stop the new ballpark deal?
Yes, absolutely. And so my role is just a rank and file member of a lot of good folks who made this happen. From tenants to, again, I alone didn't do a damn thing, but like when we brought that fist to its, I mean, we let these folks have it. We had a coalition of socialists, of communists, of libertarians, of conservatives. I mean, again, the through line is that we're tired of getting fucked by billionaires, right?
Yeah.
And so, what I was able to do was just help amplify this working class message that said we're not going to pay for our own displacement. And so, yeah, circling back to that same mayor who tried to get me fired for practicing my First Amendment constitutional right, that same fella who did the Trumpian tactics to get me fired is also trying to do this Trumpian tactics to move money around. I mean, it's crazy. I don't wake up every morning answering my phone and asking a billionaire how I can help them. I don't know how people do that. I don't have their numbers in my phone, and I sure as hell wouldn't cater to them. That's for sure. And so, in fact, the Missouri Workers Center, so it's a collection of working class folks. It's our big advocacy group here in the state. They submitted signatures to put this onto a ballot. You lost once, you're not going to skirt around us.
Yeah.
And so, but he seems to say his exact words that ship has sailed already. Are you kidding me? So he thinks because we can maybe buy some shovels and break a little ground that we're just going to bypass the will of the people? What are we doing here? There is no reality where I will ever sign off on giving a tax break to a billionaire to do anything. To do anything. You want to pay for that playground? Do it yourself. It still might be a bad idea.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that. And the fact that we talk about a better world is possible in DSA, right? Again, who is that better world for? Because we talk about, hijacking our nostalgia, hijacking our civic pride. I mean, you should have seen all the ads. The Royals are going to leave. The Chiefs are going to leave. And yeah, the Chiefs are going to leave. But you know what? Fuck you. Because the fact that you would take what we gave you, our heart, our soul, our dollars, and because you want a bigger handout, you're going to go across the state line. All right, see them in Kansas too. And so, I'm getting worked up because it's personal for me. And it's personal for a lot of us. And
yeah, where's the Kansas City pride?
They're trying to put it in somebody's pocketbook, baby. That's the problem. That is the problem. And it's not going to be allowed to happen anymore because we're going to make sure it doesn't happen anymore. So yeah, expect us again and then keep expecting us. This shit is nonsense and we're not going to allow it. We're not going to just find loopholes to continue to find reasons for us to pay for our displacement. That's nonsense. It's not going to happen. We're going to fight back. These are, and by the way, these are losers. These are losers. So it's time to throw these losers under the bus. I'm not going to simp for a bunch of billionaires who took an L. We just showed we can beat you. We're going to beat you again.
Yeah. It's still.
And actually, one last thing.
It's frustrating.
I got some sports folks because I come from radio. And this is what they do to working class folks. Because I got a lot of really good friends who work in the sports world. And, some of my best friends said, Hartzell, man, like, I hear what you're saying. I'm out for you. Like, rah, 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 power to the people. But hey, like, billionaires do pay your bills, man. Like, do you? And I just.
Mine too, technically.
And listen, like.
I'm on Amazon, so.
And I'm going to take that check and I'm going to make sure that I use it to do everything I can to make sure that you are no longer a billionaire.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with saying that.
Yeah. It's just unbelievably frustrating. It's like funds to Israel, funds to billionaires that want to build their new larger stadium at a time when people are suffering. I think people can see it. It's getting so glaringly obvious. The contradictions are heightening to such a degree that I think like the average working class person understands that they're being shafted.
Yep.
It's up to us to either allow the reactionaries to channel that frustration into our neighbors,
Yep.
you know, undocumented migrants, trans people, black people, or it's up to us to clearly communicate who is at fault here and what they're doing to people.
And we do both those things.
Yeah.
And that's what, like at KCDSA, we're doing the exact same thing. We have our KC Ice Free campaign. So what we're doing is we're going to our neighbors and just letting them know, like, hey, these are your rights. Like, and we've got your back. We're going to drop off those cards. Yeah, but we're also going to make sure that when we get those notifications, we're going to be out there. We're going to stand in the way. We will record these things. We're going to make sure that we have to have us. And so we can name out our enemies, name out the folks who we're coming for, as in the same time, making sure that we take care of our folks on the ground. And that's how you do that. That's why I'm so happy I'm running as an organizer, because if you don't have that, you don't get that.
Yeah. So big tech.
Yeah.
Our favorites. They are, we talked about it already a little bit, but they're descending.
Yes.
On the Missouri farmland and Kansas City suburbs right now. I've seen it with my own two eyes. They, when I was stumping with Corey Bush, there was this old, I believe, like warehouse-looking area. The roads were covered in potholes. It was a very bumpy ride, and in that bumpy ride, I pointed out this like cool-looking building that was near the college campus. I said, "What is that? Like, what's going on over there?" And they said, back in the day, the Armory used to be a place where there were a bunch of businesses, like a bowling alley, things like that. And now it's a data center, smack dab in the middle of St. Louis. And it turns out, I mean, it was across from the Target 5+1. And I thought that was somewhat dystopian to see those two things
like
at the
two on the
same
nose.
time. But yeah, they had converted this like beautiful looking building into a data center. Data centers are not just taking up space in big cities, but they're also eating up a lot of this land, Missouri farmland, and also the suburbs. They're these AI data centers.
And in downtown areas too, in the urban
there's
parts.
An 800 megawatt project in Independence that just got $6.26 billion in tax breaks, while Google and Amazon are buying up all the farmland. The Chinese are coming. They're buying up the farmland. Turns out it's not the Chinese. It's Google and Amazon that are buying up this farmland. Your opponent, Jordan Herrera, he won't touch this issue with a 10-foot pole because he's terrified. How do you stop big tech from draining our water, our resources, jacking up our electricity bills, and paving over farmland to power AI slop? And why is your opponent, Jordan Herrera, even afraid to talk about this?
Well, I will say it's hard to talk about data centers and stopping them as you use AI for all your social media captions and your posters and your flyers, and you don't have a union bug on any of your material. That's probably not the best way to start that conversation. I would say that I am unapologetically anti-data center. I want a moratorium immediately. I want, if we're going to have them, they need to be public utilities and need to be regulated as such. You know, Senator Sanders says we should own 50%. I think we should own 100% of that. And we need to make sure that we have a
sounds a lot like what Bernie was suggesting.
Yeah, and I want Bernie to do a little bit more.
Yeah.
50% ain't enough, baby boy. Come on. I mean, again, we've got folks who would have us send our water, clean water, as we got folks in our district who don't have that, by the way.
Yeah.
But some of the clean water we do have, we're going to send to cool off a computer that's going to take our jobs away and make sure, like, this is the new NAFTA is here. You know, and this is taking not just the rest of the blue collar folks we still had, it's now coming for white collar folks too.
Yeah.
And so, no, this is massive. When I'm in rural America, it's rural hospitals and healthcare. It is data centers, and it is the security state of this flock cameras. Those are the big threes that I'm hearing in the ground in rural America. And they are angry.
Yeah.
Angry. And there's so much between the corruption, between the unaccountable big money, the sellout of politicians. You mentioned in Independence. They debased themselves. Just absolutely disgusting. And I hope there's gonna be some recalls, and I hope all them busters end up getting kicked out. And so yes, I am not gonna sway on this. Again, I didn't say one thing and then did another thing a few months later during fundraising season. No, I stay true to who I am, and who I am is anti-data center, and it's anti anybody who would try to placate to both sides. We have no time for nonsense. We need serious people not a serious resume builder.
Mhm.
We need a serious person with a serious movement ready to make serious change.
Okay. And once again, support Hartzell Gray, everybody, by going to the donation link that we keep spamming. You can also phone bank for him as well. But remember, this is a campaign that's backed by you, the people.
Yeah.
So obviously, every dollar helps.
I think our average is about, I have my phone on me, it's like $21.
Okay.
You know,
and how much have we raised so far? Does anyone in the chat know how much we've raised so far? Because I think Michael from Pennsylvania raised 12 grand for you.
I think it was 13.
13 grand for you. Okay, so we've already passed that number, but we got to double that number is what I'm saying. Okay.
I love that. Oh my
Because that's crazy that we would get only 13.5 grand here when Mike from PA raised 13 grand on his own. Okay. This is like, we got to get at least double that number. So I need you to pump that right now.
That is getting pumped. Oh boy,
yeah,
look at
speaking
that.
of which, so there are obviously a lot of nationally prominent campaigns and nationally prominent politicians that go out and endorse some of these races. Whose endorsement would you court if you had the opportunity?
Oh man, every single leftist in this cycle we've seen from Zohran to Daria Liza to Chris Rabb to Melat, who's going to get through, Dr. Hamawi. Again, we were endorsed by Congressman Ro Khanna.
There's also Justice Democrats. Have you reached out to them at all?
We're a red to blue, and I know that's, you know, blue to blue is a little bit more sexy. But I do very much appreciate all the work of Justice Dems. I mean, absolutely incredible. And I do hope that in this moment that, you know, when we say run candidates everywhere, run socialist candidates everywhere, we got to make sure that we run those that are going to be red to blue flips.
Yeah.
Because we do have a real opportunity, a real moment. So I can't wait to, we've had some conversations a little bit earlier in the campaign, would love to circle back. I know we got a lot of wins. We got more winning to do. And I know, you know, we're of the left, we're grassroots, so I know resources are, we're never going to outraise the right wing jabronis, but we are intentional with ours, and I think that this is a campaign worth being intentional on.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, money please.
All right. So, you brought up the flock cameras. We should talk about that too. So, you mentioned just now that folks all over the district have raised concerns about flock surveillance cameras spying on them, which I feel like, you know, a state like Missouri, there's a libertarian streak in a lot of folks.
Yep. We got rid of right to work. We raised the minimum wage.
Yeah.
Jeff City, the Republicans, supermajority taking it away. But no, we have a populist strain. Always have.
But yeah, part of that, of course, is, you know, being wary of mass government surveillance, which is happening. The state has even blanketed rural areas with cameras that scan 20 billion plates a month nationally and feed them to police officers and ICE agents. Some Missouri cops are using the cameras to stalk their wives while they're at work. I have that story right here, which is, you know, I guess expected. Here it is. Cops are already using license plate readers to stalk people, including another in Missouri created 542 test searches over the course of 10 months to monitor the whereabouts of both his wife's car and a mysterious second vehicle. What's your policy on cops getting cucked? Should they be able to monitor and surveil their wives and numerous other Missouri folks?
I think I can say confidently that I am pro cops getting cucked.
Okay.
So you go ahead and clip that one. I think I can go ahead and I stand behind that.
They should have to work it out in their marriage through communication rather than surveilling their wives.
Yes, like if you can bring the chair closer. You don't have to put a camera. Just move the chair a little bit closer.
A group called Deflock Joplin put that timeline together using Have I Been Flocked, where the pattern was reported to the Joplin Police Department and the allegations were duly investigated. But let's get back to the constituents because I'm fascinated with this district.
Yeah.
What have you been hearing from the constituents regarding the flock cameras, and what's your plan to regulate surveillance while you're in Congress?
Right, and so because we've got quite a few military bases that are in our state, and you know Mark Alford, the Republican incumbent, he's on the Appropriations Committee, And so he's just selling out our state to defense contractors. He's using loopholes that if you name something this, then we'll get money for this, but it's actually just going to weapons of war that's going to be used in Palestine. So yes, I am very much, I'm somebody, when we talk about defunding ICE, I think we need to go a step further because of course we're going to defund ICE, but we need to also defund the Department of Homeland Security, which is just a Department of Homeland Domestic Terrorism. And so we need to get rid of the security state. When I'm talking to folks, and this is when I say
they're surveilling you too.
Yes.
Like they're not just surveilling me. Okay. If you're watching from Missouri and you're like, well, Hasan, that Hasan guy, keep an eye on him. They're surveilling you too. And sometimes it's the cops doing it.
Yep, exactly. And so we, and our folks, rural America, just like all Americans, what do you, don't look at me. Don't spy on me.
Yeah.
And so like, I'm going to be, I've got some legislation that I'll be putting together, especially when it comes to, we talked about the military bases, whether there's any kind of testing of different weapons, because, they have the ability to test these things and not tell you what it is they're testing. But we can put legislation together that says, if you're going to do a test, you have to let us know. And I think that's enough of a, eye raiser that folks can, what are we testing over here, right? So again, it's raising the consciousness, right?
Yeah.
And it is also being firmly against it. I want to make sure that we do everything we can to regulate. And by regulate, I mean hearings, investigations. We need to prosecute these folks. Again, we talk about in the online space, I think we also need to make sure we have a digital bill of rights or some sort of online personal bill of rights, just so that we have our protections, just so we know that our data isn't just being sent. When we hit accept all cookies, I don't know where those are going. I can't eat them, so I don't want them. So we just need to make sure that we stand firmly against these things that we know are terrorizing us. But we got too many folks who are Democrats who won't say that because they're taking Palantir money, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the World Cup.
Yeah.
You brought up the fact that there's a temporary jail that was created. It's the city's first since 2009.
Yep.
The city spent $26 million on this temporary jail for the World Cup. 24 community groups say it looks like an ICE detention center. And as of June 24th, there have only been 2 arrests. And weeks before kickoff, they did something that is really messed up, which is they reinstated bus fares.
Yep.
After years of being the first major American city with free transit. Let's watch this video from a friend of the show, Pablo Torre, finds out real quick about the World Cup and the money being wasted. And then I want to ask you your opinion.
Never played each other at a World Cup. They would meet in Kansas City, which is an absurd kind of idea, right? That these kind
Why is it absurd? Why is my man shitting on Kansas City? It's not absurd. Kansas City is the heart of America and heart of the World Cup.
Say it louder. Say it louder for folks in the back.
Gladiators
For the cucks in the back.
would eventually meet in Kansas City. So that would be an amazing game.
And so what did the public pay for the possibility, the privilege of hosting such matches? There is a particular big ticket item funded by taxpayers in Kansas City that, again, required a bit of a pop-up construction here, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is, of all the stories, I think, in the lead up to the World Cup, this is one of the more bizarre ones. A modular jail. So they said, we need a jail. And they said, we need a jail quickly because we might.
That's what I always think. I'm like, oh, a wonderful opportunity for the city, maybe boost some commerce.
Right.
Boost some attention, bring some shine to Kansas City. And I'm like, what can we do? Let's spend $26 million on a temporary pop-up prison.
That's it. That's the one.
It's so fucking stupid.
That's the one. It during the World Cup.
There could be a streaker.
There could be. Who knows?
A guy in a wolf costume could turn into a bank robber again.
Yeah, and I think it was maybe based on perceptions of soccer fans that some people would argue are fair and accurate, that other people would say are typecast and a little bit outdated.
This is now 25.8 in totality. Who pays for that?
Essentially, 0.25% sales tax. From what I can see, that's around 24 million that brings in a year. So this is essentially over the year's budget in order to do that. And the city architect gave a construction update in which she provided some of the images for this jail.
Able to see that? Looks like ICE detention center. No windows.
I should say, I mean, Melissa Robinson.
Good morning, Melissa Robinson, 3rd District Vice Chair.
who is the council member who said that, actually voted to approve the project. So this was city council members, I guess, seeing the fruits of what they had voted for.
I mean, this is like the worst episode of House Hunters. It looks like a nice detention center.
Yeah,
we love it. This is public money going towards the construction of this modular jail that is being built by a private contractor whose previous work is also worth noting here.
Why is it worth noting, Pablo?
Well, because the company's name is KBR, and you may know them from previous detainee facilities, such as the one at, which is, again, just like, great. Glad we got the Guantanamo Bay guys in Kansas City. I'm glad the World Cup has brought us all together.
We've reached 23,000, by the way, but that's not enough. We got to get to 33,000 now.
Man,
This global village.
Thank y'all.
And just the construction, the completion date of this, it said May of 26.
This is the catch of the whole thing. The World Cup jail is not ready for the World Cup. Messi and Ronaldo have never played.
Yeah. Your thoughts?
I mean, it's insane.
It's insane. It's actually insane. And he didn't even mention, there's another jail that we just put up. They didn't even mention that one.
So what does that say about the priorities? Like, what does it say about our priorities that we can find $26 million for a pop-up jail, which might ultimately get used by ICE, but we're recharging working people just to ride the bus?
Yep. I mean, our city wasn't looking for a real public transit solution. They wanted a headline. You know, it's crazy to me that we can and in fact, doubling down on the World Cup, which I'm a former Division I athlete. I ran track, sprinter. Anything more than the lap is called punishment. I stand by that. Like I was out. My wife is Croatian. We watched Croatia win the other night. We were downtown. Watched the game through the windows. It felt like awesome. It was great. One of the reasons why the World Cup is here is because Kansas City is fucking dope, and we have the best people in the world. And the powers that be hijacked our nostalgia, like I said earlier. How is it that we're going to add bus fares? We're going to add bus fares for the World Cup. We're going to add actually even more bus routes. Okay, this sounds great. World Cup's over. Guess what's going to happen to those extra routes? They're gone.
They're gone.
We have a streetcar.
No, the bus fare remains.
Bus fare remains. Now we have a streetcar, Hasan. Streetcar that goes downtown. Pretty parts of downtown, affluent. I live downtown, right? So like I use a streetcar.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the streetcar free? Why is the streetcar free that goes to, downtown River Market, affluent, to UMKC, the Plaza, affluent? But hold on now. Make that make sense. Why is that? Again, who is this city for? That's the question. It's not for us, apparently.
Yeah.
And we have a mayor who would rather take PR trips and go to Super Bowls and jump in pools and we call him his name's Quentin. He does this thing called the Quentin Shuffle. It's kind of like the Cupid Shuffle, but like just a whole lot less rhythm, like no rhythm at all, pretty much. And so you can do that. You can jump in circles for billionaires and answer their phone calls. But when single mom, when the disabled veteran needs to get from point A to point B, all of a sudden the city's nowhere to be found. It's a joke, and I love my city. I love the people of my city. In fact, I like some of the electeds in our city. But it is painfully obvious what is happening right now. This is gentrifying an entire city, not just certain parts of our town. It's all of us. We brag about all the out of towners who have moved into downtown now. As I'm gonna have to probably get forced out. My rent is still too damn high, and I'm running for Congress, and I'm looking at places where I'm gonna have to move because if all of this redevelopment happens, they put the stadium down there. It's not just it's not the footprint of home plate to outfield. It's all of the area. It's going to kick us out. It's going to have all the profits go to the same rich folks who bought out our politicians, the same folks who bought out the people who are going to be constructing it. And they're going to get their C-suites, and they're going to get their tickets to the games. They're going to get their campaign donations, and such is life until it's not going to be life anymore, because we're not going to allow it to happen. It's not going to be business as usual. We refuse. We've seen this, like I said, with our KC Ice Free campaign with KCDSA. We stand up, we fight back. We match the courage of the folks of our district. Fascinating. We beat that stadium fight by 16. That's not just a bunch of wokies. That's not a bunch of commies. That's a bunch of people, working people saying, fuck this.
Yeah.
And so we'll say it again.
So I know this is almost like it's the same old song and dance over and over again, and it's becoming a bit of a a cliche here as far as like horrible priorities for city and state government, but the Trump administration right now is scouting a warehouse in South Kansas City to turn it into a mass detention center and could cage as many as 10,000 people. ICE arrests in Missouri are already up 76%. And last year, masked agents stormed a Mexican restaurant in Liberty, grabbed a dozen workers, and a federal judge later ruled the raid warrantless. As a congressman, what is your plan to protect the immigrant families in Kansas City and around the country from a federal kidnapping operation that's snatching people off the street? And what is your take on ICE as well? What should we do with ICE?
Yeah, we're going to abolish ICE. It's not a few rotten apples. The tree is rotten. And so we're going to make sure that we abolish ICE. Again, we come from the organizing space. We show up for our folks. I guess just this morning, tragically, we just had a bunch of our folks abducted. I just was on the plane and saw the updates. And so we're going to make sure that we literally in the trenches are there for our folks. And on a legislative level, again, we're going to make sure that we talk about pathways to citizenship. We guarantee pathways to citizenship for anyone who was assaulted by these goons. Automatic. And I want reparations. I want accountability. We're going to prosecute these clowns. We're going to make sure that, we are going to lock them up because you know what? That's barbaric. That is gangsterism. Illegal. It is also illegal.
Yeah.
And so we will prosecute.
It's time for law and order.
It's time for law and order. It's time for law and order.
No, but like actually,
it's time for us to uphold uphold American law, and I'll just be a human. And so, we will make sure all of these folks are held accountable. They will be prosecuted. We're going to introduce articles of impeachment. I don't care if we don't have the numbers to convict, although we might after November. But we need to have a merry-go-round of Democrats, a merry-go-round of progressives every single day for this entire cabinet. Every single day. We need to make sure that we, again, don't talk about reform. It is abolished, and it is to be remade in the image of people with a North Star of I want you here. I don't want you not here. I want you here.
Yeah.
And we got to quit shadow boxing these right-wing conceptions. When Kamala VP Harris said, don't come, you should have told him to. When you talk about we want a lethal military force at the border, who are you talking to? If they wanted a Republican, they vote for Republican.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it all comes.
But again, remember, you're not just working to defeat a moderate Democrat who's wishy-washy and no one can identify exactly what his policies are, but you're working to unseat or you're working to take out a Republican as well.
Yep.
And these issues still are issues that pertain to everyday existence of working class folks, regardless of their political ideology.
Well, because we can't expect to have any help from these reactionaries, right? Like we know that they are the worst. We know that these are not serious people. And so again, we continue to show up for our folks, but like Mark Alford doesn't give a damn about us, right?
Yeah.
And so it is very much as we name that villain and attack that flank, to say like, where is my opposition party, dog? Like, what are you doing? And so it's not, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
We can say do better as these folks continue to do worse.
Yeah. So you're running on publicly owned, permanently affordable housing and on repealing the Faircloth Amendment, the federal law that's blocked the construction of new public housing for decades.
Yep.
What does social housing look like in Kansas City under Congressman Gray? And how do you break the death grip that landlords and developers have on this country's housing supply?
Yeah. So we need to take on these corporate landlords. We need to get private equity out of our lived experiences, out of our life. So when I talk about social housing, and I'm informed by the tenants of our city, it is a home that is yours, democratically controlled. It's off the market and it is funded in perpetuity, and it's all throughout our city. And it is based on the fact that housing is a human right. It's not that we need looser zoning restrictions, because also who's the one deciding what should be loosened, by the way? Yeah. It's the fact that we don't have it funded. We need funding. And that was under President Clinton that we got the Faircloth Amendment, which is just gutted public housing. President Clinton and the Telecommunications Act is it's one of the reasons why we're in the media landscape that we are today. While there is no radio, while there's the big 4 or 3, it seems like it's getting smaller
NAFTA
every single day. Exactly, right?
There's a reason why people in Missouri don't like the Democrats. And I think a lot of people automatically assume it's because, they're racist or this or that. And I'm sure there's, some voters who lean on that side for sure. But I think even those voters feel like there's no alternative. It's not like the other side is actually offering them any benefits. And all they've done as far as their form of governance, as far as their legislative agenda has been jobs being shipped overseas and their quality of life diminishing. And in that anger and that frustration, they turn to the opposition that says, you're right to be angry. You're angry at what? You're angry at undocumented immigrants. Right. Actually, they're the ones who stole your jobs. And that's not the case, right? It's a capital owner that shipped your jobs away. And it's sometimes a Democratic Party that was working at the behest of these capital owners that shipped your jobs away.
You remember that clip? It was right after Trump got inaugurated the second time. There was this. It went viral. This guy, farmer, Trump guy, under Biden and the IRA, took a bunch of the subsidies to completely revamp his farm, his equipment. Ton of money, right? And then of course Doge happened. Trump took all that away. He could, gutted all that. And he was on MSNBC, actually, big old burly white dude who was bawling his eyes out. And he was, but his takeaway was that I will never do business with the government again. And so that's why we say we need socialists running everywhere, including in red to blue. Because my brother, you were so close. It's not the government. Yeah. It's the fact that you have these sellouts and oligarchs who are trying to make it so that you cannot be made whole from your government. Yeah. And so that's why it's I'm not educating, I'm not connecting that dot for you. I'm saying, my brother, I got your back, number one. And number two, you feel what I'm saying, right? And sometimes it's just that simple. And so and so next time, I don't want him to not do business with the government. I want him to call out the folks in government who are fucking him over.
Yeah.
And right now it's Trump and these reactionaries and these warmongers.
Going back to the primary, though, your main primary opponent, Jordan Herrera, is running as a bipartisan bridge-building moderate.
Okay.
He worked as an assistant attorney general under Missouri's far-right Republican attorney general. He won't touch the data center fight at all. He's been slippery on abortion, and he won't even say the word genocide when it comes to Gaza. What do you say to primary voters? Because that's, what you're going into right now. What do you say to the primary voters who've been told a moderate is the safe choice? And why is now the right time for a Democratic socialist instead of, I guess, MAGA light, even though Kamala Harris basically lost on that front as well?
I want folks to tell me what they think moderate means. When we talk about a better world as possible, I want folks then to tell me what that means. What does the air feel like? Can you get from point A to point B? Can you go get a checkup? What do you all think it means to say a better world is possible? Because so far, when I hear folks saying to go towards the center, all I'm hearing you say is a better world isn't really possible, and I don't really feel like working on it. That is the difference right now, is we need someone who is going to fight unapologetically. I'm not going to be swayed or moved based off of what the algorithm says today or based off of what I think is supposed to be said today. No, I am running with a movement and of working folks' lived experiences. And I'm an organizer who comes from the space of co-governing, right? So our folks, our movement, we should always be in lockstep. We should always be doing these things together. And if you're going to be wishy-washy on one thing, how can I, again, I'm circling back to the clip. I should have sent it to you, how can you be someone who says you want to champion working folks, you want to champion healthcare, and then go on a podcast and make fun of quote unquote meth heads? How can you say you got so much great area? We love our folks in the Ozarks, but just don't talk to the meth heads, and then double down and say they make themselves known as a punchline.
Yeah.
So what is that moderate? Is that centrist? Is shitting on working folks with addiction? Is that moderate? Because if that is, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But I think what our folks do want is healthcare, housing, a job, and to make sure that, we have a climate that's going to be around for a while. Because I want to go outside. I want to make sure that we don't have these crazy droughts that's making our yields even lower than the yields already are. I want to make sure that our folks are guaranteed it all. And if you're going back and forth because you're trying to play politics, I don't play pundit. I'm a person. We don't play games, period. We live and we win. And we don't win by someone who doesn't quite know what it is they want to do.
Yeah. You got to either shit or get off the pot.
Yeah. You got, by the way, you have a beautiful bidet in there. That was really.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you. Yeah,
good.
no, I have a bidet in every bathroom in this house. I feel like bidet for all is my.
Yes.
If I was running for office, that's what I would make.
Bidet, baby.
Yeah. Okay. So, we talked about Jordan Herrera. You've been blunt about the state of Black political leadership. The Congressional Black Caucus has been seen as a way to defend entrenched political power and not create new opportunities for young Black men and women that want to rise through the ranks. You've said too many Black faces are being bought up in service of a genocide, in service of tax breaks for the rich. You've called out Hakeem Jeffries taking Palantir money while Palantir profits off of bombing children. What is your critique of Black political establishment and the Congressional Black Caucus, and what's your vision to change it from the inside if elected?
I've been extremely disappointed with the Congressional Black Caucus. Remember, formerly the conscience of the Congress. If that is our conscience, if this is where we are, then I think that we need a new conscience. I mean, how do I say this? And I guess it touches on what I said a little bit earlier, right? It's just the weaponization of one's Blackness in service to capital, in service to empire, in service to, in some cases, a Black bourgeois. Why isn't the Congressional Black Caucus championing Medicare for all?
Yeah.
Why isn't the Congressional Black Caucus championing the War Powers Resolution? Why are we taking AIPAC money, period?
Why are they the most outspoken when it comes to genocide in Gaza?
And that's one of the reasons why I ran initially in the 5th against Congressman Cleaver is that, that seat before we were gerrymandered was a D plus 1,000, that should have been a seat that sets the agenda for the nation, a radical, bold, progressive, leftist, socialist agenda. And that is just not what we had. And I think, for example, Wesley Bell in St. Louis, case in point, we're not endorsed by Jamal Bowman, but he's a friend of the campaign. We saw what happened to Jamal Bowman with Latimer in New York.
I mean,
and even into my specific example, the person that reached out to me was a Black woman.
Yeah.
So, it's a shame. It is disappointing. I'm not sure if I'd be allowed in the Black Caucus, to be honest with you. I'm going to try to, I'll try to get in, but I'm going to be very blunt, is that the era of do nothing goes to everybody. And so we're done with doing nothing. And we need, again, what happened to the conscience of the Congress? What happened to your moral clarity? What happened to love and liberation?
Yeah.
What happened to any of that? And so, no, I haven't, I haven't gotten, no one's reached out from the CBC to me. But my number is always open, and I would love to have a conversation because I would love to tell our folks some things that we need to do better or just do, period. Because right now it's been very disappointing, especially, to shill for apartheid is just a level of, not even cognitive dissonance. It's just a level of fecklessness, a level of corruption and sellout. What Ta-Nehisi Coates said, there's a familiarity, right? He felt a familiarity when he was there.
Yeah.
How could you not? And we need to start calling Israel an apartheid state. It's apartheid Israel. It's not Israel. It's apartheid Israel.
Yeah.
And we need to call out our folks in the Congressional Black Caucus, and I plan on doing that. I'm not mean. In fact, I'm a pretty affable guy, but our folks need more than window dressing and take a knee photo ops.
Yeah. What about Hakeem Jeffries? Will you support Hakeem Jeffries' bid for Speaker of the House? And perhaps even more importantly than that, do you think Chuck Schumer is finally old enough to run for president?
I think that Chuck Schumer,
he should go older.
I think he needs a little bit more marinating.
Yeah.
He's close. I just want to see maybe another decade or two to see if he can really get there. No, I've already called for Senator Schumer to step aside. Get out of here. When it comes to Hakeem Jeffries, well, very similar answer to Darrell-Eliza. I'll talk with my constituents and see. No. The answer is no.
Okay. All right. What are your okay? So this is, I like to call this the Zohran question. He made it very easy to understand. Top 5 policies that he would like to be defined by. What are your top 5 priorities for Kansas City, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, it is healthcare. It is housing, guaranteed job, living wage, union protected. It is taxing the rich, getting rid of Citizens United, big money out of politics. And then it is divesting from the war machine. Those are our big 5. Because everything, if we take care of those things, especially when we get money out of politics, the actual downstream of making our folks whole is going to be transformational. And that applies. There's no arbitrary boundary that would say you don't deserve all those things. And the reason why we don't have some of those things is because of the corruption and the gross and the swamp. And when we liberate ourselves of that swamp, everything changes.
All right, so we're going to do rapid fire, and then I have one last question.
Let's go.
All right, rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
$25 minimum wage?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Social housing?
Yes.
Repealing the Faircloth Amendment?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Cash reparations?
Yes.
A moratorium on data centers?
Yes.
Repealing the right to work nationally?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Yes.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes. And by the way, we're going to free Puerto Rico as well.
Hell yeah. A free Palestine.
Free Palestine. No. I mean, I will champion.
I was asking on top of
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. From the river to the sea.
Okay. So the primary is on August 4th.
August 4th, yeah.
You've outraised your moderate opponent nearly 5-1, almost entirely on small dollar donations. You said the average is $21. Something
like that, yeah.
Or something like that. We are about to hit $30,000 on today's fundraising initiative, and hopefully we can reach $30,000. But for people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people chip in and get involved in your campaign, both inside the district and also outside or near the district?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back. I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record, but it really, for me, just comes back to the fact that you deserve so much more. You deserve actually the most. You deserve to be free and fed. We do have your back. And what does that look like? It's making sure we guarantee the basics. It's making sure that we are loud and proud and unapologetic in our support for working folks, not just here at home. Workers of the world unite, because that is our through line. It is our power as working people. And I guess that's it, right? I want our campaign to be one that empowers working people. We need to empower our folks to realize not just the potential that we've always had. It's more than potential. It's just who we are. And so if that can resonate, if that fires you up, if that you think can make you whole, then please join us as we build this better world together. Donations, obviously, grassroots campaign. I imagine after this episode is clipped, we're going to need a few more dollars to counter. I'm sure it will be an incredible amount of ads, but at least I look good because I got a haircut today.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, I don't think it's bad at all. Listen,
it's actually worked in favor of virtually every single campaign. I mean,
baby
far.
boy, you batting 1,000 right now. So, congratulations. I need that Hasan bump. And
hopefully.
But no,
inshallah.
It is, inshallah. It is just one of those things where, anyone tells you don't deserve it, ask them why, and you'll find out who's paying for them to say that. So don't listen to that nonsense. Don't listen to the pod save bros. You save, we save each other. And I guess that's it. HartzellForCongress.com. Donations, absolutely, but also volunteers, phone bankers. If you are in the Missouri area, come and kick it. We just had our office opening. It's dope as hell, so come and vibe and just pack your bags as we get ready to go to Congress. We're going to take 2 socialists from Missouri back to Congress. Like, what the hell is that? And also shout out real quick to, again, my chapter of DSA, Kansas City Democratic Socialists of America. Also shout out my boy Isaiah on the Kansas side, endorsed by the Southeast Kansas DSA. So we are building power, and there's no better way to do it than with each and every one of you. So would love to have you join us on this movement, because we got us, and there's no better way to do it.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Some more primary voting information for everybody tuning in from the district. The voter registration deadline is in person July 8th, 2026, by mail, postmarked by July 8th, 2026, online July 8th, 2026. Absentee mail-in voting is not available to all voters. The absentee mail-in ballot request deadline in person by August 3rd, 2026 by mail, received by July 22nd, 2026, online July 22nd, 2026. And the absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is in person by August 4th, by mail, received by August 4th, 2026. And early voting is available to all voters.
And check where you are, because we got a new map. I mean, Mark Alford, the incumbent Republican, is the rep of Missouri 4 in this new maps. It is live. It's illegal, but it's live. And I had a lot of folks who did not realize that, no, Alford is your guy right now. So definitely check and make sure you know what district is yours. And then let's plug in, let's lock in.
Yeah, and the early voting start and end deadlines is July 21st, 2026 to August 3rd, 2026. And polls are open on Election Day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. CT.
I have a request for you, though, if you don't
What's
mind,
up?
Hasan. So, because I'm trying to get you to Kansas City, right? Just got to get you to Missouri. And I come from pro wrestling. I'm a pro wrestling guy. I'm a commentator. I wrestle a little bit myself. And I'm just saying,
Sami Zayn just won as the first Muslim.
First Muslim, right?
Yeah, I know him too.
You know Sami Zayn?
Yeah, I mean, not like we've
AKA,
communicated on the internet.
Mr. Generico also in a previous life. No, I come from pro wrestling, right? And I'm just saying, the main event of let's just say we call it, I don't know, Fight for the 4th. I'm just saying a tag team of Hartzell and Hasan taking on some jabronis.
You want me to do pro wrestling?
I want you in the ring. I need my tag team partner.
I got someone who's my best friend is obsessed with wrestling, and he's done a little bit of not pro wrestling, but like he's learned how to do it, and he's worked with some pro wrestlers as well. I mean, we could potentially make it happen.
No, here's the thing. I need this to happen. Because this is what the people need. It's what they want. You got to get the people what they want.
Okay.
And I just think that a chance for me to take my shirt off in a campaign setting is something that I just don't want to turn off. So if you could, you hear what I'm saying, right? We could do something.
We reached 30K as of now, so we can potentially make it happen.
Hartzell and Hasan fight for the 4th. Let's, ooh yeah, dig it, brother. Ooh yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll bring back.
All right, y'all heard that?
Bring back.
That's confirmation. Where's our contract signing?
I'll
Can we
bring
do that?
back. What was his name? Muhammad.
Yes. Oh. Kids, ask your parents. There you go.
Yeah. No, we've watched it on the stream. It said
it's actually insane.
It's
like
such
that whole
a funny
thing
character
was
because
crazy.
back then, when you watch it back then, he's obviously like the villain. But like, if you listen to what he's saying with today's perspective, you're like, wait a minute, he's like not wrong.
It's literally, he was just doing Mandela. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
He was literally talking about how like all Muslims are being blamed for the crimes of the few, and it's like America's actions have actually destabilized this region.
Oh, he got deep. It was a hell of a promo.
Muhammad Hasan.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he now owns a car dealership.
Oh, he does.
He does.
He's also not Muslim.
No, not at all.
Or not even Arab. I think he's like Italian or something.
Yep.
It's so funny. And it was always hilarious because his manager was speaking in Farsi.
Yep.
And he didn't speak Arabic at all, but he would just like say a couple Arabic words. But then his manager would come out and speak in Farsi, and you're like, what the fuck is this? If you know anything about, if you're from the Middle East, you're like, what the fuck? It
was wild.
None of this makes sense.
Absolutely crazy.
But it was awesome. I love, like, I'm fascinated with like American
versus the Undertaker.
American culture, and some of that is, racism. And I think there's some very funny moments that come out of that when they're just like trying to piece these things together.
Pro wrestling, it goes through Kansas City, the heart of professional wrestling. It really does. Handsome Harley Race, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, man. So what I'm saying is we can add Hasan's name to the history books of professional wrestling. I'm
also an old man though. I'm 34. I'm about to be 35. So.
We're the same age. What do you mean old? You ain't unked up.
Yeah, but you're athlete. You're an athlete.
Yeah.
I'm not. I play. I now destroy my ankles every time I play basketball. You know what I mean? It's just, it sucks.
I saw you did some pull-ups the other day.
Yeah, I did some pull-ups for Claire's campaign. I had to do it. So
hey, it worked.
We'll see. We'll make it happen. Okay. But thank you,
my brother.
Hartzell.
I appreciate you, man.
This was great.
So
this
much,
was wonderful. All right, everybody. I'm gonna play you this. Wait, not this clip. I'm gonna play you GOP Rep Alford while I walk Hartzell out and take a photo with him, and then we're gonna be back to doing regular commentary.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay. All right.
This is temporary, and then I think that.
Anyway, maybe we'll bring Will to Kansas City as well. Okay. That was a lot. Let's look at Fox News malding. Now imagine Fox News malding about democratic socialism brewing in blue cities. What would they do if Kansas City, and St. Louis, the SLU, brought 2 democratic socialist electeds into Congress? I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what that would look like. Okay? You'd be giving Fox News aneurysms. Okay? They would vomit live on air. I think Jesse Waters might have an actual aneurysm. Like, he might actually crash. Don't call STL the SLU. The Lou. Sorry.
The Democrat Party is facing a reckoning as far-left socialists sweep key races across the nation. Now, we've been watching this coming for a while. But now it's an insurgence, and moderates in that party had better watch out.
Brian would be out. Brian would be out doing this.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Everybody else, too. The insurgency is rattling establishment Democrats and sparking fears about the future of the party during the midterm elections and beyond. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. I call it the socialism disease. And if they don't put this down, it's going to happen across the country, and it affects everybody, not just Democrats. This scroll shows the far left's influence right now across America. Major progressive groups have endorsed nearly 20 candidates, and at least 25 have already won in multiple states, including Illinois, Michigan, Maine, and Pennsylvania. President Trump says it goes beyond socialism.
Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. If you look.
We watched pieces of this already. I'm going to skip it. Wisconsin next. Yes, tomorrow Francesca Hahn is going to be in the building. Mamdani ally Brad Lander discusses his very Jewish beliefs with Batya! ! Which I'm going to skip because I don't really care about Batya Sargon of Akkad.
And joining
Batya Ungar of Akkad. Anyway, Chris Murphy says Democrats should accept Trump voters, not embrace socialism in this full interview. Chris Murphy is another one of these like moderate guys who has been trying to reposition himself as somewhat of a progressive now, but it's not really working for him, especially considering that in the immediate aftermath of the defeat of Kamala Harris, he thought we should just lean fully into pivoting to the right rather than reconsidering where our priorities lie. He did that thing, and then now he's trying to be more progressive, but he's not fully invested in being progressive. So he also endorsed Mallory McMorrow. So I don't think he's too fond of the little movement that we've built. He's Pino. Progressive in name only. I love Pino. Pino is so stupid. Pino is such a stupid fucking term, and I love it. Pinot Noir.
Now is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. He's the author of the new book, Crisis of the Common Good. Senator Murphy, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's first off start with your reaction to the latest primary results out of New York. You've heard President Trump say that these candidates aren't socialists. He's gone as far as to call them communists. As someone who identifies as a progressive, is this a moment of reckoning for establishment Democrats?
Oh, I think you're going to have different candidates being nominated in New York City and suburban Connecticut. This is a party that is also nominated and won with candidates like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill. I want us to be a Big Tent party. I mean, I've been saying this for years. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing when there's a contest of ideas inside the party. So I'm not a Democratic socialist, but I do believe that the Democratic Party has been historically way too timid in taking on corporate power. I think our party should have bigger ideas. I put one on the table last week, a $25 minimum wage. And I think we do have to have answers for the way in which corporations and billionaires are taking over and corrupting our politics. So I do think that there is somewhat of a trend that candidates who are confronting concentrated corporate power in a meaningful way are winning. And I think that that is something that the Democratic Party should pay attention to.
Well, there's a lot of polling that shows that the rise of socialism is becoming a big part of the Democratic base. In fact, over 2/3 of Democrats view socialism more positively than capitalism. Does the Democratic Party actually need to embrace the moniker of socialism, lean into it?
No, but I think...
No. Obviously, he's not going to say, yeah, well, let's lean into it, you know?
We have to understand that people do not believe that this version of capitalism has worked. And frankly, it hasn't worked. I mean, you have 40% of Americans today that are working full time and don't have enough money saved up in the bank for an emergency car repair. Meanwhile, we just saw the first trillionaire made in this economy. This version of capitalism isn't working. Now, I make the argument in the book that we should embrace, what I call a common good capitalism, a capitalism where we have more shared prosperity, where we want more millionaires and less trillionaires, where we have a higher minimum.
This kind of stuff is pretty good, honestly, because it literally forces these guys to come to our side reluctantly because it recognizes that there's a real crisis in capitalism, right? It's not far enough, obviously, and because they're because they have this like weird predisposition to this moderate pivot, no matter what. We just keep pulling the Overton window to our side, and they just come along with it reluctantly. We haven't done real capitalism. It's going to be real capitalism. I promise. It's going to be like they just love to ratchet. I've begun to realize that a lot of these centrist Democrats, a lot of these liberals, they have no real ideology. Sure, some of them defend corporate interests. Sure, many of them defend capitalism. But ultimately, there are plenty of people who just love the ratchet. Okay? They just love ratcheting. So if they're just fucking windsocks, we make sure that we blow the winds in our direction rather than the right. Okay? That's it. And eventually they're just going to be like, oh, we want redistributive capitalism. We want capitalism with real safeguards, real protections. And eventually you just pull them so far that they're like, honestly, okay, fuck it. Capitalism is not working. Whatever. These dudes just find a million different ways to say they're Keynesians. Yeah, but they're not actual Keynesians, right? So eventually they'll get there. And then eventually they'll go further beyond. I really do believe it. Even with the Congressional Black Caucus too, I think that while many people might not agree with this statement, I do think that a lot of these guys just want to, keep their power, keep their seats, and slowly but surely, or eventually they understand that the only way to do it is by falling in line with the momentum. Right?
Wage, where unions are more powerful. Democrats are not going to win by defending this version of capitalism, but I think we'll be able to offer ideas on how to dramatically reform it rather than throwing out the entire system.
Well, let's talk about one of those candidates who won on Tuesday, who describes herself as a socialist, and that's Darlisa Avila Chevalier. She's faced criticism now over deleted social media posts. I want you to take a listen to this attack ad from her former opponent.
Let's meet Darlisa in her own words.
Thank you.
She won't stand by Kamala Harris.
Okay, let's get to business.
Isn't this kind of funny that this, because she won, this almost feels like she won because of it rather than in spite of it? Isn't that kind of funny that, the attack ad that was supposed to take her down all of a sudden turns into a ideological position that is actually successful in Harlem? Now it's a promo video. If you hit an attack ad of a candidate that won, all of a sudden it's now just a promo video. It's like the anti-Democrat posture in a closed primary in a fucking city that went to Kamala Harris by plus 59 is now a viable way to promote the campaign? Is that what you're trying to say? Because this didn't work. The anti-Kamala sentiment did not actually work to defeat the anti-Kamala candidate by your definition.
Won't stand by Joe Biden.
Yeah.
She even called him a rapist.
Yeah,
she
what's
won't
up?
stand by veteran.
What happened? What happened? This was sent to many voters in the district. This right here was sent to voters in upper Manhattan and parts of the Bronx. And they saw it and they were like, okay. Are you saying that this is a viable ad to win Democrats? Interesting. A collector's item, folks. Yes, I will be framing it. Make no mistake, I will be framing it. Mint condition. PSA 10. I'm going to get that shit graded.
For the American flag. She stands with dividing us by race. Meet the real Daria Lisa, the one she tried to delete.
So to be clear, Senator, that was an attack ad from a fellow Democrat. You've talked about this bigger tent. If you're saying the Democratic Party needs a bigger tent, does that include someone who called a former Democratic president of the United States a rapist?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. All I'm saying is that this party has to have a real contest of ideas. And I just don't think that our defense of incrementalism has worked. So I don't mind a contest of ideas. And I just don't know that we have had it to the extent that voters have been satisfied. Listen, it's no secret. Voters aren't super happy with establishment Democrats or establishment Republicans these days. I will say, though, what binds to
Yeah, this can't be good for Kamala Harris 2028. I mean, come on. Like, I mean, seriously. It's just like, look, she apologized for it, but like, you know, this is the only thing that they pumped. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You know, this is how many of the voters in this district first encountered Daria Lisa. It's not good.
Together, I think every Democratic candidate that is running, including the ones in New York, is that they are standing up to protect American democracy.
Oh, Joe Scarborough has some choice words for fucking Chris Murphy's interview here. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. This is what frightened Republicans do when confronted with horrid things Donald Trump has said. Now Democratic senators are trying to say this about a congressional candidate who accused Joe Biden of rape. Stop now. Senator, does this refresh your recollection? Be better than Trump's cowards. Why the fuck would voters care about this, you idiot? Why? Like, they already saw it and they voted for her, you fucking idiot. The fuck is wrong with you? It's so dumb. Like, what, you want a Democrat that is supposed to caucus with this other Democrat now to instead spend a good deal of time rehashing old tweets that she apologized for? Are you fucking stupid? It's so dumb. Comparing Daria Lisa to Trump is also extra dumb, but that's besides the point.
And right now, the biggest threat to this country are not a handful of House candidates in New York. It is the president of the United States that is trying to destroy American democracy. And the Democratic Party, left, right, and center, is united around the fact that we need to protect this nation from Donald Trump's attacks on the rule of law.
Okay, to that end, I do want to read to you part from your latest book, Crisis of the Common Good. You say that many leading Democrats, and even more in the pundit class, treat populist leaders like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Zohran Mamdani as fringe threats to the party's electoral success. Voters chose Trump because they wanted a revolution, but my party doesn't yet seem completely ready to seize the moment. How do you seize the energy of the left wing of the party without alienating mainstream voters and maybe even some Trump voters that might be willing to cross over and vote for Democrats?
Yeah, the argument that I make is that there are a lot of Trump voters who believe that the economy is rigged, and they mistakenly thought that Donald Trump was going to unrig it. They now see him as a fake populist. And so they're open to listen to a Democratic Party that is for increasing the minimum wage, breaking up concentrated corporate power, bringing back the strength of labor unions. Now, I think we have been probably far too judgmental of some of these voters on the right because they don't share all of our cultural and social views. I don't argue that the Democratic Party should change our views when it comes to issues like guns or climate or abortion. I just think that we have to accept into the coalition.
Dog, you win them over by offering them things, okay? You force the argument to not be on the grounds that Republicans cut, which is, how many trans people you want to eradicate from public existence. But you force the argument to be on the boundaries of, do you want health care or not? That's it. I've never been one of those guys that's like, oh, we can't win any Republican voters. I just have a different theory of change. And my theory is, if you go to these Republican districts and you tell them, like, we're not gonna allow AI data centers to prop up in your backyards, they're gonna jack up your fucking electricity prices and destroy your clean water supply or take over your clean water supply. We are going to stop that. If you tell the voters in that district, like, we're gonna fight for your health care too. I know the Democrats are not exactly beloved in this district, right? Maybe you're too worried. And for far too long, you've thought Democrats don't mean anything. Democrats don't actually do anything for you. They don't do right by you, but we are different. We are going to give you health care. We're going to give you public housing. We're going to do a federal jobs guarantee. If you go in there and you tell them, like, here are the things that you need, we're going to improve your lives. The Republicans have lied to you all this time. They've told you, oh, your enemy is trans people there. Your enemy is undocumented migrants or whatever, and that we have to spend billions and billions of dollars on fucking Israel and Israel's wars and billions of dollars on a domestic occupation force and tens of millions of dollars on flock cameras that are engaging in mass surveillance and peeping on you instead of your roads, then yeah, I think that argument is very convincing. That argument is unbelievably convincing. Always has been the same. It's like gun fuckers or Bible thumpers. Yeah,
but the thing is that it's like okay.
Gun fuckers and Bible thumpers, no matter how like transphobic or racist they are, you know what they also need? Roof over their heads. They need health care. So when you fucking go to them and you're like, I'm gonna serve you health care, I'm gonna give you a roof over your head, I'm gonna do public housing, I'm gonna do government funded housing, I'm gonna do a federal jobs guarantee, you're gonna have a good paying job, you're gonna have health care. But you got to cut it out with this trans shit. Like, they're going to have it too. They're going to say, maybe there's going to be people who say, no, I really hate trans people and I can't do that, right? Yeah. But the overwhelming majority of people are going to look at that and go, yeah, I'll do that. I don't care. My argument always has been the same. It's like gun fuckers or Bible thumpers. Yeah, they're playing Solidarity Forever in the background. Tear to my eye. What are your thoughts that right-wingers think Republicans stand for law, order, justice, despite Epstein, wage theft, and fraud? Yeah, it's bullshit. And we gotta hammer home that point.
Here we are.
Denver Pride crowd reaction to Maylot Kuros could be heard from miles away.
The one and only Maylot Kuros!
Bro, you're acting like Trumpers would make a rational choice in the best interest if they only knew the facts. Many of them are simply irredeemably white supremacists, even at their own detriment. We need to defeat these people completely and stop pandering to them. What did I just tell you? I didn't say we're gonna pander to them. You think telling people that you're gonna fucking give them healthcare is pandering to them? It's just what you're gonna do. It's what you should do regardless. And no, there are of course going to be people that are like, fuck you, I don't care. But we shouldn't care that they don't care. What, you think races don't deserve health care? I'm sorry. We're going to give them health care, whether they like it or not. What do I always tell my fucking haters that come in here and call me a Muslim terrorist talk about how all Muslims are pedophilic rapists or whatever? I tell them, look, man, I'm fighting for you too. I don't give a shit that you don't like me. I'm going to force that health care down your goddamn throat. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. And here's the reality. there are a lot of people who will look at that and go, no, I want to kill trans people. Sorry. That's my number one priority. There's going to be people that say that. There are going to be people that say, no, I don't care. Undocumented migrants are scary. We got to purge them. We got to purge all migrants. We got to purge all black and brown people. There's always going to be people like that are not winnable. But there are certainly a lot of people who have even voted for Donald Trump, who are independents. Okay. And there are going to be people that will look at that situation that haven't ever been offered this alternative, this rational alternative, this self-interested option. That's it.
People that may have voted for Donald Trump and wants a party that is going to unrig the democracy join us on all of our social and cultural views. We should give them a place in our party. And I think the only way that we give them that place is by being stronger in the way that we confront the consolidation of
I logged on to tell you that your audio quality on that was so quiet. It was like how LaCroix tastes, a hint of Hasan from one room away. Wait, what? Really?
Corporate power in this country.
Okay, let's zero in on that topic that you raised earlier, and that is your new bill to raise the minimum wage. You are calling for a minimum wage of $25 an hour. It has not been raised nationally since above $7.25 an hour since 2009. The most recent analysis from the Congressional Budget Office said that even a $17 per hour raise would result in massive job cuts. Would your bill actually do more harm than good?
Of course, NBC News, reactionary at the behest of capital, immediately. Oh my God. Well, economists say this is going to kill business owners. It's going to kill business. Okay, dude. Fuck off.
No, it wouldn't. And there's plenty of economic analysis to show that if you gradually.
Chris Murphy is correct, by the way. Yes, an increase in minimum wage actually doesn't kill job growth or jobs in general. It's fucking bullshit. That's old. That's old mentality.
$25 an hour. You're going to create more jobs than you're going to lose. And my bill doesn't do it automatically. But this is actually a unifying issue. And so when I talk about how you bring Republicans who voted for Trump over to the Democratic side, an aggressive increase in the minimum wage is part of the answer. If you ask Democrats in an open survey what they think the minimum wage should be, they say $27. If you ask Republicans independents, they say $26. You know why? $25 is just the minimum wage you need to pay your bills in this country. And in the most affluent, most powerful country in the world, if you work full time, you should be able to pay your bills. And by the way, we can afford it. It's not like we can't pay a $25 minimum wage. We just choose not to because we've become okay with dozens and dozens of people in this country making hundreds of billions of dollars. So this is the kind of idea that shows that the Democratic Party is ready to fundamentally change this economy. And I think this is the kind of idea that brings Trump voters over. Remember, there was a meme online about a year ago in which folks were claiming to the right that Donald Trump had already implemented a $25 minimum wage. Right. And people in his coalition were super pumped about that. We can't let Donald Trump pretend that he's actually going to raise wages, but we got to show that the Democratic Party, if we get power, is really willing to do it.
So on the issue of affordability, there was a bipartisan housing bill that passed both chambers of Congress, but it's currently stalled after President Trump said that he won't sign the bill until the SAVE Act is passed. One of the elements of the SAVE Act requires voters to show ID. If there was a vote that came to the floor that just required voters to show photo ID, would you support it?
Well, I mean, it depends on what it looks like in Connecticut. You know, we have safe and secure elections. This whole idea behind the SAVE Act is trying to push a mythology that our elections aren't secure, are rigged. That's not true. The problem with the SAVE Act is that they don't really care about the voter ID provision. That's not why they're pushing the SAVE Act. They care about a provision that would create a national voter list that would allow Trump to go in and take people out of it so he could claim that the wrong people voted in state elections. It's actually why a lot of Republicans in the Senate don't support the SAVE Act. Donald Trump is the most unpopular president in the recent history of this country, and so he is trying to rig the election, but Senator, in part by creating this national
But Senator,
list.
if I could pin you down on that, though, do you think establishing a standard by which a photo ID is necessary to vote in elections is something that should exist in the United States? Just that simple premise.
Yeah, I think that.
Are these guys also trying to be the pro-Trump? Are they just fighting over one another? All the mainstream outlets are fighting over one another to be regime propagandas. Is that what's going on? It's sold as a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. So what are you talking about?
There are a lot of people in my state that don't have that ID, and there's no evidence, zero evidence in this country that there is a problem at scale with people faking their identification in elections. And again, let's just dispense with the
Chris is right.
idea that that's what this bill is about. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about trying to create a national voter list that creates the pretext for Donald Trump to try to say that state elections have been rigged or manipulated.
Okay, Senator Murphy, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dog, NBC News is the right of Mitch McConnell on this, by the way. Like, any sort of nationalization of the election registry is something that fucking Mitch McConnell has opposed his entire life. What the hell is going on, dude? Yeah, that bleeding heart libtard Mitch McConnell. There is a reason. There is a reason why there aren't enough votes in Congress to get this done, because even Republicans don't want it.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
that's why Trump is malding. Oh shit. My goat's over at the Sunrise Movement. Mitch hasn't been seen in 2 weeks, by the way. Yeah, bro, he's having sex. Okay? He went to a med spa and he's getting his fucking back blown out. What is it to you? You know what I mean? Let him fucking have his fun. He has served Congress dutifully. Let him get his shit pushed in, dude. What the hell?
No way, not today.
Cory Booker, Texans don't want you. Texans deserve better than you. What are you doing here? Texans don't want you here. What are you doing?
Families apart across the nation, and you're only calling for reorganization and reformation? What does that even do? Our current administration is tearing apart America. They're using up our national resources, and all you're doing is taking money from AIPAC donors and not fighting for our communities.
Senator Booker, why should Texans listen to you when you've accepted at least $1 million from AIPAC? Deserve better Democrats than moderate Democrats like you, Senator Booker. We deserve better than sellout Democrats like you, Senator Booker.
The middle class built this country, and labor built the middle class. Look, it's not just his.
I can't do this.
I also know the story of America, like many of you. It's a constant push and pull between peril and possibility. It's a battle that's never truly over. She had won the last election by
Looking really good, Mr. President.
19 points. That seat just happens to represent a quaint little place you all heard of, Mar-a-Lago.
He's running. Look at him. He looks great. He looks so good. Yeah, he should have stayed in the race, honestly. He could still be president right now. He could win if you vote for him. If you vote for him, he could still win.
We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we act together. So let's get up and fight back, God darn it. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He still can't find his way off the stage. And of course, this is not an indictment on Joe Biden. This is obviously an indictment on his family, on Jill Biden, and on Hunter. If Jill keeps doing this, Hunter needs to intervene and say, stop doing this to my dad. He sounds like he has marbles in his mouth. He's disoriented. It's not helping his legacy or his image. It's certainly not helping the crowd. I mean, here they are yelling Genocide Joe at him. Listen.
It's a constant push and pull between peril and possibility. It's a battle that's never truly over. And we'll look.
That's your legacy, old man. I hope you got still enough brain processing power to understand that that's your legacy.
Those are Democrats, of course, who have not forgiven him for allowing what happened in Gaza to happen under his watch. And so
that's so funny for Fox News to say this, by the way. Like, what? Do you think Israel's committing a genocide, Fox News? Like, I know you guys love highlighting the tension between the progressive wing of the party and the do-nothing Dems, but, like, you support Israel currently, right now. You support everything that Trump has done at the behest of Israel right now.
You know, it's just bringing up more anger in the party.
It's painful to watch. You know, remember we made fun of him for, as president, lying on the beach in Rehoboth, Delaware? Like, go back to the beach. You like it there. You can relax there. Like, this, being put in this position is really, you wonder if he really understands how bad it looks for him.
Yeah. And Democrats don't want him. The Democrats are ready to turn the page and move to the next candidates. They don't want this. And so why they keep insisting on allowing him to do it is baffling to me.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know anything. I don't know enough. Anyway, let's go. A reminder, there have been more feature films made about October 7 than about Iwo Jima.
Italy unleashed, whether on immigration or tariffs or the Iran war. And
Why are you sending me a bad empanada video? HasanAbi wine mom? What are you, crazy? You think I'm going to watch that video even if he's making a good point? What are you, out of your dang mind? Come on, HasanAbi wine mom.
Is that since his comeback, Trump has had almost total control over the Republican Party.
She probably doesn't know already. Calm down.
Both the Senate and House behind me. That is why people see the midterms as so critical,
Fed empanada.
including Trump himself. In the last hour, he has actually urged people to get out and vote, saying those elections are critical, and no wonder he knows he could lose some of that power. So how are voters feeling? A global research firm who have carried out a focus group in Georgia and a national poll exclusively for Channel 4 News. The poll shows people are worried about the economy and the cost of living. Not very many think that Trump has made America affordable again.
Oh, it's bad Hasbro.
Focus on his unpopularity.
Never mind. It wasn't bad. Fed empanada. Oh my God. There's a Maylot phone banker, and currently there's a Maylot phone banker. Chatters. There's a Maylot phone bank happening right now, and there are more than one phone bankers on there whose username is Toby Durden. What's wrong with you? There are multiple Toby Durdens on the Maylot Kiros phone bank. First of all, it's not Toby Durden. It's Turby Durbin. Okay? So get it right. It's Turby Durden. And I think, isn't today the runoffs or something? Isn't today the runoffs? This is your community, bro. But which one is the real one? We're all Turby Derby. Hello. And guess, you know who's not on that phone bank? Dusty Johnson. That's right. You know who's not on that phone bank? Larry Roden. No Dusty Johnson and no Larry Roden on this goddamn phone bank. Only Turby Durden. The man in question. Oh, the beauty. What a beaut. What a beautiful soul he is. Look at him. Larry Roden is a disgusting liberal snowflake. Only Turby Derby is red enough for Republican red. Shaky Gurga is my go-to name now. Hell yeah. He's a grade A hog, dude. Toby Durden put a video out comment
in every which way.
Condemning you. I know. We got it on the docket. Don't worry. Turby Derby.
Which is real. They miss what's going on beneath the surface. Get out of Washington, D.C., and you'll find he's extraordinarily popular with some voters.
Hasan's sexual attractions to the most of humans that exist. Okay, man. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Chung not such a unique shape? Just in general, not just for humans, but a unique shape that we've never seen before? Like geometrically? That's not fascinating to you? You don't want to kiss him a little bit? I do. What state is Turby Derby from? South Dakota, brother.
We saw a lot of that in Georgia.
Freedom. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator.
Is he the most divisive president in U.S. history? When American voters were asked to score how well Donald Trump is doing out of 10.
Trump's approval now at the lowest level of his second term. Only
33% gave him 0. But for 12%, he is a 10 out of 10.
Approve 100%. 100%.
To delve deeper, we traveled to Savannah in Georgia, a critical swing state, a place where national elections are won and lost. Where pollsters, Public First, set up a focus group for Channel 4 News with a spread of that Trump love.
He's running this country like it's a company, a business.
And I love that.
And hate.
The thing negative that I could say about him, I'm just trying to think. There's so many. I was like, which one do I pick?
Oh my God, bro. If guys that look like this, that are former Trump supporters, are pulling out, I don't know who he has that remains. I'm sorry. This is literally American History X, bro. This is literally Chudwig. Like that guy, this is Chudwig. Also known as Ludwig, also known as co-worker wig. The elderly and the mentally handicapped. I mean, low key, yeah. This guy's changed my oil before.
So with midterms looming large, what will be on the mind?
Like this lady is like the last MAGA bastion. Okay, Chudwig Norton. All Trump's got that remains is Turby Derby and this lady.
Of these voters when they enter the polling booth.
How would you describe the state of the country? What are the things that are going well? What are the things that are going badly?
Badly is immigration, for sure.
The economy.
Oh yeah, cost of living.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. You know, housing alone is just ridiculous.
I would say gas prices.
Corruption in government seems to be an ongoing.
And for Andrew, that corruption comes from Donald Trump. But on this issue, the panel is split.
You'll notice that under your chairs you have a piece of paper. How would you rate Trump's performance since taking office?
The spread here is slightly more forgiving of the president than our national poll, but the divide still stark. A 0, 2 4s alongside 3 perfect 10s.
Okay, we've got a range of numbers here.
A judgment on which the room let rip.
Shameful, unqualified, disastrous. Somebody, if we have problems, is throwing gasoline on a fire to address them.
I mean, the guy has guts. People just don't like the way he says things, but somebody had to. You know, they don't like it, but I don't care about that. I care about the results.
And it's not just what Trump says, it's what he posts. Endlessly on Truth Social, stretching from first thing in the morning long into the night.
I've ever seen in my life. This man is 70 plus years old and he's tweeting all the time. I'm like, why are you tweeting? Stop tweeting like a petulant child.
He's intense and he does a lot of stuff that upsets people, and I get it. But this man's 70, honey. If he wants to tweet, let him.
Like wanting to reward him for absolute dog shit is even crazier. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but old people, no. Not all old people are like this, okay?
Actually, he's just turned 80, celebrating by staging a UFC fight on the White House lawn. But could the contrast between opulent scenes like these and the reality of life for average Americans hurt his Republican Party in the midterms?
I work 2 jobs. I'm 39 years old. I think I'm a millennial. I'm probably going to be a forever renter. I feel sometimes there's just no way to get ahead, you know, and I've always been a hard worker, just kind of put your head down and just grind it out. But I've been grinding it out now for 5 years.
I don't know many people that don't have 2 jobs. That's like the norm.
If she wants to drive, let her, is funny, but like they do drive. You can't stop that lady from driving. What are you, crazy? That lady is never stopping her driving.
Next day, as he heads from his IT job after 9 hours starting at 7 a.m. to a major retailer where he'll be collating online orders on his feet until 10:30 p.m.
Do you think Donald Trump understands what it's like for someone like you?
I don't think he could possibly understand what it's like to put in the amount of hours that I put in personally every day, to not see your wife and your daughter, you know, certain days a week because you have to be gone to make a living.
Michael isn't on the breadline, but says these supermarket hours are needed to maintain a middle-class lifestyle for his family. Back in the room, where there is a security guard, a pedicab driver, a factory worker, and a veteran, affordability is the top issue and will dominate the midterms. But has Trump's war made things worse?
No one's mentioned the war in Iran. How much of an issue is that?
Well, the war in Iran is the reason the gas prices is high.
The war in Iran needed to happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building the bomb. It's not going to affect us here in the States because it doesn't have that big of a reach at this point.
but it does affect everyone in Europe.
Sometimes we need to kind of stick to ourselves and not actually help everybody, because sometimes it
Dude, Americans find a way to literally take the right position and somehow apply the most selfish and insane perspective to arrive at the correct position. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, Iran has nukes, but it can only reach Europe, and that's not our problem, is a better way, is a more prescient message for the average American than it is to be like, they don't have nukes. They never wanted nukes. Why are we blowing them up? Dude, like, this isn't even like, they don't really have nukes, and we're just kind of using that as a reason to go wage war with them. We're lying about it like we did with Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Instead, we're just like, the bomb is not big enough to reach me. It'll only nuke Europe. Who cares? How is that possible?
causes more pressure on us over here.
Mr. President, on the question of Iran and so much else, Trump's talking points were certainly cutting.
I guess we'll take those. Fuck it, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. I don't. God damn, dude. The average American. Oh my God. It's so crazy. Fuck it. We write those. That's hey, one on the anti-interventionist docket. You know what I mean? Like, weird, but okay. But it also goes to show, if like Trump lied and said that the bomb can reach America, then these guys would be like, yeah, we should nuke Iran. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they didn't lie adequately enough. Like, they didn't lie well enough to get those guys on board. Because they just said like, oh, it'll only nuke Europe. We have to protect Europe. And America's like, I don't really care about protecting Europe. Oh, I think I misunderstood her. We have to do it to protect Europe. No, I thought she said it sucks though.
That big of a reach at this point. But it's going to affect us here in the States. Happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building the bomb. It's not going to. War in Iran needed to happen. Just my opinion. Granted, they're building.
She said it needed to happen.
The bomb is, but it does
actually help everybody.
This lady said, the first lady said the war in Iran needed to happen because we needed to fucking protect Europe. This lady said maybe it's better not to help everybody.
Because sometimes it causes more pressure on us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't misunderstand her. I misunderstood her. No, I'm saying this lady arrived at the correct position, but took the wrong way home. Yeah, she said we shouldn't be helping everybody. It's fine. Yeah, she took the wrong way, but she arrived at the right destination. We take those. That's a dub. We put that down. Write that down. That's a dub. Her position is can't stop all the nukes. Let Iran nuke Europe. I don't care. If that's the take, if that's what's gonna take, then fuck it, you know? What? I am not making enough to eat, you fucker. I am food stressed. I'm underweight, you idiots. That's my family. What? Who are you talking to? We don't know how much you weigh.
Over here.
Mr. President, on the question of Iran and so much else, Trump's talking points were certainly cutting through to his strongest supporters.
Waste, fraud, theft, and abuse. Numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security.
Look at fraud. Billions of dollars being thrown away.
Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash.
Obama dumped all that money in Iran. Pallets of money.
I look at London, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
And Trump is using Great Britain as an example. See what happens when your government is taken over from the inside.
By what?
The entire panel raised concerns about
what does that mean? What are you saying? Oh my God. Oh my God. These people, man. Oh God. It's so fucking tough sometimes. I hear what Republicans have to say. And I'm just like, I can't even hold on to this because we don't exist on the same reality. Like, we don't exist on the same plane of existence. Like, you're in planet B. The fuck are you talking about? Trump did what to the UK? They're making an example out of the UK. I like this kind of shit actually shocks me to my core because it's like there's plenty of things that people used to be able to look at where we had consensus reality. But biased narratives could develop off of this consensus reality. You could look at the same story, right? And Republicans would say one thing, their takeaway would be one thing, and the Democrats' takeaway would be an entirely different thing. But at least there would be some kind of consensus reality. We could both look at the same thing. Nowadays, Republicans don't look at the same thing. Like, they just invented whole cloth, an entirely separate set of facts, an entirely separate reality. They're like, yeah, remember when Trump actually came in and threw Keir Starmer on the ground and started beating his head in? That was crazy. I mean, I thought, I'm not a violent person, but I thought, well, that's a good example to make out of the UK. And he said he was doing it because the UK is actually implementing a nationalized healthcare system over there, and it's communism, and Trump is big fighter against communism. We can't have that here either. That's why I'm voting for Toby Durden. Like she thinks like the UK is doing Shakira law, and Keir Starmer was implementing it, and the Donald Trump was combating this somehow. I'm like, none of the things that you said have happened. Like the only thing that I can grab onto from that statement is that the former prime minister of the country, like the former leader of the UK, is Keir Starmer. You got that part right, and that's it. I don't think Trump did anything. There's no Shakira law. What have you thought about rebutting their phrases with nuh-uh? No. Yup, my conservative friend doesn't believe that Cuba is under a blockade. Oh,
immigration is a massive issue.
Immigration.
None of them were that across UK politics.
Okay, what about Trump's relationship with the UK? Have you seen much of that? Has anyone seen?
No.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Does anyone see anyone saw that Keir Starmer resigning?
I didn't see that
I
one.
saw it.
That's news to me, yeah.
That's news to anyone else?
But they were very engaged in what was happening at home, with a critical Senate race in Georgia this November pitting a Trump-endorsed Republican, Mike Collins, against Democrat John Ossoff, who some think might run for president. But what about those names more often talked about?
J.D. Vance. Would he make a good president?
Vote for him?
J.D. Vance.
I would vote for J.D.
I might.
Oh my God, I'm Brian Kilmeade. Both of the people who were like, the one person who was like, we have to intervene because Iran is nuking Europe, and the person who said, we don't intervene because Iran is nuking Europe and I don't care about Europe, are both voting for J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Okay. Hands up if you'd vote for him.
I'd give him a maybe, yeah.
Some maybes here. All right.
So what do you do when a country is this divided?
Stephanie, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
The next day, we brought Trump-loving Stephanie,
Bear with me on the turn,
and Trump-hating Andrew back together again. She tends to not talk politics with her Democratic voting daughter, he
Stephanie.
with his Republican voting dad, trying to avoid arguments like these.
When you look at Biden, your buddy Biden,
I wouldn't say he was my buddy. I voted for him out of necessity.
then he's your buddy.
Stephanie thinks the Democrats have gone woke.
LBGs and HYZs came along, and
Andrew, who grew up gay in the South, worries the clock is turning back.
And I'm seeing those rights come under, what progress we were able to make come under attack again.
Can you foresee a future where you're not holding up a 10 and you're not holding up a 0?
I would like that.
well, the 10 was for Trump.
Yeah.
So there'll never be a president like him again.
Bro, what is happening? Yo, there's something seriously crazy about the frequency in which Trump operates that make these ladies go nutty mode. Like, they want to fuck him, they want to suck him, they want to be him, they want to wear his skin, they want to be his children. Like, what the fuck? She sincerely said, there will never be another man like him. That's God. That's God for you. How is that? Like, what happened? What the fuck has he done for you, lady? There's plenty of other racists out there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Trump is the only racist, man. Why not other races? That's my question. Why not other races? get better races to be on board with. That's my new initiative. I just want to see. I want to see where this goes. Because, like, why Trump? You know what I mean? He doesn't have a lot of redeemable qualities, especially at this point. He's gone back on virtually all of his campaign promises. So why Trump? Why not another races? I want to see. Is there another guy that could captivate your attention this hard? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? I wish there was an opportunity for me to like put on their glasses for one day and just stare at Donald Trump to understand what the fuck is happening in their minds. Because they talk about Trump like they're never going to vote again. Like once Trump is out, see, that's the other side of the story. But honestly, who cares about what you're saying, Lol? I mean, yeah, if you're one of those people, which I assume you are, yeah, of course you don't care. But I'm sincerely trying to understand like what it is about Trump that is so captivating for you. You know what I mean? What is it that grandmas that have gone through menopause feel horny like they've never felt horny ever before in their whole lives when it comes to Donald Trump? Look, I'm going to run this back.
So you're not holding up a 0.
I would like that.
Well, the 10 was for Trump.
Yeah.
So there'll never be a president like him again.
Like your grandma talks about this. Your grandma only talks about like Donald Trump this way. You know what I mean? It doesn't get her going to think about Marco Rubio. Certainly not Stephen Miller. Law's dog zapper loser. Wait, what? Bro, I asked you a question. Why is it that you and this grandma want to have your backs blown out by Donald Trump? Why can't you answer my question? Why do you guys always got to behave like a bot? Come on. I'm asking you seriously because he's goated. Okay. No, but like actually, would you ever vote for another Republican? Like, do you like JD Vance? Do you like Marco Rubio? Or is it just Trump? To them, he's Robert Redford adjacent. I would vote for Trump, of course. JD Vance is goated. Okay. How is Trump goated? Like, what has he done that you like? How has Donald Trump materially improved your life? I know you're going to say he closed the border, but that's not like, how did that materially improve your life? Trump is goated because he made eggs cheaper. They're not. Inflation is actually at all-time highs still and only got worse since the war in Iran. Yeah. Okay, border closed and made eggs cheaper. So the first one is not correct. And then the second one, you don't even explain how it ends up materially improving your life. Hasan, you're just LTN and Trump is Chad. What is just a LTN? Oh, I'm a low tier normie? I'm a low tier normie and Trump is Chad. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this guy can vote. And not because he's under the age of 18. Like, I think he's medically not allowed to vote because he's like medically 12. He might actually just be 14 years old. Actually, we are alike. You and Trump or you and I? POV is he's a billionaire business tycoon. Me and Trump. You and Trump are alike. You guys both rapists? Are you guys both slaves to Israel? You guys both take billions of dollars in tax revenue and direct it back into your pockets? You and Trump together? This is like the Enver Hoxha meme, you know? Me and Trump both made $6 billion last year. I made 0. He made $6 billion. But together we made $6 billion. You know, every dollar he puts in his pocket kind of feels like I'm making money. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like me and Trump are alike. We both like minors, except Trump is a pedophile and you're just a minor, I assume.
In this world.
She may be right. There has...
Yeah, me and Trump are both alike. We both wear diapers and are attracted to minors, except I'm 12 and still shit my pants, and Donald Trump is an adult.
There's never been a politician quite like Donald Trump, which is why in Georgia and across the country, how people feel about one man will likely define the way in which both Republicans and Democrats perform in midterm elections. It was so interesting to hear how those voters saw so much through the lens of Donald Trump. Not one of them raised a positive message about the Democratic Party. Michael, who did 2 jobs and will vote against Donald Trump.
Chatter, I don't mean to alarm you, but this is the reason why your parents divorced, and you should know that it was literally because of you. I know they didn't tell you that that was the reason, but I'm going to clue you in on it. It's because of you. They talked about it behind your back. At least you'll have 2 Christmases, though, so that's good. But I just want you to know, your parents unironically did not divorce for any other reason but because of you. They were like, how could we have created such a demonic spawn, such a loser? You know when there's like a kid that you meet and you're like, this kid's not gonna he's not gonna make it. This is ass. We got to do it again. We got to try again. This mixture didn't work. This concoction didn't work. We got to try again with different people. That's what you did to them.
But he wasn't happy with the Democrats either. The Public First host did hold up pictures of California Governor Gavin Newsom and of Kamala Harris. The response was muted. One Democrat did get a reaction in both directions, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the left of the party, which speaks to the debate in the party right now after left-wingers won the New York primaries. But look, something else interesting happened. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, said something extraordinary last night. He said that if Watergate, probably the biggest political scandal in U.S. history.
Yeah, it's true. I hate that he said it because it's 100% true.
Happened tomorrow, it would be a 12-hour news story, and that it's crazy that it took down a presidency. He sounded like he thought his party was untouchable, but if it loses control of the Congress in November...
By the way, divorce statement was kill shot. He stopped talking after that because he knows it's real. Okay, fucking clocked, headshot.
Then the scrutiny will increase and the tables could turn.
Protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can. So has wokeness pushed America past the breaking point, or is the progressive movement the
influencer on the left? Did he not just
wait? What the?
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden.
All right, we're skipping.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did.
So what a claim. Dave Rubin. I worked with him in the past. For those of you who don't know, he was at the Young Turks. He is unbelievably stupid, and I think he should go on every show. And the reason why I think that is because he's so bad at advocating for his cause that it's an automatic L. Dave Rubin could have sat there and have no one show up to the chair on this episode of Surrounded, and he would still lose the argument. Okay, incredibly stupid guy. It's awesome. And you can tell from the first premise, from the first statement, wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did. That's incredible. It's 2026. We're still talking about wokeism.
All right, if you would like to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
He's quick. He's quick.
Yes, I am.
So I find it interesting that you think wokeism has done so much damage to America as opposed to Donald Trump. Wokeism did not kick 17 million Americans off of their health insurance through Medicaid. Wokeism didn't start a disastrous war with Iran that has now led to...
What if it did? I believe it did, though. Have you heard about the war against anti-woke?
Inflation outpacing wage growth. Wokeism hasn't ripped up institutions or attempted even to destroy free speech, even by your standards, because Ronald Reagan appointed judge ruled that the Trump administration was violating the First Amendment by attempting to deport, arrest, and detain students and faculty members on college campuses for protesting for Palestine. Wokeism, to me, it doesn't even have remotely as disastrous as a track record as Donald Trump.
Well, how would you define wokeism? I guess we should start with that.
I think wokeism is a pejorative term that's used to describe left-wing cultural politics.
Right, and what do you think left-wing cultural politics are?
I'd say left-wing cultural politics include just the broad attitudes towards social justice, especially for minority groups that have faced persecution in various ways.
Okay, so I think the simplest way to define wokeism is basic.
Yeah, shouldn't you be defining that, Dave? Is your statement
collectivism on steroids, and usually as it applies to race and gender, meaning that you should be judged based on the color. You actually should be judged based on the color of your skin and your gender and a whole bunch of immutable characteristics. And depending on where those fall on the left's kind of hierarchy of importance. That's kind of how you can parse out where people should be and how important their ideas are.
So even assuming your characterization to be an accurate characterization, which I don't necessarily take,
right?
Can you give me,
we're going to have a lot of trouble getting to a fair agreement on
that
wokeism.
wokeism has, for example, skyrocketed inflation to outpace wage growth, the way that Donald Trump's war of aggression on Iran has done? Can you demonstrate that wokeism has violated the First Amendment by arresting students and faculty members on college campuses?
Okay, well, yes, I can. So let's start. Well, first off, the disaster.
Wokeism. Wokeism arrested students on college campuses is awesome. Great. I can't wait.
War, the quote-unquote disastrous war that you're talking about. You're talking about a 40-day military operation that stopped an apocalyptic regime from getting a nuclear bomb and exporting throughout the world. And we're now in an economic embargo of them, right? We've basically done a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So to say it's a disastrous war,
we've done a blockade.
We did lose. Hang on. We did lose 13. We did lose 13 of our soldiers, and that is
and killed over
terrible.
200 children.
But things happen in war, right?
Yeah,
things. Yeah. Well, things do happen in war. You guys, wait. You can laugh at that. Hold on. Listen. You want to talk?
I agree. I agree. But that's why war should be a last option. If Donald Trump wanted to prevent the Islamic Republic of Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, he could have just stuck with the Iran nuclear deal that he ripped up. Iran did not enrich past the 3.67. Wait, they didn't enrich past the 3.67% agreed upon in the JCPOA. They only got to 60% after Donald Trump left that deal and then started doing.
Dave is so good. Yeah. That's a great way to debate. Unbelievable tactics, Dave. You're not even doing the nuh-uh. You're going, yeah.
Aggressive action. 60% enriched past the 3.67% agreed upon in the JCPOA. They only got to 60% after Donald Trump left that deal and then started doing.
That's what he's doing. It's awesome.
Aggressive actions.
I must say, I'm impressed with your talking points. You got impressive talking points, and you memorized them well. They're not correct, but I am impressed.
Okay.
First off, the Iranians admitted in the negotiations right before the war started that they were enriching past what they were allowed to. That's number one. Number two, you also have to go on the assumption. You also have to go. Hold on. You also have to go on the assumption or acceptance that can you agree or verify their claims? It's one thing to say, oh, this is what we're doing, this is what we are agreed to, et cetera, but you have to be able to verify that. And the idea that we have people on the ground or the UN or some third-party organization that can verify what they're actually doing with underground nuclear sites and a whole bunch of other things is I would say, quite a leap of faith, right? You want to trust but verify.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So the IAEA and U.S. intelligence said that Iran did not enrich past the 3.67% prior to Donald Trump ripping up and stepping out of the Iran nuclear deal in I believe it was 2017, 2018
so again,
when he did that.
In these negotiations,
because Donald Trump ripped up the Iran nuclear deal to begin with, that's the only reason.
I do think that like right-wing commentary has actually lost this sauce because like at least there's stuff that you can say here against the JCPOA. It's kind of like, you know, in a court case, in a civil proceeding, or even in like in a criminal case, like there is still an argument that defense will put up, right? And if you at least do the reading, you can like internalize the argument that the defense is making. You don't have to just like take whatever the result was at face value. But these guys don't even do the reading. So with the JCPOA, like so many of these guys have just given up on finding like good talking points that could at least like throw the average left-wing person in a loop. They've just given up on it entirely. So they just go, yeah, nuh-uh. That's it. Like it's fairly indefensible what Trump did with JCPOA, but at least you could just like, I don't know, dignify your interlocutors by doing a little bit of reading on what the correct positions are that you could put forward as a Republican and say like, well, Iran was still funding weapons to Hezbollah and like the sanctions relief ended up going, ended up sending money to Iran that Iran could then redirect over to the axis of resistance, like things like that. There was a higher quality of right-wing slopaganda back in the day. And these guys have completely given up on it. Like they don't even want to know the correct talking points. It's crazy. It's actually shocking. I could do a better job of arguing a Republican position and make it convincing than these dickheads can. Grifter more. It's crazy. It makes me kind of mad. Here, the real argument that you should be presenting here is that the JCPOA was established on shaky ground. We can't rely on a multilateral commitment from our foreign adversaries like China and Russia. The International Atomic Energy Agency was in the pocket of the European Union. We can't trust them either. And then all of the Obama era sanctions relief opened up new pathways for the Iranian economy to bloom in the hands of the European markets. And then they could take all of that money and all of the components that they can now get off of the newly opened up pathways and build those missiles that pummeled Israel, that pummeled American military bases. Like, I don't know. Shit like that. Chapo hate raid? That's so funny. Chapo. What's good, Chapo? Hope you guys had a good stream. We're watching Dave Rubin. You could then turn around and say Obama shipped pallets of cash to Iran, and then that cash went directly into the hands of Hezbollah, directly into the hands of the Axis of Resistance. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many lies that you could at least say that would come across more convincing than, you know what I mean? That's his answer. That's not an answer. That's not even a sentence. That's not even words. You're just making mouth noises.
Let's try it a different way. I'll try it a different way.
The IAEA assessments agree with me, and Tulsi Gabbard, our director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress last year, and according to the entire intelligence community, Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program.
Okay. That they didn't have a nuclear weapons
Yes.
program. They were enriching past the point that they were allowed to for civilian use. Everyone knows that. But
Yes, it was a point of leverage in order to get sanctions relief. You fucking idiot. That's the reason why they stopped enriching past the point of civilian usage with the JCPOA, proving once again that the diplomatic solution is the only solution with Iran, for better or for worse, which is the point that he's making, and he's right.
But do you understand a weaponization process is different than
let me ask
just
you,
enriching?
do you think the Iranian regime,
and this is also before we even factor in a delivery system, okay? Iran has personally restricted their weapon systems to reach maybe like Hungary, okay? They don't have missiles, launching platforms, nor the systems that could go anywhere around the world, even if they were to deliver even if they were to be able to generate and create a nuclear weapon, which there was a fatwa for, and big L on behalf of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei there. But, they had the fatwa regardless, and they followed through on it. The only reason why they fucking enriched beyond the point of civilian usage was specifically to bring back the United States to the negotiations process and to get sanctions relief. But they don't even have the fucking delivery systems that they need to also design and develop.
before this war, the Iranian regime that has oppressed the people of Iran for 40 years.
Also, what the fuck does that have to do with wokeism? You have yet to explain the damage that wokeism caused as opposed to Trumpism.
Do you think that was a good regime? Would you say that was a good government? Would you like to live under those people? Were they progressive in it?
Wait a minute. They're anti-woke. Iran killed woke. That's what the Iranian revolution was about. Killing woke. Shouldn't you be happy? Why can't they kill woke? Why is it only good if America kills woke? Iran has thoroughly dismantled woke. I thought that's what you fucking wanted. It's because they're not white, it's woke. Oh, okay. So if the brown guys are anti-woke, then it's bad. Okay, I didn't realize.
Anyway, do they hold any of the...
Yeah, when they say Marg bar America, Marg bar Israel, they're also saying Marg bar wokeism. That's what they're saying, bro. They're saying that in the parliament, bro. Galabaf. Iran is a nation of autistic chuds who are unbelievably well educated. Okay, they're all fucking engineers. They all saw battle when they were like 13, and they all hate woke, and they love building. They love building munitions. Okay, they love building platforms. They love building launchers that are and they tackled woke.
Values that any of you guys hold?
No, but we
curious.
don't just start wars on countries whose politics we disagree with or who are oppressive to their own people. We're actually an ally to Saudi Arabia and Mohammed bin Salman.
They love LGBT. No, they don't love LGB, but they love the T. Ironically enough, they are actually woke on the T. That's the one part.
That I agree with. You don't do that.
Okay,
we got something. All right, we got something. We got something we agree with.
That has committed gross human rights violations in Gaza.
I'm shocked that Israel came up. Israel, the only place that has any of the progressive values that any of you guys share.
Really? This is perfect. This is perfect
Yes,
because one of the things that you told me.
That's awesome. He just deploys. Yeah. That's it. That's the whole point.
At the beginning of this conversation.
Oh, you meant the other LGBT. Oh, let's go. Bleep. Certain place.
Was that wokeism was judging people based on characteristics and collective thought. Israel is literally centered around the prioritization of the Jewish people as a matter of policy. That is literally collectivist thought. So you must hate Israel too. You must think that that's the ultimate form of collective identity, right?
How many Muslim countries are there? How many Muslim countries?
So you're just pivoting?
No. I'm going to answer.
But wait, is Israel collectivist?
How many Muslim countries are there?
I'm sure there are a lot of Muslim countries because there are a lot more Muslims than Jews.
Yeah, well, just ballpark. How many Muslim countries are there?
I would probably maybe say let's say between 10 to 20 maybe.
All right, you're off by about 40. There's about 52 or 53 Muslim countries. In any of those countries, how's it going for minorities, women, gays, Christians, Jews?
Yeah, I can say that other nations, it's extraordinarily repressive. But
we got to pause there. We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
This conversation fell completely.
It's been fun.
Off the fucking rails, bro. Get in there, Mason.
Oh, she had it. All right.
Dave.
All right. Hi.
Good to meet you. I'm actually a big fan. I've been watching you since all the way back in the Sam Harris era.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember you
softening me up. Okay.
No, you brought on Stephen Molyneux, the white nationalist, and I was like, this guy just loves ideas. He just loves all different types.
Oh my God, Mason, you fucking asshole. That is. Oh my God. He just unlocked memories in my brain. Mr. Ideas, remember? Dave Rubin was always like, oh, I love ideas. I'm Mr. Ideas. That's awesome. He came in hot with the deep cuts. Oh my God. I love ideas. I love different ideas. High level ideas.
Ideas. I love that. But yeah, just wanted to talk right now.
Oh, he didn't like that.
Now, specifically about the difference between progressive values and the MAGA coalition.
Yeah. Look, this is, oh my God.
It was their first public appearance together ever, and I have to say that my brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
My brain's still in recovery mode. It's so good.
And I have to.
His brain, many people are saying his brain is still in recovery mode from taking on those high-level ideas.
Sure.
It seems to me that all of the ills that are attributed to wokeism are typically things that people find annoying. So people being overly, policey about their pronoun usage or talking about specific groups that might seem extremely marginalized. That's what I typically hear from the right. I don't hear a degradation of society unless it's the far theocratic right. And I don't think that you ascribe to that. Would you call yourself a theocrat?
I mean, I wrote the best-selling book on classical liberalism, so it's funny. I get called a conservative all the time. I actually happen to be a liberal in the truest sense of liberal.
You should join the circle.
Progressives are not liberal as a general rule of thought. Yeah.
Damn, bro, dude, respect. This throwback.
Would think he is. He's pretty good. He plays like a shooting guard.
Okay.
Pretty much. That's usually, it's classic, relatively athletic guy.
Bradley Beal.
Definitely better on the court than he is in the marketplace of ideas for sure.
Have you always thought
like I'm legitimately, because you know that I've asked Anna this.
Rest in peace to my goat, Michael Jamal Brooks, baby.
And I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass. And you know that I've like, how did you guys work? He's so stupid, Hasan. Like, even if he was right, he's a fucking idiot.
Oh, dude. Okay, so here's the thing. Dave Rubin was the first time I really questioned like how much leeway I give to ideological allies, like people who I perceive to be on my side.
Yeah.
Because I genuinely never realized how dumb he was. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's because he is kind of a liberal who's like portraying himself as a conservative, and that's why he comes across maybe more stupid now, or that he was genuinely this stupid this entire time, but because he was a liberal, I just simply did not see it. But yeah, I don't know. I just it really shocked me to the core seeing how dumb he has become. I don't think he was this dumb, but maybe he was just repeating liberal talking points, so I never really questioned it.
I'm gonna guess that was what was going on, because I have actually looked. I didn't really watch him, or I wasn't really aware of him when he was on TYT, and then I kind of got like, okay, this guy's setting up this new hustle, and he's gonna.
This is so boring. This is boring. Who's on the phone? It's me calling into the Michael Brooks show. Rest in power, Michael Brooks. Mason was a majority report, and he said that the only thing that was cut from his conversation with Dave was when Mason mentioned Sam Cedar. Wait, really?
Yeah, for me, I just feel like that type of like annoyance that wokeism presents to the world is a lot less dangerous than like, I don't know, the coalition that you're a part of that like condemns people for having children when they're in gay marriages, or says things like, people that are of particular sexual orientations don't deserve the same equal rights. Well, would you say that that's something that's dangerous?
A coalition.
God, Mason is so good. He's the best of us.
Is going to have all sorts of people in it. So
it's like
MAGA, if we were talking
ideological diversity, right?
Yeah, if we were talking about what MAGA is, what I like about MAGA actually is that it's not a specific set of you have to believe this exact set, right? You have to believe these exact.
Some gay couples can have kids, and others can believe like that's degeneracy, and those people need to be jailed.
Well,
those are like the difference of ideas.
Well, actually, the tough answer to that is yes. As long as you're not trying to litigate someone's life. I am around a lot of conservatives all the time, and particularly Christian conservatives, let's say, they generally are not for gay marriage. By the way, there's not one mosque in the United States that performs gay marriages, which is worth noting.
Why are you so focused on Muslims today?
Well, I'm just giving you giving you a fact. But what I have found consistently, Donald Trump was the first incoming first-time president that was for gay marriage.
I actually really want to talk about that.
Barack Obama was not for gay marriage when he first came in.
And not until 2013.
So what I would say is the MAGA movement, I mean, look, Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary, is married to a man and has kids. Peter Thiel is married to a man and has kids. Douglas Murray is one of the...
Wait, I don't think Peter Thiel is married, and I don't think he has kids. Yeah, Scott Bessent is gay. You guys didn't know that? Yeah. You guys know Peter Thiel is gay.
Greatest voices we have in conservatism happens to be
he's married to JD Vance.
gay.
Yeah.
I don't, for the most part, people on the right actually believe in individual rights and don't really care. But that doesn't mean
that's where you've lost me, though, because
that doesn't mean that everyone has to have the same religious perspective on everything.
But you've been around the block for a long time, and just like you alluded to, in 2016, Trump held up a flag that said LGBTQ for Trump. He was asked in a CBS interview, would you let Caitlyn Jenner use the bathroom that she wants to in your hotels? He said absolutely. He didn't have a problem with that.
He actually gave a better answer than that. He said, I'm a hotel builder. If you told me I had to build one bathroom, that would be fine with me. I think it's a great answer.
But that's what's crazy is that evolution has changed so much to the current MAGA movement. The MAGA movement today, Donald Trump would absolutely not say that somebody could use the bathroom aligned with their gender identity. He specifically banned that. And not just that, but he's also just called for, he specifically wrote an executive order that classifies far leftist groups like pro-transgender groups as a danger to the country, which often the entire military can go after. That is insane. That is absolutely a violation of people's individual rights.
All right, so you want to talk about the trans issue sort of broadly, I want
to talk about the MAGA coalition
what I can tell you,
what I can individual liberty, yet wants to police the way that people express
themselves. But what are
themselves,
they doing?
That also wants to police people's bodies, that want to go after people specifically because of their ethnicity.
Right.
None of that should be
so
tolerated.
Donald Trump is in the middle of his second term. Gay marriage is here, it's passed, it's a just
then
cause.
Why are
I believe
so many,
in individual rights.
Wait, you're friends with Michael Knowles, right?
Yeah.
So what's that coalition again called? I think it's like Less Equal. That's trying to actually get rid of Obergefell and overturn gay marriage rights. Does that not concern you?
Well, first off, I've never heard of that specific organization. But what I can tell you,
you're friends with them.
Yeah, no, that's like, I mean, that's a real initiative. I don't know why you're, as a gay man, not more worried about that. As a gay MAGA man, Dave Rubin's life is just a sequence of humiliations that he has to fucking withstand too. Mason L, right here, it's called Greater Than.
Michael is part of. I just don't know what you're talking about. But what I would
look it up right
but
now.
What I would
it's
say
called
is
Less Than.
No,
and it's Lila Rose, Michael Knowles. I think it's what's that guy's name at the Daily Wire, the head one?
L, you didn't get the fact check. You didn't get the Straight Arrow News fact check, Mason. Big L, Mason. You hooked us in with the ideas mentioned, though. That was awesome.
But okay, but that's not Donald Trump.
I understand they want to go away from this.
No. That's
topic.
not Donald Trump. That's not the head of the party. I have friends that. Well, first off, Michael and I are friends, but there is a cap on our friendship.
What is this?
There actually
How are you friends with someone who doesn't want you to be in love, my man?
He doesn't want me to be in love. He's had dinner at my house with his wife. My husband cooked for him.
That's against God. So I want to have a word with him.
No. But think about what you're saying. I get
Dave,
it. No. Think about what I'm saying.
But what I want to say
your
is,
name. Wait. Hold on, champ.
Dave Rubin's life is just eating shit nonstop. It's awesome. Dave Rubin has to just like constantly be around people that literally tell him he's going to hell because he's a homosexual man. He has to constantly be in correspondence with people that tell him that he should not be able to adopt children, which he has. He has adopted children. He's a gay man. His husband's name is also Dave. His husband actually is a wonderful guy. I don't know if he still is, but he was a wonderful guy at the time when I first met him. But yes, Dave Rubin is a gay man married to, a husband by the same name. Yes, Dave and Dave. And they have a child, or maybe more than one child. I don't know. I haven't kept up with their lives, but
you know, in your world of how tolerant you are showing me you're actually showing a remarkable amount of intolerance, because although I don't know the group that you're talking about,
hey,
Michael
flip
Knowles
the
as a
script on
human
him. Yeah, Mason, quite homophobic that you're owning a gay man.
being has been to my house, and my husband has cooked him lamb, and we have enjoyed evenings together and shared personal moments and all of those things. Now, do we agree on absolutely everything? Of course, the answer to that is no. And if Michael or anyone else was trying to lead some organization that was going to go against my civil rights, well, that is where obviously we would have our difference of opinion, of course.
Dave, I
also respect people's religious beliefs. They're allowed to have their religious beliefs. Their religious beliefs are not allowed to legislate my life. This is all very separate from the trans thing, which obviously I sense is going to come up a few more times.
I'll just say real quick, I'm not trying to come after you. I believe that you should have the full liberty to have the family of your choice. But what I will say is I'm glad Michael treats you with respect individually when you guys are together. But when he goes in front of his platform and says that a video of two gay men having a child is the most disgusting thing that he's ever seen, which is a quote, you can look up the tweet. Michael said that that child is in one of the most dangerous situations he can think of, which is crazy to think of all the abusive parents that actually live in this society, regardless of sex, a happy family, and say this is disgusting. That should feel like a violation.
Okay, so I didn't see that video, but if what you're asking me is do I agree with, if let's just say what you said is true, do I agree with Michael's point on that? Of course the answer is no.
But that is the MAGA coalition.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
That
is the ideology.
No, that's not the coalition. No, that's not the coalition. No, that's not the coalition.
That is what the administration is pushing
you're taking a very specific person and you're saying.
Is it a small specific?
Oh,
is it
absolutely. Yes.
No, it is not.
Yes. Oh, it is.
It is a majority.
No, that's completely absurd. That's completely absurd. It's completely absurd.
We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
That's bullshit.
All right.
That's bullshit. What they did to Mason is bullshit. They should not have voted him out.
Good grab.
I want to go to your prompt in a second, but I just wanted to address, though, I actually come from a Christian background. I spent a lot of my career debating Christian nationalists. And even the nicest Christian nationalists, they do.
Epstein's Ghislaine? What is that? This person, ew.
want to take your rights. I spend a lot of time talking to these people, even the
Yeah.
really nice ones. So I just want to be careful. And I guess I want to say, like, I remember when you posted about having your kid.
The sex pest Ghislaine. The other one is also there's another sex pest orbiter in the group. I saw her in the background, the one that fucking hates me. I mean, I guess this one probably hates me too. This guy's gonna cook, I think. We'll see. There's another one. I don't even see her. Oh, right there. Liberal pearly things. Yeah, just pearly things.
You guys are slow, bro. How's it going, Dave?
You're quick. How you doing?
So
she is/was D's partner in business.
I just quickly wanted to recognize, I love this, by the way. You have a very unconventional.
I'm unfamiliar with the expanded Pedonelli universe. Yeah, I think he has like 2, maybe 3 orbiters that remain. He's lost the rest of his expanded universe. His extended universe of fighters and his Fedayeen are gone now. They're like either too embarrassed to defend him for obvious reasons, or they now realize that he was a giant piece of shit. And I think like the only 2 that remain is that last girl that we just saw, which people have taken to calling Epstein's Ghislaine Maxwell in the Epstein cinematic universe. And then the other one, the other one is the other lady who is always yelling at me that wants to be like the liberal Charlie Kirk or something. The Pedayeen. Oh my God, stop.
Household. And wokeism has brought you that household, right? To live with your husband, to have your 2 children, or conceive through surrogacy. And I appreciate that.
Wokeism didn't bring that. Equal rights.
So
one of his remaining orbiters is a self-admitted pedo, and then there's Darius. I don't know who Darius is. I think the self-admitted pedo is the one who was trying to get me banned, and then we found out that she had actually openly talked about having pedophilic tendencies, right? Food slops.
Wokeism is, as I define it, as I view it personally, is looking to expand on already existing civil liberties, right? To ensure that, to ensure America practices what it preaches, equal protections, inclusion of everybody, democracy, etc. So it's not a policy prescription, it's a social prescription. Donald Trump is president. He's the head of the executive branch. He has a trifecta, a judiciary that's on his side. Donald Trump's violent. Donald Trump's destroying the pillars of America: democracy, negative rights, the rule of law, our Constitution. The list goes on and on. So I'm just curious to see what institutional damage has wokeism done, and
Sure.
If you want to engage with Trump being violent, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't agree with anything you said there, period. First off, wokeism isn't what led to, say, gay marriage. What led to gay marriage is a fight for equality under the law.
That's literally what is wokeism. That's what wokeism is. What the fuck is wokeism then? I don't like the way you framed wokeism as a thing that is good, because I think it's bad. I'm sure he'll make the distinction.
If you believe that
Mason said in the break he ran off to ask ChatGPT for talking points. Stop.
Heterosexual marriage, that an adult should be able to engage in any sort of contract with another adult, then that has to be equal. That's what equal protection, which you just mentioned, is. And that's actually what the decision was based on.
Yes.
So that was not wokeism. That was the promise of America, which is the promise of individual rights and equal opportunity. As for a few of the other things that you said there, again, if we could do you want to do the Iran thing again.
No, I said Donald Trump is violent.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is violent in what sense?
Yeah, so I also want to mention you, the reason why you left the left, correct me if I'm wrong, is because you believe progressives were turning to authoritarianism. Am I correct there?
I mean,
that was your PragerU video. You said it. You can't deny it.
Settle down, Chip. There was a panoply of reasons that I did.
But that's one of them, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think it's authoritarian for the president of the United States to call for the death of 6 active members of the legislature for making a video that is totally fine and legal?
It's interesting. Oh, well, first off, you're talking about the video where they basically, Mark Kelly and several of these guys were basically saying, if you're in the military, you can go against, Trump and all those things. Well, first off, there are some legal actual reasons that perhaps you should not, as a former member of the military, be telling.
Yeah, the punishment for making videos is death. I forgot. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I wish these guys would hit on like harder shit. I feel like the first guy hit him on some more significant problems, right? Like war with Iran. It's just, crisis in the cost of living crisis only accelerating further, stuff like that. Because Donald Trump called for the death of 6 congressional members, like members of Congress. I think some of them were in the Senate, some of them were in the House of Representatives. I can't really remember. But that's fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but it's just he has such a big laundry list of shit that, not to say that that's not fucked up. I'm just saying there's more consequential things that he's done. By the way, the best thing to do here would be to get Dave Rubin to define what wokeism is and why it's damaging, because he's just running away with it right now by he's just wokeism. Wokeism is bad things, and things that you call wokeism that are good, I don't agree. It's not wokeism. That's just America. That's his argument, which is fucking so stupid.
Did anyone
hang him. George Washington Wood.
Did anyone get put to death?
Does it matter? The president of
that's his eye. Okay, never mind. Dave is so fucking stupid. Did anyone get put to death? Oh, okay. So I guess the president can the president can actually threaten with death sitting representatives and sitting senators. As long as they don't actually get put to death, it's fine. Would you be fine with that if Joe Biden said that? If Joe Biden came out and was like, we should, do the death penalty to Tom Cotton, would you be fucking fine with that? Of course not. You'd be like, oh my God, the violent liberals, these violent liberals need to be put in prison. That's what you would say in that situation. And to be fair, you would have good reason to say that. That would be crazy if Biden said that.
United States is actively calling for the death of members of the legislature that oppose him?
Is anyone in trouble? Is anyone in trouble because of that? You're missing the difference.
No, you're saying Donald Trump.
Okay,
hold on.
Hang on.
Let's just understand the prompt here. You said wokeism has done more damage than Donald Trump ever did.
So
can you tell me a single time wokeism is doing something remotely similar?
Remotely similar as Donald Trump.
You want damage?
Being
Yeah, he should have been like, what do you think about Hasan Piker? What he said about Rick Scott? He's not dead. He's very much alive. Do you think that that's appropriate? You know what I mean?
You want damage? Sarcastic.
I can give you damage.
Let me explain something.
I can give you the damage. Hold on.
Hold on. Listen, let me explain something to you. Donald Trump, all you need to know about, for any one of you guys that think that Donald Trump's coming for you because you're gay or you're trans or something like that, or you're black or anything else, might I recommend you just read Art of the Deal, which Donald Trump wrote about 40 years ago.
It's terrible. It's just discussing his activities throughout the week.
You can dismiss it. You can dismiss it. But Donald Trump gave you his playbook 40 plus years ago. 40 plus years ago, he gave you the playbook on how he negotiates. He leads with crazy
this is irrelevant
things.
to what I'm currently talking about, right?
No, it's completely...
No, you asked me about damage. I can give you examples, but you don't want them because you know you're going to get fried.
No.
No, that is the truth.
It's completely
Donald Trump
irrelevant.
tried to rewrite the Constitution via executive order with Executive Order 14160. And it was followed up by 141601, where they used this to target individuals for pro-Palestinian speech like Mahmoud Khalil. And this was already ruled upon, by the way.
All right.
I'm sure you know about this, correct?
Yeah. Okay, first
but he
off,
tried to rewrite the Constitution via executive order. Can the president do that?
There's a difference.
Can the president do that?
Hold on. There is a difference between exercising free speech.
He's not answering.
There's a difference between exercising free speech and closing down a campus and not letting students get. You're an interesting character. Yeah. No, you seem nice. There's a difference between exercising free speech, which I will always defend your free speech, no matter how noxious it is.
The president
and closing down campuses. No, they weren't. No, Mahmoud Khalil and all of these masked
He was almost deported with no cause, and it's literally in the documents of the case.
Well, first off.
Yeah, he was almost deported with no clause, and there's even a less defensible aspect of this, where you can talk about Remeza Öztürk, right? The Turkish American or the Turkish student on a student visa at Tufts University who literally got kidnapped and was placed in a fucking prison for genuinely just writing an article about Israel. Like, that's it. She was one of the co-authors that was in the Tufts school newspaper. And she got fucking kidnapped by masked agents of the state in broad daylight in the middle of the goddamn city.
Marco Rubio has illustrated the point many, many times. If you're here on a green card or a student visa or anything else, you don't have the exact same protections that you don't.
Congress shall make no law. What?
No. For people.
Dave said we threatened his life. By the way, what?
I honestly believe several of them would have killed me if given the opportunity, truly. And you all know my guy Joey, who works for me, and he said to me after, he said, Dave, I made a choice halfway through that if one of them was going to attack you, I was going to get involved. Because that's the level of...
Wow, what the fuck is this dipshit doing here? Clown ass. Bunch of clowns.
Like, I could feel the daggers coming at me. The ones that, mostly they had horrible scowls on their faces, but the ones that smiled at me actually seemed like the most dangerous because they were like Joker smiles.
And the weird Joker smiles, it was so distracting and so unpleasant. You can't have discourse. I don't know how you pulled it off.
Wait, I don't know how you pulled it off with a bunch of interlocutors who smiled at you. Wow, he almost died. You guys are laughing. Mason, how do you live with yourself doing a hate crime like that, smiling in the face of Dave Rubin?
You know, truly, to sit around 20 people that have nothing but hatred for you, like there wasn't even I tried my best. I kind of didn't want to do it because I've just been through enough versions of the internet and dealt with the hate and the whatever. My team really wanted me to do it. I was like, you know what, I'll do it, whatever. It's not a big deal. I tried to say, I'll show you a little respect to start this thing. They offered nothing. For 2 hours and 55 minutes, I think I did a very nice job. I did have one blip moment where I kind of blanked on something, and I fully grant that.
David, that sounds ridiculous.
The most clowned on person in the Republican commentariat.
That are citizens of the United States of America.
What's the precedent for that?
Wait a minute.
Nothing. So Donald Trump tried to sign an executive order rewriting the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. Where'd he get this power?
Let me ask you something. Do you
is it authoritarian to act on a self-granted authority?
Hold on.
Can you answer my question?
Hold on.
You're not going to.
Yeah, I got to let me chat here for a sec. Listen.
Dave, talk.
Let me ask you something. Let's try it this way. So let's say you and your girlfriend went on vacation. Bora Bora, you show up to the most beautiful place on earth, and she's 7 months pregnant, and she then gives birth in Bora Bora. You think your child should be a citizen of French Polynesia, Bora Bora?
And you think affirms that just solely principle, and I'm sorry, the president cannot defy it because he doesn't like it. That's how our country works. And that is an example of damage to America.
You can fight it in the courts. He
doesn't like the courts. He ignores them. Prior to the Alien Enemies Act removals, Emile Beauvais...
Okay, we're out of time. We got to stop there.
Okay, got you.
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders.
Oh, very good. Very nice. Very funny. Okay. This is going to be a good one.
All right. God, even his fucking, even the claims that he's making are stupid.
If you would like to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how are you, Santana?
So, can you explain a little bit about what you mean broken cities, broken schools, broken borders?
Sure. Well, broken cities, you can boil it down to crime and drug use. And I can tell you, having been here in Los Angeles for the last 36 hours, I have seen more homeless people, more drug use, more urban decay than I've seen in the last 5 years combined living in Florida.
Florida?
Yeah. In terms of schools, it's basically brainwashing kids and teaching them what to think instead of teaching them how to think. And then what was the third one in terms of...
For the record, every Republican argument in the general election turns into Dave Rubin if the opposition is actually advancing. If the Democrats, hopefully Democratic Socialists, are advancing a clear agenda on affordability and defining exactly what they're going to do as far as like healthcare, Medicare for all, housing for all, government funded housing, federal jobs guarantee, free college, and, embargoing the state of Israel, like things like that. This is all they have. It will be reduced to just this. Okay. These guys, I think, got a little bit too comfortable with not really having to make a convincing argument because Democrats haven't been making a convincing case to vote for them. Right. But in any case, we're at 8 hours. I'm going to end it here, chat. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll continue.